to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
What's up, gamers? My name is Sam and I've been the host of the PUBG EMEA Championship Playoffs. We have had 4 days of some incredible PUBG, and joining me on the desk for those 4 days was a familiar face, Avenger, and another familiar face and voice, Saga, both epic PUBG casters, analysts, commentators, and they've been giving us all the skinny, so we're going to get some information from them now. We're going to start with Saga, chatting a little bit about the upper brackets. Those big name teams that we all know and love, they dominated that space.
They really did. Business as usual in the upper bracket so far in EMEA. We've got former global champions like Na'Vi, regional champions like Howl and Twisted Minds that, of course, breezed right through it. But it was a dominant day one from FaZe Clan and then an even more dominant day one from Foot Esports that rounds them out as our top 2. And they'll be joined in the grand finals by MEA's Pacific Esports and the newly formed We Live Again to take on all comers and see what they can do.
Na'Vi, of course, was a team that won PGC 2022. They're our big heroes, but they had a little bit of a roster change, Saga. It seems to be working in their favor, though. Definitely.
Faoris is so far a huge addition. He's already hit 2, 3, maybe highlight reel clips, Dragunov's grenades. He's really proving to be the real deal.
It's going to be exciting to see them in the grand finals. And now when we move to the lower bracket, Avenger, it came down to the final game. There were like 3 or 4 teams fighting for that last spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, super exciting to see Savin come in and win 4 out of 12 games. And of course, it comes down to the very last game to see if Exalt was able to come in and defend their PGC points, but they weren't. A new coming team here, Bumblescore, was able to take the last and 8 spot. And a lot of another, of course, familiar names here. Christian Mark, of course, coming in and defending it. And there was a lot of hunting going on. They realized very early on that they were going to go through to PGC Grand Finals. And with that, they could actually enable themselves to hunt down Exalt. And we saw that happening throughout some of the matches. So super exciting to see some very familiar teams and also new teams to come in to PGC Grand Finals.
So Avenger, like for some people that are maybe not familiar with the European scene, but they remember those big names, we've spoken about it a lot, the Wu, we've got Skoom, we've got Fuzzface, we've got these legends of the game, and now they're going to be in our grand finals.
Yeah, super excited to see these 16 teams compete at the very last chance to get PGC points here in 2023.
Let's take a look now at those teams. So these are the teams that will be in the EMEA Grand Finals. Some big names, some heavy hitters. Avenger, who's your money on?
I gotta say, I think that Twisted Minds has been looking extremely good coming into this year, but I'm excited to see if Na'Vi can pull it out of the bag and really get into things.
How about you, Saga?
Now, I've heard twice T-Bone say, look, I started a tournament at Nations Cup and here in the playoffs. He started not confident enough in his shot calling and they just want to be more aggressive. If they start like this, it's over for everyone else.
It's going to be so exciting. That EMEA lobby for the grand finals is absolutely stacked. And you know how we do it here at EMEA. We never have the same team win twice. It's always a big mix. We are looking forward to what's going to happen in the grand finals in 2 weeks. And we're also looking forward to what's going to happen with you here, there, at the Americas. So let's head on over and tell us what's going to be going down.
But this recovery from 4 Nation, again, just doing so well to take the fight to these teams on the edge, somehow recover, and then reset for the next fight. But that grenade won't let them, as Sharp will get the last members. It was a textbook play, and as you said, looking very good, but the problem is they still have to rotate in. Meanwhile, LG still being pinched by multiple teams, including SZ as well as Sonics, now taking out Rello. That's a nice knock.
Oh, it was H-Win that took out Rello. Rello had Salty absolutely dead to rights on the edge of the smoke and blinded. Is STK utility usage a thing of legend? And the Panzer Faust push! He's gonna get him, he gets himself as well.
It's running ahead in. Again, they knew that this team was there. I think he was trying to find the timing, but it's just gonna be his life given away. And Patrick Kaplan,
Welcome back, Pat Caps. As K9 in hand, he's gonna find sneak attack.
there's a real play that Vegas can make here, especially with all the smokes. If he's careful, if he can do it, he goes for a quick peek, decides to go back in the shack. He's got to take the 1Vs, but Snowbird is going to catch two with a nade and an arm.
Through the window.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is Finals Sunday, and we're getting ready to see who gets to punch their ticket to the grand finals for the playoff for North America versus South America. PGC is on the line. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus, Matchroom, and Mustache Dave. And it has been a wild day of play yesterday. We've got a crazy chase going on today. So let's start with quick takes, gentlemen. Whether it's looking forward or looking back, what are your thoughts, Poro?
I mean, I think everybody was surprised to see STK come out and just blow the lobby away the way they did yesterday. Now, obviously, all eyes were kind of on LG and Sonics and the new rosters, and I think there's still a little bit left to prove from those two as they started great. Obviously, I mean, top 8 is the goal, right? But you were kind of maybe expecting or maybe just hoping for a little bit more fireworks, Matt?
Yeah, it was, let's be honest, this ended up just being the longest trade in esports history, as we just had 2 rosters kind of switch over with one player inside of it. But it is a very impactful switchover. So I think that a lot of us were expecting this to come out the gate swinging a bit harder. STK being number 1 on the leaderboard, I don't necessarily say is a surprise to a lot of people, but I think that there was a lot more expectations of those 2 teams be kind of a bit more of a rivalry against each other. Right, Dave?
Yeah, and listen, fellas, great picks. My pick's super easy, though. More Sandstorms and more Halo on Das Panzerfaust today, all right? That's what I want to see.
He's like, you can talk about STK, but I want to talk about explosions and sand that gets everywhere. Well, I'm excited to see what happens today. I, however, need to remind everyone of the process, the journey to get here in the first place. We started with 128 teams from 2 separate regions, fought it out till we had 16 from North America, 16 from South America. And this weekend, we determined the top 8 from each that will advance in 2 weeks' time to play is the top 16 from the entire region to determine who goes to PGC. Now, to get that bid, you got to get them points. Here's a quick reminder for those of you at home who are joining us for the first time. It's called Super Point Distribution. We play 6 matches per day. First place gets you 10, 8th gets you 1, everything below that gets you a big old goose egg, and every kill puts 1 point in the hopper, which is why kill steals are so gosh darn important. All right, let's get everybody back in here. We're going to talk a little bit about what the goal is. It is to get to PGC. At the end of the day, money is nice, but most of it comes from the big show, Poro. Talk to me about that journey and how it's going for some of these teams.
Money is very nice, but where you get even more money is at PGC. And as you said, Luminosity still at the top. I kind of stepped over myself a little bit yesterday. I said Sonic still hadn't secured their spot. They did, guys. They won PGC up. One of those PG things. They won the second one and they earned their spot to PGC, so they're good. I misspoke. That's my mistake. But that being said, Luminosity still has to come out on top. Shoot to kill, obviously, big plans for this one. But Friendly Fire, Elevate, even down to Funny Business and Rats, they still have a shot at this as well. They've got points in the hopper and they would like to get a few more here at PAS2.
Yeah, I think that was a big walk away for the Sonics at the last event. And that's probably why we even sort of missed it yesterday or didn't talk too much about it. Was Sonics really coming to this event was going to have to fight some people to get the PGC spot because no GPTs are guaranteed to go. But yes, that win at PGS2 did set them in a position to just sort of play comfortably and get that new roster up and running. Let's talk overall standings. Mustache Dave looks pretty good right now. STK absolutely dominant.
Looks really good. STK 1 day, 75 points. 50 of those points coming from them kills, baby. They got more kills than third place on Down has in total points here at Toffees. So shoot to kill. Today's the day. I got my eye on this squad because they can do whatever they want, in my opinion, and really play spoiler to the chase for that top 8.
Yeah, you want to talk the real bananas. It's STK, you're right. Even Luminosity only had 2 more points than they had for kills. That is an absolutely wild day 1. Let's see if it continues. Now, we want to talk about teams that we should be keeping our eye on as we go into our last 6 games.
I mean, I think I have to keep your eyes on the Sonics, right? Like, obviously, even beside the whole Kickstart trade to see how they were doing, they had one good game yesterday. They obviously got the win, 10 points, but then they only got 3 placement points beyond that. And I know that Gunnar, the coach, is not going to be excited with that. H-Win's not going to be happy about that. So I expect to see them on their full game here today, coming in there, trying to do whatever they can to make it to late game and collect a few more kills and really just kind of make a statement more than anything in this lobby heading into the regional finals with LATAM, that this new Sonics roster is ready to go. They're good to go. They don't need more of a honeymoon phase. This is a marriage between them and Kickstart that's gonna last. Kind of like me and Matchroom, you know? Yeah. That being said, Tickleton still had some effort here, right? Like, yeah, he managed to take out pretty much all of Sakura's ensign here while they weren't looking. That's a phenomenal play that we've come to expect from guys like Tig. And I know Kickstart was just like yelling at himself, like, oh man, I know I could have done so much better. Like, he is one of the most competitive people on earth, and I expect to see him stepping up here today.
Nice.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing what Sonics can do today. Another team, Mustache Dave, you said you wanted to talk about them. A team that we're hoping continues to rise up a little bit.
Elevate, looking to elevate themselves amongst the competition here today, currently in 6th place. Now, did have a couple moments to chat with Gats. We saw an amazing play from Gats yesterday, was able to wrap around in the blue, get that sneak attack going on to SQ, and got a couple good looks on the board. So that, to me, was like the turn of the tides, like that momentum builder for the squad here. So just looking at this team as a whole, game 1, game 2, really rough start. They couldn't rotate to save their lives. They got destroyed on the rotate. But I think once when they kind of got past those bad games, they were looking good. They kept ramping up throughout the evening. So one thing here, though, fellas, that I got to point out. Oh, yeah. Talking to Gats is a little concerned with shoot to kill in their position on the overall leaderboard, because Gats believes that shoot to kill might be hot dropping them here today, fellas.
I mean, I guess it's a valid concern, man. I don't see it happening, but if anybody was gonna do it, it'd probably be shoot to kill. They've got a history.
I'm making a note.
Too, right?
I'm making a note of it right now. We're gonna keep an eye on that throughout the day, because I do think that if you can get someone who's fighting you for a PGC slot out this weekend, that could do you a lot of good tomorrow or in 2 weeks when we get back together. Matchroom, a team that has been doing a lot of good after I think what they were disappointed in at PGS2 is Friendly Fire. Talk to me more about this team.
Well, you were hitting on it, right? Bills are a requirement for a lot of these teams, and making their way all the way to PGC is a core requirement for that. Whenever we're looking at this, Friendly Fire is a squad that just comes off, like you said, PGS2. They were looking to have the success there. They got close, but couldn't quite do it. Now they're right in the thick of it. They're right with Falcons, right with Shoot to Kill, and they need to make sure that they have themselves a stellar performance. They need to get into that top 8 position. And while you would think about it, sure, while we're looking at everything, 4th sounds like it would be exactly where you would want to be at this stage. It's not a comfortable 4th for them to really have to contend with, though. Right now, just down below them, you can see that they're at 43 points. It's 40 for TG, Elevate at 39, 37 for TT, and 37 for Rats. So just a couple of squad wipes by these other teams will find them outside this top 8. And whenever we're looking at the amount of games that we've got today, Friendly Fire cannot afford to have inconsistency inside of this. And yesterday, while they did have good games, got themselves into the top 4, they did have 2 pretty off games where they didn't manage to net a lot of points. If that happens again and some of these other squads manage to step up, these dreams of going to PGC could be dashed before they can even begin. I have firm belief that they're going to make it into the top 8. I just wish that they wouldn't make it so nervous for me.
Yeah, and I think that they had some comms issues at PGS2. They sort of talked about some callings back and forth and counters. It seems like maybe they've worked that out. That's what you want to use these months off for. And Friendly Fire seems to have figured something out. All right, let's talk about, we've told you who we like to watch in-game as an actual team, but let's talk about dream teams. It's fantasy time. I want to show you guys the perfect lineup, the top performers, if you will, for Fantasy League. Yes, you could not afford all of them on your team, but there are some good ones in here. Do any surprise you, Mustache Dave?
Listen, this one cuts deep for me here, Toffees, all right? Penta, I was on the fence. I was going to pick Penta. Okay. I promise you. Not picking Penta on my team hurt me big time because my dude, 61 points on the fantasy leaderboard here.
Yeah, but I will say this. Big big money get from Hollow Senpai, 44 points, only $21,000. That's your big value pick. If you guys have a chance to sub in, do so right now. Let's look at us, though. We show you who the best are. Let's show you who the best is in the team right now. Porosaurus leading the charge at 182, and me hanging on by my fingernails, Poro. What is working so well with your team?
Man, well, obviously Alo. Alo just had an amazing day yesterday. I will say from that last top 5 scores, not a single member of Luminosity up there. That's not something that we're used to seeing. But fortunately for me, I managed to pick up Alo. I did move my captain's armband over to the lad today as well. So we'll see if it nets me as many points as he got yesterday. But I have a tendency of starting off strong and failing at the end. So.
Matchroom joins us here today, but we're going to go to Mustache Dave because Poro said starting off strong. Mustache Dave, you're doing the opposite. At 74 points, it is a brutal climb ahead of you. What is going on?
Calculated, all right? Calculated. Keegan, first of all, we need an M249 in my dude's hand. With the M249, he gets the points. So that's what I'm looking for today. And I'm not going to lie, all right? My team, day one, they didn't do so well. I get it, but that's why I picked them because my team is a day 2 team. And guess what, Toffees? Today's day 2, man. So I'm coming up today, man.
Today is day 2, which to me, I mean, Matt, your team that you featured, Friendly Fire, considers themselves a day 2 team as well. So do you think those guys maybe finish top 2 today?
Ooh, top 2?
Okay, too much. Too much. Yeah, top 2.
That was going to be pretty hard. I think it could go top 8. Top 2, I don't know. We still got that whole LG Sonic situation going on.
That's true. And we got STK dominating the top, and that's why we actually got a chance to send our interviewer with the mostest out to get that information. Our new segment, Chat and Chicken. Dave sits down with Purdy.
What is going on? Mustache Dave, chatting chicken with Purdy Curdy from Shoot to Kill. My dudes were slaying yesterday, so I got to talk. I saw a tweet from you after the games, already qualified, and I quote, do you mind kind of going into detail? How does that change up the day 2 game plan?
Sure. Before we get into it, Dave, I know you wanted Alo for this interview. So the best thing I could do is bring my own little Alo here to come along with you.
And the Panzerfaust. I had to have Alo for the Panzerfaust, but I appreciate
He's the Oogie Boogie man.
Out.
And people are terrified of him, so I brought Alo along. But as long as as far as the tweet's concerned, we're already qualified. We kind of do the math of the cutoff is around 60-ish points usually. So I think we're qualified. We're good to go. We could not play and we'd be good. So going forward, we're just going to try and get the best practice we can. And if somebody really stumbles and is griefable, we'll be there.
Ooh, I love to hear that, man. So it's going to be a spicy one here today. I kind of know what teams you're looking at here, but I won't play spoiler. So looking ahead then, I guess, looking at the actual finals, what challenges do you see the team facing in that lobby?
In the finals lobby?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? The challenges is the increase in skill level. Believe it or not, the SA teams are coming a long way in terms of improving their game, both macro and mechanical wise. So it's just a tougher lobby all around, better competition. And it's just we kind of have a reputation for bullying the worse NA teams, I guess, now. So just trying to keep our level of play up and trying to fight through those better teams.
All right. Love it. Solid answers, by the way. Last question here for you, then I'll let you prep for the day. We did have a team comm listen yesterday, and I got to say the comms are really clean. Felt like some ASMR. I was just vibing. It was feeling good. But I got to know, is this something that is practiced, or is this just like a natural thing that the team has?
I mean, everybody practices comms for sure. But as far as like the tempo and the levels of it, I think that's just kind of natural to our team and who we are. It's just the environment that we kind of foster. And we don't like chaos. We're like the opposite of like Roth in his chaotic comms. It's calmness is always good. It's easier to figure everything out and kind of reset. And that's just kind of how we like to play the game.
Calmness is key. Well, man, thanks for chatting with me, man. It's been a long time. I appreciate you taking the time, and best of luck here today. That's going to be it. Chat Chicken with Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Chatting chicken with Dave, man. That Dave guy, I like that guy. He's pretty cool.
Guy.
But Purdy Curdy, my dude said today is practice. My team, STK, looking at day 2 as practice. That has me big concern for these other teams looking to just qualify here, fellas.
I think we're going to get into what he means by practice when we go back to the leaderboard in just a second. We're also going to address that very specific answer at the start of the interview. You guys heard him say, we may look to, like, what do you say? Take advantage of somebody or something like that? Griefable. Holy crap. That's even worse. Okay. Griefable. And we'll tell you why in just a second. But first, I want to let you guys know the order of play today and where we're going, because we're switching those maps up just a little bit. We are going to be starting out on Miramar in the Dusty Dunes, then the snowy city of Vikendi, Tego, finishing up on Erangel, and then we will crown the top 8 who will advance to the grand final. Now, let's talk for a second. First off, the griefable comment. Just for everyone at home who needs a little context, this is PGC point related, right? I'm just going to go over the numbers real quick for you guys. STK is at 195. Elevated is at 105. Third Eye is out because they got eliminated already. There are 3 spots available since Sonics has got their auto qual from PGS2. That means if Elevate doesn't make the grand final, STK only has to beat, I think, maybe 1 or 2 SA teams to get that auto bid. So that is a very interesting reason to do that. Now, let's talk about the goal today. We're going to pull that leaderboard back up. Poro, the goal here is not to win. It's nice to win, but what's the real goal here?
I mean, the goal is obviously to get more reps in on the new maps. I think to get more time communicating, and if you're shoot to kill, I guess if you see a team in the bottom 8, Kurt's going to be as excited as if he saw Spirit Halloween stores opening up again, and he's just going to go charge in guns a-blazing. So, look. I think that all these teams, with the exception of Shoot to Kill, they've got new rosters. They've got new guys on the roster, at least less than a year. More practice time together. I think that they need to take as many reps as they can and just try to take it seriously all the way through. I don't think we'll see Shoot to Kill like intentionally, like going out of their way to grief somebody in a way that's going to ruin their game. That's just, I don't think they'll do that.
Well, hopefully not, but at 75 points, they could play mediocre at an average of 2 points per game and still make the top 8, because that's the goal right now, Matchup. You got to get that top 8. Is there anyone who's out of it right now? Like, it looks like it's pretty close from from second or third, actually all the way down to like 8 or 9. What about below that?
Oh, it gets messy down there, but let's be honest, you can just string together a couple of games and potentially put yourself back in it. The early games are going to be important, and since we're going to be going over to Miramar, at least there's going to be some comfort before a bit more chaotic section kicks into the mid. I'm more curious about the griefable comment, and when we're looking at PGC, because you have to remember the closest team to them on the PGC leaderboard right now is actually Friendly Fire, who is not in the safest of positions. So if you're going to be looking at somebody that might be griefable, stopping them before they can even make it to PS2 is kind of a big deal for them.
I would be fascinated to see if they were willing to do that to Friendly Fire.
It's a bold choice.
Both of them, because there's so many points available for PGC at the end of this, I think are threats, and we'll see what SDK chooses to do with that. But all the teams on the bottom, I'm going to tell you guys, we're going to start today talking about the top teams, but as the day goes on, it's going to be all about that 8th place cutoff. So prepare for that. If we finish a game and you're like, they just had the best game of their life, Sonics, we're not going to talk about them. We're going to talk about the 8th place team, because that is what matters, is getting to the grand final weekend. Something else that matters this week, gentlemen, has been a topic of conversation, contention, argument, you name it. It's been all over the internet. It's this pseudo trade, right? Mime released from Sonics and then picked up after claiming retirement, which I think was crap in the first place. That was throwing.
You think?
Player focus. Let's put them head to head, Mustache Dave, and talk this one out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good topic. It's a spicy topic, and it's definitely what everybody's chatting about. And listen, game 1 yesterday, Mime, he was fed the points, fellas, all right? They got the zones. Mime was in the front. The team's like, hey, listen, get those kill points, King. So he came out looking really good, but then Kickstart started catching up when it comes to the total kills. I'm not keeping track, but Kickstart with 10 kills so far, Mime with 7 still. So love the stats, love the damage. Mime putting in a lot of work, but at the end of the day, I personally just look at who has the most kills. All right, fellas.
Fair. But Poro, this is a good comparison here, because a lot of people, if you just go to fantasy pickups in general, Kickstart is almost always grabbed by a huge portion of the fan base. Mime not so much. Right or wrong?
Oh yeah. when we've never really compared Kickstart to Mime.
I know.
You know, it's always been the Kickstart versus Tig comparison. And Mime has never really been you know, promoted as a heavy kill point kind of guy. So I mean, is he capable of it? Absolutely. I just don't think that's his role. That's never really been his role. So it's interesting to see all these comparisons coming down now, because you know, it never was that way in the past. So it just is what it is. But
it also lays out some role changes, I think. Like, I talked to Trevor yesterday after the games. He said that Mime has actually been helping with the calls. Like, Rello and him have been spamming pubs together nonstop to try to sort of find the right synergy between the two of them. I think people on Sonics or who know Sonics well might be like, Mime is spamming pubs nonstop. But maybe that's what you need. Sometimes that spark to get you back in the game. By the same token, I've heard rumors, Matt, that Flood is loving life right now. He is no longer sort of playing that fourth role where he's getting the loot that Kickstart needs. He's sort of able to go out there and play a little more of a frag forward position. I think that bodes well for them.
Oh yeah, 1000%. Now they get an opportunity to see really Mime to cut loose. It also kind of unlocks Flood and what he's capable of. I cannot wait to see this team continue.
It should be very impressive. Guys, I'm excited about this map. We're going to the Dusty Dunes. Is there a team, Mustache Dave, do you think maybe has a little bit of an advantage on this map, or is it still everyone knows it so well it just is open season?
I think it's open season, and I'm big concerned with teams, like you said, Toffee's retirement home esports train to go. They need a strong start here today because they are way down there on the leaderboards here at Toffee's.
You nailed it, Dave. The teams at the bottom need a strong start. They're playing for top 8, 6 games left to play. It starts right now. Let's get a strong one. It is Porosaurus and Matchup. Take it away, you two.
Poro, we're casting together. I am so happy, dude. It has been a hot minute. So we're going to go through the action today. I've got a question for you, though. While we're watching all this fall, remember that we did see Shoot to Kill used to believe about a group stage curse. Is that just gone? Do they not care about that anymore?
I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the same thing now. I mean, they've seen curses of every shaping form at this point. So I don't know if the group stage thing really is going to be sticking in their craw as much as it maybe used to.
If you got Oogie Boogie back behind you, I guess you're just embracing the curses now, right? Just full on going with it. And whoa, this circle just popped. Center Chumacera. I mean, it's Friendly Fire that made the shift over to Chumacera, but almost nobody else inside the circle, if you look at it.
Yeah, that's a really, I mean, that's an interesting circle considering the plane, right? It's gonna, like you said, it's going to be completely open. It's going to leave a lot of rotation paths available. And we touched on it a little bit yesterday that a lot of these teams are trying to get their looting phase done pre 5 minutes. And get on the move and get on the road. And I think that there's so much playable real estate in here. It should be a really, really slow start here to day number 2, which could help a lot of our teams that are chasing for that 8th place spot.
Yeah, you can see a couple of shifts already coming into this one. This is also, I know we talk about this area specifically in North America. We tend to get this area pretty regularly in our history. But whenever we're looking at the lay of the land and just kind of how it's situated, we're going to have Friendly Fire with a lot of good open vantage points. As you can see, Tilt Town already kind of creeping in along what is considered to be a good pathing to deal with how the circle can shift in different directions. Because right now, it could still pop back up to the north, or it could stay right up on top of those hills and make it really complicated for the mid and late games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Friendly Fire decides to play this from. I mean, you can already see them moving around and just finishing up their looting. Looks like Sharpshot's going to get some long range stuff. Immediately drops that Bolty for that Dragonoff. That Dragonoff was a big player yesterday, Matt. And I'm getting excited seeing it more and more often now as our big shooters, our long range shooters are tending to favor it.
It is a scary gun whenever you look at the way that it's lined up. And given the fact that we've already kind of had this weird proxy situation where it had the potential but just didn't really have the right firepower and stats to it, that little bit of a shift was enough to kind of kick it into a really good spot. So no surprise that we're seeing a lot of these teams kind of lean into it, specifically our very focused and aim fraggers. As we're not back in a bolting meta per se, but we're feeling it out again.
Look, anytime I see a Bolty in somebody's hands, I'm happy, right? And if I see the Bolty in somebody like H-Win's hands or Snowbird's hands, or God Pat Caps yesterday. I got super nostalgic seeing that. But yeah, no, I think that there's so many SLRs and so many DMRs in the game now that I almost think that you can have if there's a guy that wants to play it, they can do it and get away with it. As Oldless, just in the middle of nowhere, Chad just gonna stream on. Oh, that actually hits. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's good. He's good.
Luckily, there's nobody ahead in this gauntlet due to the rotations and landings.
Sandstorm.
yeah. Well, you got to get those last couple of shots before the vision completely goes, and it's only on Oldless. It's
only
like specifically the map
Oldless.
is like, hey, you don't take shots in the early game.
It's like you thought you were going to take long range shots at this guy. No, sir. The rest of Donkey Destroyer is actually way far away from him as well. As you can see, Sonic's starting to take shots at him, slow rolling up the hill. Nothing landing just yet. Tig, you know, all the talk that we've had about the Dragunov, Tig's still rocking that mini. So if you are a mini stan like myself, feel confident in the fact that it is still a worthwhile gun to play, because our boy Tiggleton still leading the charge for the mini.
Hey, I mean, there's something to be said about using a gun for as long as they've been using the mini, right? And still just leaning into the comfort and what you know, recoil control, all that other stuff. We can see that the Sandstorm is continuing its way down to the southeastern. I feel like a weather reporter. Be careful if you're in the northeastern area of this new circle. This Sandstorm is going to make it slightly impacted, as LG is going to see nothing now.
Just a little bit, but you know what? I think LG probably knows this terrain well enough by this point that they could just drive through this and not even have to worry about vision. It looks like they are actually going to be comfortable stopping here too. So we'll see how they you know, we talked a lot about all the teams that are doing well, Sonics and everything, or SDK and everybody, but Sonics and LG, again, yesterday wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, they're sitting in second and third respectively, but it just wasn't as maybe we just hoping. I think just as fans of the game, we were hoping that with those trades that we were going to see just something phenomenal, something fantastic that we've never seen before, just like kills on kills on kills, and it didn't happen. So I don't know.
I'll be with you on that. I was kind of hoping, like, hey, I'm like talking to the rest of the team and LG being like, I know exactly how they're going to rotate, and we're going to start trying to cut off the rotations and like really kind of screw them up at these things. You know, I was expecting all of this like vengeance level, like full on Machiavellian play. Instead, everybody's like, no, okay, guys, let's just qualify first. Let's handle this. Let's get into a good position. And they are starting to creep pretty close to each other now that the Sandstorm has managed to dissipate. It did stop Rats a bit in their tracks, so they're going to be coming in just one moment. You can see Elevate coming along this pathing. They're going to have it's going to be TTG just to the west, but they've got Picado that they can stop at if they want to, or if they're just going to use the northern area of it, just kind of scout around.
Yeah, speaking of Rats and Funny Business, both of those teams with PGC points. Rats sitting in that, coming into today in that 8th place spot. Funny Business a little bit further down the leaderboard. Now remember, these two teams both have PGC points already bagged, and there you go. That's a good start there for Funny Business. They need to climb that leaderboard to try to make something of the PGC points that they have already earned, and see if they can maybe get to the grand finals here for PAS2 and a hope beyond hope that maybe they can snag a PGC spot.
Sakura Zinzin is, yeah, you can see they were stretching out. This is not necessarily the best time for Cherry Blossoms in general, as this is whenever everything's going to start falling off for them. Hopefully, they can manage to right up and figure out what's going to be going on, as it does look like they have themselves some pathing just to that eastern or southeastern area of Monte Nuevo. They are going to have Orion back behind them, but it's not going to be the most scary. Oddly enough, whenever we're looking at this, the map itself is pretty friendly right now. Mercy has pretty much gotten control of the south. Everybody else is still playing around that northern Chumacera, hoping the fact that the circles are going to lean more that direction, praying the fact that RNGesus will be polite, given the fact that we don't have that many Miramars to work through today.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the map stream and seeing where everybody is posted up. Donkey Destroyer is real close to Sonics. Sonic's just kind of playing that high ground spot that we've kind of gotten used to seeing them play. But yeah, there you go. You see Oldless creeping around in the hills just over the top. No shots coming in just yet, but that's something to maybe keep an eye on. Everybody else, for the most part, has found a place that they're pretty comfortable waiting for the next circle. with the exception of Four Nation. They're still making their way in from the north, but Oldless and Donkey Destroyer is such an interesting team to me because it's a team of guys that just enjoy playing together, right? They have fun playing together, and I know Oldless is not exactly every pro player's biggest. They're not huge fans of him, but Oldless, regardless, you can't deny the skill, man. He is a very good player and a very dangerous player to have on your doorstep.
See, it's safe for him to take shots now. Last time he took shots by himself, a full sandstorm landed on top of him. If he took those shots, he might have a sandstorm of bullets coming at him. Now we are going to have it up into the north. It does look like it's going to make 4NN's life a bit worse, but they're going to be coming in right back behind it. Really, you can kind of flow back in right behind the sandstorm and use it like a giant smoke wall to kind of creep in. And you can see that's what they're doing. They are losing some of the visibility over into the east, but off on the other side of that, Orion and really SZ haven't had that same information. So now they're going to try to squeeze in just a bit closer to this positional as, yep, Four Nation going to go ahead and take those shots and get pretty close to Orion, who's still also trying to just get a bit more comfy cozy and squeeze up next to each other.
Yeah, Four Nation came in yesterday and had a banger of a game. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go hard to the south. Immediately, you can see everybody off to the north getting into those vehicles and start to make their way down. Funny business, remember, they were overlooking Monte Nuevo. They sent Bunt and T-Sock over to this high ground spot, and they've got a great position in this new zone just by scouting out and slowly making their way over. So looking good for them. But yeah, a lot of teams, I don't think we're expecting this hard of a shift down south, Matt.
Man, just bait and switch coming up. Just terrible time for him. And remember, we did see Orion, Four Nation, and SZ very close to each other. They're trying to detangle. Donkey Destroyers just rolling up this hillside. They might find themselves with a friend that they do not want to have to contend with as close range as this. Alo prepped up and ready, but he is pretty isolated. He's going to go ahead and take the shots. Vehicle's going to be coming up. He's going to go down. Zubas is going to spot him out.
Oh, this is the wrong place at the wrong time. You hate to see something like that happen, especially to a player that has been popping off like Alo. But fortunately, he died post 10 minutes, so that's not a -3. Shout out Alo, fellow Alo fantasy owners. But the fun has not stopped just yet, as Sonic's now pushing in just below Donkey Destroyers. Not afraid to take those shots.
Wide wraps coming around, nobody really wanting to push through the middle because you can see how hard it is for them to deal with. Donkey Destroyers did manage to finish that pretty quickly. So Sonic's playing the low ground, not wanting to do too much more with it, as TG is going to spot out a bit more, as Bunt is going to go down and get eliminated, and it is now more and more of a problem that's starting to stack over here into the east, as really Rats are trying to move around LG and sneak by a bit of what's going on. Elevate as well. SZ did separate and they're making their way down, but the visibility in these valleys and looking up into everything, those guys trying to exploit it the best they can.
Yeah, man, I feel like Funny Business got a little greedy there. I mean, they've had this great high position near the center of the circle, great information gathering position, and they end up losing one just because they're continuing to rotate as well. Like, they're just not happy with where they're playing, so they're going to get a little bit closer to some more teams here as we check in on Elevate. A few shots being sent their way from Tilt Town, as Rats will lose Hello Senpai. A lot of teams just getting nickeled and dimed here by over rotations or just not being able to scout out where they want to go next.
Okay, I picked up Pixel on my fantasy team, and he's running the M249 again, which we saw yesterday. I'm loving everything that's happening in this situation. I hope it continues because everybody knows both of us kind of M249 aficionados, right?
Oh yeah, man. Accuracy through volume. That's what we always say, right? Like, you just you don't need to have great aim if you can just send 150 bullets down range at them. Here's Krakow gonna go down as well. Nice shots from Salty from the bridge. Four Nation getting taken a little bit by surprise there. Salty actually the trail end of this Sakura Sensen rotation. They've already lost one, and they've sent Hooligan, and I can't read who the third is. It looks like it's going to be He-Man. They've already sent him over, so that's a nice little pickup from Salty by just being patient and being slow.
I really like that play coming out from him, playing on the bridge, seeing if maybe they can pick up something. Plus, he also had vision to feed over if anybody was going to be rotating back on the duo. You can see he's already hopped in his vehicle. He's headed back down to the south, and he can potentially wrap through this one if he wants. That's going to put him near a friendly fire. The canal itself being its own problem, as we are going to shift back into the Valmar area.
Another hard shift, this time to the west. And again, funny business. Remember, they had that spot. They had the spot where Orion is now. Orion is just laughing as they just are able to pick up probably the best spot in the zone now for free. Train to go, trying to do a little bit of an emergency drop in the process. Retirement Homes Fizzle going to get a little bit too close to Sakura Zenson in the rotation. Sociopath, that's not where you want to break, man. And no, Hooligan is going to be right on top of that. Another point picked up for Sakura Zenson.
We see emergency pickups being a big factor, catching some air. TTG was trying to come into this, bypassed, drew a lot of the shots while the rotations were trying to come in the lower areas. Retirement Home Esports, though, just starting to roam through a no man's land of just terror. Even if they manage to get by this and they play inside this dip, whenever they stop, they're going to be hellaciously close to what we look at is going on with 4NN as well as Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire trying to regroup right now. Rats has already shifted down to the road itself. They're going to be coming in the southern area as well. There is not a lot of compression points that you can really play from, and so you can see Tilt Town making their way up this hillside. They're going to have LG right behind them.
I mean, right behind them too. And yeah, LG's going to stop and see if they can maybe pick off some free shots here, and it looks like they will. Tilt Town has basically put themselves in a sandwich here. BattleX will find Shinboy. Elevate in a lot of trouble now, as they were originally taking this fight with Mercy. It just took too long, and people are playing so weird in game number one here, Matt. They're making these wraps and rotations that you wouldn't really expect to see, but oh no, Mime. I think he's low enough. Okay, he's going to be fine. But Rajiwao going to find Gats, and that's going to leave Elevate down to just Vegas now, who will trade out Raji. LG, they are just perfectly content with sending Mime to Bulldog in and move people around while they watch from range. Oh, big grenade almost gets Joshy.
Ooh, Vegas, you can see just trying to navigate the chaos and sneak by, trying to be sneaky as possible. Does manage to get over here, kind of jump over a lot of the chaos that's going to be going on. LG, though, has to figure out how much of this they're wanting to go. Vegas actually going to do some harassment down in that picture there. But Luminosity trying to measure out how much of this that they want to push, as Tilt Town is going to find themselves in a bit more of an isolated firefight. And Mime trying to play the smokes the best he can. Does manage to get some high ground advantage into this one. If he can get a good wrap in, and he does manage to take down Sparta, and that's going to open up the door. That was right in the thick of all of this.
I tell you what, man, this is why LG picked up Mime. This is something that LG hasn't really had. It's not something that they've been lacking. I don't think their play style really catered to something like this. But now that they have it, now that they've got somebody like Mime who is more than happy to push forward, get in, play around the smokes, force people to leave their comfortable positions and expose themselves, they are looking fantastic. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Sonics, they're in a little bit of trouble. As Donkey Destroyers, they were holding the high ground, and now STK has found an angle from behind.
Yeah, and they're doing the harassment right up on top of Sonics as the circle has shifted this direction. Donkey Destroyer is getting a bit of a reprieve in all of this. LG also inside the circle, but Tilt Town, you can see they had to shift away from that LG firefight, now playing into the south. That means Soccer is going to be pretty close to them, but our Valdemar teams in a bit more of a, I guess, a sandwich situation, as they have to figure out how they're going to detangle 4NN with a road in front of them, Rats on the high ground, and let's not forget about Salty, still back there as well.
Jeez Louise, man. A hard shift south, followed by a hard shift west, and a hard shift east. Now kickstart the last one up here for Sonics. And Donkey Destroyers, they don't really want to mess with this. Kickstart's going to find one. And now Flood trying to take shots from range. Kickstart, he saw what Tiggleton did yesterday. He's like, I could do the same thing if I wanted to. But unfortunately for him, LG just being a pain in the butt right now won't allow him to do it. And you can see Snakers actually serving as the head guy this time. Mime trailing down on south to make sure nobody pushes behind him.
Just creeping right in. He's got the high ground defense back behind him. Snaker's not wanting the Sonics to pick up any more of these points if they can. Kickstart, though, running low, terribly low on ammo right now. Whenever I saw that Snaker's going to use that opportunity, exploit it. Sonic's going to get eliminated at range. It's going to be Oldless, because why not? Oldless manages to spot it out and what's going to be going on. While this is happening, don't forget about Shoot to Kill that we saw just a moment ago. They're making their way a bit more down the hillside to kind of get an idea of what's happening in this area, and might think about assaulting as well, as this has just gotten into be a valley versus hill firefight.
It's a nice grenade from Oldless. Those are hard mountaintop grenades to hit, and he puts it right in Kickstart's pocket. Now the rest of LG has joined. Looks like Mime pushing up here. They're going to wrap around on this northern side. STK, as you said, they're starting to creep in a little bit on that low side, but oh no, Donkey Destroyers. Oh, you're just going to be pulling, you're dropping right into their laps.
Oh, narrowly getting away with it, but Adam has the nades. He can try to prep these up. Can they get the shots? This is kind of an awkward position for STK to be playing from too. They know that they're in the open. They don't want to crest up on top of this. While this is happening, LG, here's the firefight. They're going to be able to walk down and just look at the fish in the barrel style situation. STK did manage to take out Donkey Destroyers, but now do they have time to reset before LG gets the angle? And I think they just narrowly do.
Oh, I mean, oh, yeah, man. LG really trying to put the situation together here. You got to decide. Remember, they can parachute down on top of this now, Matt, if they want to, but they've got the high ground. They're happy with that. Some shots coming in from range. I believe that was Orion, maybe from the western side of the circle. So LG, I think they're perfectly comfortable with where they're at right now, but they know exactly where STK is, and why not have another hard shift? Let's go back over to the west as Orion suddenly in great position here.
And Rats just down to the south of them. They've got that hillside, and that road just cuts right through everything. And that's going to make this kind of a two-sided fight with the valley being in the middle of everything. But notice how many of our teams are going to be playing to that southern corridor area. We've got Mercy that's going to be over there. Soccer that's going to be coming in. Friendly Fire that's starting to try to pick up a couple more kills as they're sitting at 4 right now. They do have, it's going to be Tilt Town and Vegas, who is still alive, that are going to be playing just that northeastern area around them. But really, it's the hillside that's going to be to the northwest that everybody has their eyes on that's playing to the south. They have to play this one real cautious because look at how open that becomes.
And once again, I mean, this was a story all throughout yesterday. Those guys just in perfect position. And, you know, a little bit of circle luck, sure, but they're getting it again here today. Now, the question is, can they get more points off of it today than they did yesterday? Because yesterday, I gotta say, they got gifted a lot of beautiful opportunities, and they didn't really capitalize on it as much as I think they might have been able to. And I think Lemon Squeezy kind of alluded to that in his closing end of day interview. So, gonna keep an eye on those guys today, see if they play a little bit more aggressive here in the late game.
Oh, BB, this is not the best for you. Does spot them out, tries to go for the shots, eats a face full of bullets. He's going to go down. I also want to point out, look at that leaderboard and how compacted it is. We're going to be talking about the top 8 quite a bit. We're at 38 for Rats, 39 for TT, but Elevate at 40 right now. So much of that hinges on what Vegas is doing, just trying to cling to life. He's going to have Tilt Town that's getting closer and closer to him by the second. But every single bit of every point that he can manage to squeeze out from that position would be massive for his squad.
Be huge. And same for Funny Business right now, is they desperately need to climb this leaderboard here a little bit. Tilt Town will get eliminated there by a combination of Mercy and Rats, as the southwest or southeast rather of this circle is still a little bit compacted. Sakura Zenson He-Man will find Raji. That's going to be it for him. Sneak Attack still alive, but it looks like he has been spotted out. They also have Seifu. I can provide them a little bit of support, but now that Sakura Zenson has given up the ghost, Mercy has them surrounded. They're just gonna have to make the push here. Sneak Attack with the M249, not getting the knock. Hooligan, good eye on him, was ready and waiting, will find the knock, will find the flush, and now Seifu is just hiding behind here. Oh, it's going to be the grenades, isn't it? It's always the grenades. One will hit, the second one won't. He'll get the flush, get the point, and get the hell out of there. As, oh, there you go. Hooligan going to go down as well. Nicely done by Seifu. Pick up another point or 2 for Mercy.
Just trying to hold it together there as LG was kind of caught up in watching an STK rotation as the circle does go a bit more centered, finally deciding that it was done with some hard shifting, and STK going to try to exploit that as well as those guys in the lower ground position. Friendly Fire, though, has got to make some desperation moves, and they already made them. They shifted from that southern area. They're just trying to make the run in. The Molotov lands right up on top of him. That's going to be bad for Roth. He's going to go down. Pixel now surrounded by enemies. LG on the opposing hilltop taking shots into him, and he's not even inside the circle right now. You can see both Rats and Friendly Fire trying to figure out, okay, we've got to take a second. We've got to write this. And Orion has a second to try to exploit that, but can they get there in time to do something?
Oh, they're pushing. They're doing exactly what they should be doing. They're getting over there as quickly as possible. Looks like Friendly Fire will get that res. They're back up to 2 strong. Babbler already there. Will he spot him out? Yes, he will. Roth going to go down. Pixel already back inside the compound. He's going to find both of the Rats. 249 on display for Pixel.
Now, what can you do? He spots out what's going to be going on in front of him. Does get another knock. Pixel just trying to get as many points as he can from this stage. He's got LG that's taking shots at him, and he's entirely surrounded by Orion. The zone is coming in right now. This is going to be even more problematic for Orion. They want to get down this hillside. They want to get to some form of safety, and now they know they've got a guy with a massive cannon back behind them just waiting to rip them apart. They can't afford to make the move yet.
And it looks like they either they don't have or they're not willing to use any offensive utility to really dig him out of there. The smoke's just putting everything on pause for now. Pixel, he's more than happy to wait and see what happens. He's down to about half HP. I think that might have been the result of a Molotov. Red Rider peeking, jump peeking. Oh, there you go. Good job from Orion. Once those smokes cleared, to make sure that they did not take any more trades in that. They do lose RJX, but they do have a great position now here on the western side of the circle, Matt.
Ooh, but they've got to be careful. LG has a hilltop opposing them with a bit more of a high ground advantage onto them. So looks like it's not going to be as comfortable as they want it. They're trying to make a bit of a move down that hillside. It's going to be Babbler going in front. The rest going to be coming up right back behind them. But see, it's going to be constant harassment coming out from LG. The couple of moves that Orion could have made before this, whenever LG was distracted, is gone. Now nothing else is really moving inside the circle except for Orion. But oddly enough, those guys have a defensive line back in and are kind of defending Orion, taking the shots into LG.
Yeah, the one thing that they've got going for them is they've got this Murano. They have a vehicle. They can try to find somewhere to play here. You have to assume that they know, or at least are assuming that that compound is occupied where those guys are. Not really wanting to make that push if they don't have to, and they don't. They have a nice rock here that they can play for now, but those guys have been sitting here waiting for this opportunity. Doc Geo puts the grenade right in their pocket. Flood will help the rest, and that is it for Orion.
All right, well, you got your kills. Now you're going to have to make a move. LG still up on top of that hillside. Also, remember, we have Funny Business that's over there next to STK, and they're in a bit of an awkward standoff, very, very close to each other. And outside that, our fifth team is still Vegas, clinging to life over there, just kind of figuring out a way to see if he can kind of creep in. A lot of that is going to hinge on how TG manages to move, though.
Look, never forget Tego yesterday. Vegas managed to snake out a second place finish for Elevate on that map. Managed to get a few kill points to go along with it just by being a very sneaky survivalist here, as we're calling them survivalists now. We don't call them snakes or rats. He's surviving. He's getting points, making money for the boys.
He is surviving. Maybe he'll be able to afford shoes one day.
One day.
I love how there's still all the conversations around shoes and whatnot. Vegas, your little hidey hole is a problem until I guess TG makes their move. But the problem with that is TG they swooped in just down below everything, and this is a really clean reposition, given the amount of angles that could have been firing at them. LG doesn't really have the cleanest way to attack this, and now it's just kind of them and shoot to kill in this low ground position that's going to be very hazardous for either one to make a move from.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a game of chicken between LG and those guys to see who was going to make the move first. LG don't necessarily have to go anywhere just yet, but again, as you said, that high ground is Good night, sweet prince. That high ground is starting to go away for LG, and now they are on the move, and instead of taking it to those guys, they're going to send it right above STK and right on the other side of Funny Business. So right now, this is actually a really nice spot for LG, unless Funny Business just has a boatload of grenades, which it looks like they might. Being real slow about it, at least.
Realize the fact that TG could kind of creep their way up a bit. So I love the fact that Mime kind of bisected into this, stopped Doc so that way he couldn't make any form of move. Now we've got LG playing right on that cliff facing, and with the way that the rocks have lined up, they really can't see what's going on with Funny Business, right? So this is just going to allow Purdy to make a desperation push over there. You can see the fact that he's got himself, he's got the Panzerfaust just ready to go, but the angle isn't going to be provided. The high ground doing too much damage.
They have no idea how close he is. Oh my God, if Purdy Curdy, he is begging his guys to give him cover fire right now so that he can sneak up to him. You see he had the Panzerfaust in hand. I want to see it so bad. He is going to come around that corner and just Pouncer Faust the absolute hell out of those guys. And I'm absolutely here for it. Kurt just holding the line for the time being right now. Doc Geo holding the high side for those guys as well. And I'm not sure if LG realized, there it is. Oh, he got one. No, he didn't get, he got one with the Molotov, and then he just got, damn it, Kurt. You had it. You had it. He wussed out on the push.
To be fair, though, him just staying into that position is still highly beneficial. He can step back away. TG has to make a move into the circle itself, so he can just line up, hope the fact that he gets some assistance, but it looks like TG is going to say, you know, I'm kind of done being on the east side of this road. I'm going to try to see if maybe I can make a bit more of a play on the opposing side of it. As LG, this is just such an awkward standoff. If you look at that mini-map, they are so close to each other. They've got FB that's just right up on top of them. They've got STK that they're on top of, and it is just such a precarious position to be holding right now. As if Doc decides to make a big play into this, it could just be the catalyst to go have everything go ham up here.
I'm actually really surprised that Chad was able to make his way across the street and hit that rock and stay alive for right now. That is him just being there and being alive is a threat to everything that STK has going on here. And is Purdy Curdy out of meds? I think he might be. He's just been sitting on low health there. As Flood will find Chad from the high ground, maybe peeking just a little bit too much there for Chad, but Doc Geo will return the favor, and Mime will do the same, covering for his boy. But this is all great news for Funny Business, as they're just still holding on to that high ground here.
Okay, now it's going to be Purdy in the low ground. Thought he had an opportunity to move forward, try to go for a flush. He got spotted out. And so now it kind of continues becoming problems in this low ground TG situation to work around, as they are inside the circle, but they've got the backs of the wall, and everybody is just getting picked apart. It is just Lemon Squeezy, the one that didn't send it over into the west. But not enough of a catalyst really in this hillside firefight yet, as FB now being a bit more of a beneficiary of Doc Geo going down. They can stretch out and they can start to kind of force and corral LG's movements to be much more focused on this hillside.
I mean, the dot has to be on the low ground, doesn't it? I'm actually not sure. Like the middle of this circle, it feels like, is kind of on that cliff edge, maybe just a little bit below, but it doesn't matter. Snaker is going to find the toesies of Tater. He's going to find Tater's beans, and he's going to find another one. T-Sock tries to be the aggressor, and Snaker's not having any of it. That AUG just singing for him right now. Keegan will win the 1v1 against Flood, but Snaker should be able to turn this around, as he's just hiding inside the smoke for the time being.
A lot of conversation going on around Mime, all this other stuff. Snaker says, don't forget about me. I got tons of work that I can put up here. Now, just looking into a high ground LG, into two members of STK. You kind of asked about the rocks. I think it's kind of on that upper outcropping. I'm not 100% certain. The center dot.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close to Adam. Can't manage to make it safety. So now numbers definitely favoring LG. They realize they can bully their way through it, but they have got to be careful. Taking just a little bit too much of an overstep just kind of presents them right up on top for Penta. Penta spots it. He does get the knock onto one. Spots out what's going on with Mime. Rillo on the opposing side. Does Mime know what's happening? Information's going to get fed over. Quick pop off on that one is Penta going for the flashbang. Reads it. Knows where they're at. Going to try to go for the step around. Gets the knock onto one. Penta trying to clutch this one up. He wants to slam the door shut, and he does.
You cannot let Penta get away with that unbelievable clutch performance from shoot to kill. Luminosity. Wow. I mean, look, I understand they're in the lead. STK is in the lead. Luminosity, they're at the top of the leaderboard. What do they got to lose? Why not send them for a 4v1? But Penta up to the challenge.
That was such a hard fight to try to contend with, especially if you think about shoot to kill's positioning on this. They were just, look at what they were clinging to life on right now. That wall has been their safety for so long. So just trying to lean into that and having to just go off of ears of what's happening in the firefights above you, that was just so well read. And again, such a smart team and knows how to play that advantage.
It felt like LG were trying to get everybody down there at the same time, and for whatever reason, the timing was just off. and Penta was in the perfect position to take complete advantage of that miscommunication, that mistiming, and that flash was just chef's kiss. I mean, that was perfect. Did everything it needed to be done.
I mean, it was just so ridiculously strong, so well executed through the entirety of that. I mean, it did get a little bit nerve-wracking at different times. Let's be honest on that one. But just as you're going through all of this, remember that if you are enjoying everything that's going on while we are on Miramar right now, it is a good time to re-explore what's going on with Erangel Enhanced with new features and so much more. Make sure you go in, drop into Erangel now, because there is an absolute party waiting to happen. And speaking of parties, man, we got a lot of games to go through, Poro. I know we're going to take a quick break, run down everything that happened inside this last game, and we will be back in just 1 minute. Taking just a little bit too much of an overstep, just kind of presents them right up on top for Penta. Penta spots it. He does get the knock onto one. Oh no! Rillo on the opposing side. Does Mon know what's happening? Information's gonna get fed over. Quick pop off on that one is Penta going for the flashbang. Reads it. Knows where they're at. Gonna try to go for the step up. Gets the knock onto one. Penta trying to clutch this one up. He wants to slam the door shut, and he does.
Welcome back to PAS2, where legends are born and stories are told. My name is Toppies. I'm here with Porosaurus, Matchman, Mustache Dave, and the end of that game was all about Penta getting 4 kills to crush Luminosity's spirit. I don't even understand. You Poro Matchup, you guys were there. Explain what happened to me.
You want to know what happened? You want to know what happened? Luminosity signed Uncle Rico, and they threw that game over that mountain over there, because that was just the worst timing on a push on a single solo player with 4 guys up that I think I've ever seen in my life. That was just awful. All credit to Penta, but in LG, they're a great team. But that was a throw. That was a huge throw.
Penta played that really clean. He knew where the drops were going to be coming in. You could see he was already prepped and waiting, looking up for them the moment they reveal themselves. The flashbang. I mean, it's just like every single time you start talking about somebody on SDK like Halo, close range god, Penta's just like, hey, don't forget about me. I'm here, and I'm going to be going for all 5 kills every single time.
It was beautiful. Honestly, the fact that he dropped down and then still had that one little utility left that made the difference. That flash was awesome. In fact, let's go back and watch it again, because it's time, baby, for the highlights. No, we got to watch it.
Oh, I love highlights, but that's an all-time low light from LG, man. Like that. Oh, it's just it's hurting me. It's hurting me. Like, why wouldn't they? We'll get to it later. But they started off so great. This was such an awesome fight against Tilt Town. We got a chance to see what Mime is now bringing to the table for LG, being that bulldog, kind of that pushing in and playing around the smokes and forcing people around. That was good stuff from LG at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, LG just really reading the zones. Remember, Poro, you were chatting about the hard shift after hard shift, and they were just able to survive, and they were still putting in some really good numbers. And I gotta say, this event so far, yesterday, today, we're seeing a lot of like solo play mechanics come through, and I'm loving it, man. The mechanics from some of these veteran players. We saw Snowbird yesterday, Tiggleton with the back-to-back solo team fights, and now we got Penta here today with the squad wipe. And in Vegas, of course. Listen, that was intentional, denying the point right there.
I feel like he thought he was gonna stop like 3 times.
You gotta try to mountain goat. You know, he did. He tapped his feet. His little tootsies were swinging back and forth. I think it was more of I'm hoping to get the parachute, and it did not work out. Now here we go. Penta, here it is. Sets up the flash. Last one he's got in his pocket. Sets it off. Here you can see the hands up over the faces, and he just gets the peek. Oh, it's so hot. There it is. There's nothing
That's
you can
going
do.
on Twitter, man.
Nothing
That's
you
a
can do.
highlight montage right there.
And it was because the blue was closing. Penta had them lined up. And I think this, like you said, it just came down to hubris from Luminosity. They thought there's 4 of us. There's 1 of him. It's just Penta. And he said, haha, it's just Penta with utility. And that is a very different Penta to deal with in that situation. So they came out and made a great play. Now, I know you guys want the scoreboard. I am going to tell you real quick, just to give you some numbers. Shoot to Kill came out with 19 points off the back of that game to continue to push that lead up the board. But the thing that I loved, Dave, was Elevate, Orion, Funny Business, those guys. These are all chase teams, and they all finished in the top 7 and put up big numbers to sort of get themselves moving up that list.
Yeah, very important call out right there. These bottom teams who desperately need these points having a really strong game, number 1. Now, Orion, we did see them, in my opinion, taking a long time on that west side trying to flush out Pixel, and that kind of bit them in the butt when they had to rotate. So hopefully they can tighten that up a little more. But Toppies, another thing that's starting to concern me, though, if Shoot to Kill, if they continue with their momentum, I got the momentum here. That's not a good thing for these teams on the hunt, because they're just soaking up the points that these bottom teams need to capitalize on.
I disagree. I think if STK's in first, any point they soak is a point that you don't have to try to get back, because it's going to a team that's already qualified. I don't know, man. If they go out there and they kill some bangers, there's still points up there. It's not going to a team that's trying to qualify.
I feel like it's so clustered in that top, like in that cusp area, trying to make it into the top 8. I feel like a point here or there could be problematic. Like, think about if Vegas manages to pick up like an extra kill inside of that game just because of the fact of what could have happened. You know, there's going to be a lot of could have, would haves, and should haves, right?
Now, could have, would have, should have. Hopefully, looking forward, some things change in this map, because Poro, we had crazy shifts on every single one, right? South, west, east, west, and then we had 2 full-blown sandstorms during those rotations. Can a team just write that one off and be like, hey man, this was just a wild game?
That's pretty rough. I mean, honestly, no, not on that game. That circle, the circle one, everything was 100% playable. It's in a part of the map that everybody knows extremely well. I think there was a few teams. Honestly, I was telling Matt, I think that there was a few teams that played that really, really badly, and I don't know why. And I don't know if it's just trying something different, trying something to try to just open up a part of the map that maybe they weren't expecting, or I don't know. I just that first game felt messy from a lot of teams.
You saw the advertisement for Chicky Wings. Don't forget, you can head over to KFC, use that app, and order up some really cool skins right now. But if we're talking about getting that chicken dinner, it's time to see who gets it. Game number 2, PAS 2, final day of play, Porosaurus and Batra.
We got the plane path going over Pozo, and it is a mostly eastern plane path, just kind of cutting directly across, going all the way over just south of Azahar, kind of pretty much along that whole truck stop style position. This is going to be a very northern-based game given the plane path, and I think that all of the players after that last game are going to be happy about it.
Yeah, man. I honestly, I'd like to see something up north. We've had all our games kind of be in the south side. This time is Bunt. Sparta. Maybe. Nope. Never mind. All right. Bunt will survive to fight another day. And there you go. El Azahar in the dead center of C1. Love to see it. Maybe actually see some truck stop play. Come on, Tater. What are you doing? He just ran over Keegan.
Well, looking into this one is gonna go ahead and load him up. The ride of shame, essentially put him in the back of it while he's still knocked, and he just gets to kind of watch as they run to safety. This is a circle that we talk about quite a bit. As you said, Azahar is right in the middle of it, so we've got the Death Star Trench that's going to be cutting in. Truck Stop already getting some attention from Elevate, which I think is a good play. I really like Truck Stop and the way that it's lined up inside of the circle, and it's going to deny a lot of potential rotations, but there's also going to be, you can't really quite see it, but the back behind where we have the gameplay going on right now, there's kind of like this parabola that comes out of the map itself and eats up a lot of space over in that eastern area. So this circle is going to be quite small by the way it's all going to lock in together. I mean, you got Campo Militar and stuff like that up to the north, but nobody's going to really want to lean into that northern Badland area.
Sorry, I'm still just shook over your usage of the word parabola. I don't know if the last time I heard that, I think I was in junior high. I don't even remember what it means.
A curvy thing.
Know. There we go. Curvy thing. All right, I can do that. Curvy thing's easy. I'm also interested to see, we got the so you still have Death Valley, but now we've got a cable that stretches from one side to the other on the eastern side of El Azahar. Not that El Azahar ever sees any play, but now it possibly could because there is that cable. So I don't know.
And it's actually in a very good position for a rotation as well. Whenever it's got those oil derricks that are right next to it that you can kind of go up into crash vehicles. And then you get, I won't say a safe rotation, but it's definitely safer than probably trying to drive across what could be a late game open in the area. A lot of commitment you can see coming out from these teams. I love the fact that we're keeping the map up for just a second to show that everybody that is around this area looted fast and they said, let's get center on this because this is going to just get wild real quick.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've been watching PUBG for any amount of time competitively, you know that anytime circles get up around this area, that valley, that Death Valley around El Azahar is a huge part of this whole. Oh, Babbler. Okay, he's got protection from RJX, so he's gonna be okay. He can just be in his flipped vehicle and live his best life. But yeah, no, the whole map gets split in half essentially by this El Azahar trench, and you're kind of left with a early game decision. Do we play north side? Do we play south side? Or if you're a team like Elevate, you can try to play for both.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's a choice, and I respect the idea behind what they're trying to do. There is a lot more rotation options over here now that we do kind of have that southern road that comes out of Azahar. You know, it kind of cuts back in around the truck stop area. That makes a bit more of a viability than what we used to see in trying to rotate into that area. So it's not the worst play. My worry about it is about the cluster of teams that are going to want to play to that northern truck stop area and having just a duo there.
Yeah, they're going to have to peacock pretty hard here, and they'll actually have to. What it's going to be is they need to be very well aware of what's pushing in, and they have to have a very good understanding of when they want to leave. They don't want to stay too long if they start to get pressed really hard. But again, this is Elevate. I mean, these guys, they know what they're doing. I mean, they're no longer the cadets, right? They are grown players now. We can no longer consider them the children. They are experienced, they are veterans, and they are wily, if nothing else.
So what, does that make them officers now? Like, what's the grown-up version of cadet? I guess
Yeah,
that would
why
be
not?
it.
I guess we'll say, yeah, well, I'm down with that. Let's call them the officers.
Yeah. You can see that we are getting a bit of a squabble over there in the west at the end of the trench that's coming out of Azahar itself. That's a very popular location for a lot of these teams to try to play from. It's going to be Donkey Destroyers that are kind of holding that down. Sonic's making a rotation back behind that one's not going to be the worst. But look at the amount of teams right now that are rotating up into the north.
Yeah, a lot of teams going for the north side, and I can't say I blame them. That's you kind of assume that the north side is probably going to be the weaker of the two when you're looking at this circle. But even LG and Sonic's taking a really long time to rotate this time around, given this circle. We already touched on it. Right now, the trend seems to be getting on the move, getting looted up, and getting out of your drop spot and making your way to the circle pre 5 minutes. And here we are going into minute 7, and they're just now kind of finding their spot to play. So that's just kind of an additional thing that goes to show you how difficult this circle really is.
Well, what concerns me as we're looking into this is we do have it is going to be Funny Business, Still Town, Soccer Zinzin, as well as Foreign Nation, all rotating into the north. To the south, we've got, I would say, a griefable situation that could be happening as Friendly Fire is going to be running right in between the caravan of Shoot to Kill, and that could be a problem for them if they're not too careful.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens there. Is, yep, Adam's going to get spotted out. Penta just moving on, but it looks like Penta will survive. But that's, again, this is now 2 games in a row that Shoot to Kill have lost somebody very early on in rotation. Game 1, it was Alo. This time it's going to be Adam. But a nice point picked up for Friendly Fire. They need him as well. I mean, you talked about it. You kind of belabored the point, really, how much they need to find success here and secure that top 8 spot. As well, it wouldn't be PUBG with Oldless if it wasn't Oldless sneaking up behind some other team right now.
It's as tale as Oldless's time.
Oh, God.
I know, Toffees. I did that one for you.
I gotta deal with both of y'all now.
All right. Well, we got Donkey Destroyers in that position you're talking about. Snowbird out in the desert right now, not wanting to do too much more out of it. But
this isn't Donkey Destroyers. This is Oldless.
It's true.
Rest of his team, they're off playing the game. Oldless is doing his thing here.
Gotta keep that KD up, man. Gotta keep that KD up. Find a way to get kills early. Sneaks up, gets the spray into it, and he steals that one and runs away.
Oh, God. This is why one of the many reasons that players just hate Oldless. He is just always in a place where you don't expect him to be, and he is just he's gonna get that kill and get that point. It looks like he was getting shot at too, but for the most part, it looks like he's been able to survive. At least he hasn't gone down in the kill feed. So we check Sakura Zensen going way around Campo Militar and avoiding Funny Business, but Funny Business kind of have a big wide split going of their own here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how people are approaching this. It was no surprise that a lot of people going center inside of it. The tail end teams are kind of not finding the biggest success and kind of prodding in, mostly because of the fact that the teams that kind of, I guess, were the third wave, the ones that are playing that 3/4 of the way out inside the circle, are a lot more separated, and that's kind of led to an awkward line of defense. In this case, it's going to be Funny Business that's kind of lined in, and Sakura Zensen doesn't have the easiest of pathing, doesn't want to commit into Tierra Blanca because they're coming into this so late.
Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know if somebody took a shot at Sakura's ensign or if they just spotted something out, but they stopped down to take a few shots here at Tater and Keegan, and it looks like they'll be able to avoid it for now. The circle will pop, and we are going to go north of El Azhar, so all those teams that were expecting a southern shift, they're going to have to get back on the move, and that's some big hitters in there. Sonics, LG, Friendly Fire all have to make their move up.
This has created an odd wall as well for everybody that is over to the west, where we can see Orion, Donkey Destroyer, Sonics, TTG, LG, all these guys, Friendly Fire that's going to be coming in late. Now they're going to have to figure out how they're going to wrap through. But with this, Rats has already kind of taken the initiative. They've shifted more into this eastern line. If they choose to kind of stop on the wall, kind of close to where STK is, it's going to make it extremely difficult for rotations to be coming in. And just to make matters worse, LG even has a sandstorm that's right on top of them at the time trying to make this rotation.
Yeah, I was going to say the sandstorm covering the southern side of this circle, not really doing any favors to our rotating teams. And you can see Sonics there just on the back side of it, taking a few shots down into the valley towards Train to Go. LG making their way for the new road, as you said, the road that kind of goes from that truck stop into El Azhar. They're taking their time with it, though. They're being slow. They're scouting out. They're not overextending any further than they really feel they need to. Now, does that mean they'll stay on this southern side now that they are inside the zone, or do you try to commit to crossing early?
I don't know. I kind of like what we see Friendly Fire doing. If you guys can see it on the map, they're moving more into where they have that crossable position from. You know, they're just going to try to use the rail system to try to get themselves across it. No surprise, we're also seeing a couple of commitments into Azahar. That's the best of a bad situation kind of thing to do here. So TTG going to navigate that just in time as LG is starting to try to fortify the top of that hillside. This is almost all of our teams playing to the south. I mean, there are, yes, about 5 to 6 that are playing up into the north, but keep in mind that means that the other 2/3 of the lobby is all within about a kilometer of each other.
You did just get a brief look at Elevate there. Shout out to them. They had that 2-2 split, 2 on the north, 2 on the south. They managed to get everybody back up. And Keegan gonna find Zico. Krako gonna take the trade though. Tater will find Dangyo. Mafo will find Tater. Krako will find Keegan. And the trades are coming fast and furious, but the rest of the boys, Funny Business, have now arrived. T-Sock and Bunt already taking shots from the back of the buggy. Tater will get flushed out. Funny Business now completely focused on this. T-Sock leading the charge with the Panzer Faust. Will do some damage, but won't get the knock. Will find it into Krako. Will get the flush onto Dangyo as well. And Mafu now the last one alive. Clean up from Funny Business. They lose 2 in the process, but they do pick up 4 very much needed points.
Say it's all about the Fast and the Furious inside of that one, and that was all about getting some vengeance for the family, making a quick rotation, trying to make sure that they can get the most to exploit everything out of that one. The timing on it was almost dangerous, but they do manage to sneak it through. Rats, they do have themselves some high ground to play from, but you can see not necessarily the easiest to contend with. They also do have some low ground, as Finna has kind of snuck his way over into that northeastern area. This is a very defendable southern, I guess, eastern drop that's going to happen out of this one, as Friendly Fire are going to use that same hillside to be their way to kind of sneak into the circle.
I don't know if Friendly Fire spotted out Cowboy, but you talked about the fact that they were kind of posting up around that crossing line, and Cowboy's got that thing camped. And either Friendly Fire spotted that out and they said, you know what, we're not going to mess around with that. Let's just go ahead and wrap around up here before we have to deal with any of that Cowboy nonsense. But now they're gonna have to deal with it anyway, because the circle has popped and it is going to center up, not maybe just a little off center of El Azhar, but Sonics like what they see. They're going to send it right into the city.
This is a really weird circle, because often we see a lot of the shifts kind of lean a bit more to the west or into the north. Azahar still being so centered eats up a lot of the playable territory, but also with the way that these hills have lined up, there's a lot of just different corridors for fighting that makes for some separation. You can lean in and you can see those guys just sneaking right past. They managed to get through, I think, about 4 teams that could have had vision on them in any other circle that would have been like this, just using those hillsides to get into position. Doesn't mean the fact that landfall is going to be comfortable for them, as you can see now that they've had to stop. They're going to have to contend with that. But now we're getting kind of a northeastern hillside fight. We're getting an urban fight. There's a potential of us having just kind of a western fight as well. And then we still have kind of this thing that's going on over to the east of Azahar where Rats is.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Those guys, the timing of their rotation worked out in such a way that nobody that had the high ground around them was really set up to do any camping, any strong camping anyway. They took a few shots, obviously, but nothing too terribly serious until they got into El Azhar, and Sonics were already kind of looking in that direction. Meanwhile, Rats, Friendly Fire, Finna gonna get taken down by Sharpshot to start things off, but this is one of those long building pushes, Matt. One of those things that we hate so much. They're so difficult to play around. And you see Hello Senpai and Cowboy on your mini map. They're starting to find angles, but they're not really pushing down over here to help.
While this is happening, Rats did have to shift their attention over here like you were talking about. LG used that opportunity to sneak through. Yeah, perfect. Rats, you're just gonna do what you can do from this. Despoon, very, very isolated in this. Finna did get kind of flushed out, and Cowboy is on the outskirts of this, up on top of that hill, still wanting to defend it up, and it's led to what was a very good defended position. Friendly Fire just kind of kept scouting, and then realized the moment that they wanted to pounce, and just exploited this perfectly.
Yeah, Despoon laying the smokes, just slowing things down while Hello Senpai was able to get up here and provide some support. And it looks like he's going to be able to get on out of that. Nice grenade from Hello Senpai. Falling right down on a Sharpshot. Had that high ground, had that roof covered. And now, okay, you get that initial knock, and Rat's starting to look a little bit more friendly here.
There is no other firefight that could really happen. As maybe Soccer might be able to see something, but not too much. And yeah, it's going to be Rats just going back, getting a bit of vengeance in it, finding some stuff that's going to be going
They don't know
forward
about Pixel.
Yeah, and it's just a slow roll with this one. LG hears this, and they actually might be thinking about backstabbing this as Flood is shifting back over here as well. The longer this fight goes on, the kind of worse it is for Rats.
Pixel striking at the perfect time will find Hello Senpai. He had that nice little flanking position, but it's down to just Pixel and Paige. Paige has the rooftop there. Pixel flush out Hello Senpai. Cowboy very low to Spoon. Well, you're back in the long building, I guess, or you did so much to escape it. You see Cowboy still with that high ground, but as you said, LG starting to creep up right behind him. Not sure how much longer he's going to be for it.
The longer this goes on, the biggest beneficiary out of this is going to be LG.
Oh, Lemon Squeezy.
Full regrouping into it. And Lemon Squeezy, dude, he's just putting in some work right now. Sonic's in trouble. Just Tiggleton, the last one up. And this is a full-on sandwich over here, man. Like, we've got TTG that's over here. Don't forget about Retirement Home Esports that can still play in the upper area just on the hillside to the west of them. But it looks like they're going to be going for a bit more of a compound reposition on it. So while Tig does have some time to breathe, it's the pathing to get where he needs to go is just nigh impossible.
Man, Sonic's kind of getting dismantled a little bit there, but a combination of Train to Go and those guys, and probably Retirement Home Esports with the oversight might have had some influence on that as well. As Tig just going to hold down the strong position for the time being. All that gunfire you hear in the background.
I couldn't tell if FB did an emergency pickup or if they just jumped off of something high there for a second. I just saw some parachutes pop out from them as they moved in from there, but it looks like they managed to kind of sneak their way in. Nobody really in front of them as LG, you can see, has moved into that firm defensive line. It's like, no, Rats, Friendly Fire, we want you to die.
Yeah, LG just kind of in a perfect position here to clean up what's left. The Spoon's already been taken down. Paige does manage to escape as the last surviving member of Friendly Fire. May actually survive a little bit longer because Sakura Zensen is all split up and spread out and looking off to points west. So Paige might be able to survive a little bit longer as Donkey Destroyers 3 deep in the UAS, looking at the high ground here, looking to see what the next spot might be to play. There really isn't a whole lot over there on that western side.
Yeah, the hillsides are going to be where a lot of our focus is going to shift as these firefights inside of the compounds are going to get a bit more chaotic. Donkey Destroyers, though, with this, they're going to get a lot more vision, not inside the circle, but you can see everybody is just kind of maneuvering in front of them. They're realizing the fact that, okay, we were thinking about going back over to that open area to the north, but that would have just been a straight kill box for them to move into where Elevate was going to be in position. Instead, it's just going to be full-on run and gun, run their way down here, jump out right in front of Retirement Home Esports, who shifted over into this position, trying to go for a knock early. Once they crest up this hillside, it's going to get hazardous. They do manage to spot out, and they do get the knock on the first one.
Big shots from Pat, but he's going to take enough damage to go down to the blue in the process. So Cerberus and Oldless, they're on the clock now. Retirement home, they are spread so wide that it's just too difficult for Donkey Destroyers to pin down where everybody is. And now Oldless, the last one up, staying alive just by lying prone. So Retirement home, actually, I'm not sure who's shooting at them. Was it those guys? Was it Elevate? I'm not sure. Somebody was forcing them somewhere.
It was TTG taking shots at those guys who were trying to wrap into the north, and they had to slam on the brakes and stop, and now they've shifted back over to Mercy, so that's getting more problematic. Oldless is still just kind of hunkered in, just full-on defensive mode. Okay, I'm here now. You're stuck with me. If you're going to ruin my game, I'm going to survive for as long as possible. Try to ruin yours. We know the fact that this guy can fight by himself. We saw it just a second ago, but how big of a problem can he be? As even if he wins this firefight, he still has to go, what, about 200 meters into the circle, and it's already going to be Elevate prepping out for what's going to be happening next. Instead, I would be surprised if he's just trying to pick up some of these kill points and finish it out.
And it looks exactly like what he's going to do, and he hears the UAZ cranking right now, or the Bronco rather. We'll take a few shots just before they get out of range. A few more, maybe. Not going to find it, not going to get it. He's going to force him down the hill at least, as Tiggleton off in the background. You can see the last ready play for Sonics. He's like, yeah, I don't really want a part of this. I'll take out an 8 though. Why not? And yeah, there you go. Oldless will get spotted out by Morns as Tig, solo Tig, on display yet again here in day number 2. We saw him pretty much run the table yesterday.
I mean, he actually has an opportunity. It's just Morns that's up in front of him. The last one that's up. Orion is moving into Elevate's hillside position, and so that's going to distract some of Elevate. Tiggleton and Morns both now going to have a chance to go for an approach into this one. LG going to continue their defensive line down in the southeast. Ooh. That pretty much gives them all control over that area.
Yeah, they lose Rello in the process, though. That's unfortunate for them. They still remain 3 up, and they have, as you said, pretty much control over the south now, as Tig still hunting, still looking around. He just wants to make sure he's not going to get stabbed in the back when he goes for this push on the Morns. Aug in hand, we'll spot him out. Easy knock, easy kill. And that's 4 kill points now picked up for Tig. What else can he get for the boys before eventually going down?
Well, I think that Punaj heard that fight, but I don't know how much commitment that we're going to see going into it. He's eyeing that. Tig has a couple options that he can work with. He does have to be cautious. He can move himself back into LG sight lines, but LG is really focused on containing what's going on with Mercy and TTG. TTG still needs to move into this next circle, and the way that this is lined up, even going to have a crate land right up on top of him to give him just that extra bit of a push into the end game.
Oh, geez, now taking shots over towards Mercy as well. And he'll actually get a kill. He'll get another kill point for himself. Why not? He's taking some damage for the blue zone. He finds Snakers. No, Tiggleton.
Damage done.
The shots are coming back at him, though. But yeah, okay, that'll do it for him. Raid boss down once again.
And that was enough of a distraction with now seeing the crate come in, landing over here. Those shots, that knock. Now Mercy gets a chance to move into the circle as well.
Boy, yeah, I think Mercy maybe became the biggest beneficiary of that whole thing. Tig kind of saving them a little bit here. Is Mime now, 2 big shots into Salty, and Salty just said, okay, I'm just going to stop moving. Let me just go prone.
Okay,
I don't want to do anything anymore.
I'm just going to hang out over here as the Sakura team still needs to make their way. Sakura Zinsen is not inside the circle, and their pathing into this is not the best. And you can see that's one of the reasons they're kind of leaning into the shack. Salty's position not even being in the zone. LG realized the fact that, okay, Mercy probably used this opportunity to move in. It's going to be a lot on Mime to kind of focus in what's going on with Salty. The other members, though, on LG are trying to set up a bit more of a defensive line. Mercy, they're running a 2-2 split. Looks like they're trying to line into this and find out where they might find some vulnerabilities in this LG defense.
Well, the vulnerabilities right there is Salty just repositioned slightly outside of that shack and managed to get the knock on a Mime with the Bolty. And they're going to use that as an opportunity to get on out of there. Unfortunately for Flood, he's going to get taken by surprise by the low flank from Mercy. Mime back down again, and Snakers are going picked off as well. Mercy now 9 kills, and they are sweeping around on this southern side.
Mercy pleased right now as they did that. That was a good execution. That was a good read on how to assault in. They exploited the opportunity that was presented by them. Sakura Zinsen wanting to try to do a similar pathing into it, but Lucid not really paying too much. Not also.
Salty.
Yep. Gonna go ahead and hit in, but wow, that spin back around coming out from Lucid shut down that real quick.
Filthy stuff from Lucid. Will get the knock on a Salty. See Ice just kind of pulling back. Remember, He-Man and Hooligan way off to the north as well, and Lucid bulldogging his way through both of Ice and Salty Ice. As Mercy now up to 11 kills. They do have a knock on a Seifu from Elevate from 3 miles away. Poonage will get the flush as well. So Mercy now down to just 3.
Rogi moving into a more of aggressive position. This is kind of an aggressive, defendable line. Making sure to cover up his teammates right now. Doesn't have a lot of cover to work with, but with this, Mercy actually has a lot of the circle under control. While there's been a lot of moving factors, and we can see that, yes, Rogi is lined up into what's going on with Elevate. He's going to get the knock on to Poonage, and that's actually going to activate everything. Lucid was inside of a vehicle whenever that was going on. Reinforcements are coming up real fast, and they're realizing they can just get control of the south. Tiltown hears this as well. They're moving aggressively into the backline. It's going to be all into Shinboy just to try to defend this.
Good God, all this DMR talk, this, we're dragging off this, SLR that. Roddy's just like, you know what? Just give me a kit at M4. I'm Gucci. And he will find 2 and just immediately take it down there. And now Tilt Town is in trouble. Savage will get taken down first as Mercy just continues to wrap around. 13 kills now, and they are not slowing down. Lucid with 7.
There is no stop on this. Lucid finally going down might stall out some of this, but Mercy has just been run and gun. They were just thriving in that urban environment a second ago to try to pick up as many kills as they can. Rogi, though, with these off-played positions is just coming up real big. This has led to 2 different firefights that are going on. We've got STK and Sakura Zinzin that were kind of fighting up against each other. Mercy with this commitment in against Tiltown means really we've got a kind of a 2v2 situation, but Sakura Zinzin stepped out away from shoot to kill and are trying to wrap into the south. They know where Mercy's at. They hear the firefight in, and with this firefight, they might have an opportunity to backstab Mercy if they're not careful.
Oh, Raji doing the most right now. Is going to get the knock on to Sparta. They were trying to go for the res on Lucy. He's going to get back up, and immediately now Sneak Attack turns his attention, and just like that, Tilta taking out 17 kills for Mercy. They cannot be stopped, Matt.
And they have a moment. They have a reprieve in this. Look, they're resetting. Sakura is trying to see if maybe they can get some more out of this. SDK saw this rotation. They're trying to wrap back behind He-Man, but He-Man is just about to find himself sandwiched. Mercy is unrelenting right now. This is just their game. You need to show up in this type of situation, and they are showing up big. He-Man, though, does fight out Lucid, is going to take him down, and he has been a key component for so much of their success. He's now revealed himself. STK now knows that they have this circle, and they are exploiting it.
He-Man, big Dragunov shot to lead things off there on a Sneak Attack will definitely slow him down a little bit, but Raji wants nothing had to do with it. And now shots coming in from behind as Raji will go down, or He-Man will go down to Raji. STK already started some damage there, but that's going to do it. And that's a 2nd win in a row for STK. This one a little less dramatic than the first.
Hey, it's not fair, right? We were talking about it. SDK, they were sponging up all of them points. Mercy was like, hey, I've got an idea. I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm not going to be able to win the game out of it, but I am going to absolutely demolish this lobby. Look at that damage. Look at those kills. That is absolutely insane.
What a banger out of Mercy. Lucid in particular, you can see Raji was also just leading the charge that whole time. The shot calling was so confident, so aggressive going around. SGK, obviously congratulations on yet another win as their dominance from yesterday seems to be continuing into day number 2. But man, Mercy just putting their stamp on this lobby.
That was a ridiculously showing. There was nothing that you could say like, oh, they got handed this or that. They were having to maneuver through that whole Azahar situation. Remember, we saw LG that was thinking about making an approach into that angle. Yeah, and they got pulled off, but they knew when to move. They exploited the opportunities and the distractions inside of the other teams, on top of just murdering anybody along the way to just rack up an insane point to it.
This is absolutely disgusting stuff from Mercy. Well, guys, we want to remind you, I guess Toffee's talked about it a little bit. Now my stomach's kind of grumbling a little bit. I kind of have a kind of feeling for some fried chicken, guys. KFC is collaborating with PUBG to feature new KFC locations in Erangel, as well as KFC in-game rewards. So make sure you buy a meal online or in the KFC app to get your rewards today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for Vikendi. Ooh. Ooh. Slow him down a little bit, but Raji wants nothing had to do with it. And now shots coming in from behind as Raji will go down, or He-Man will go down to Raji. The STK already started some damage there, but that's going to do it. And that's a second win in a row.
Welcome back. Another win for STK. You could say they've put the stake in the ground and said, you shall not pass. 4 kills this time, not as extravagant, but still something special. My name's Toppings, and join my Porosaurus matchman, Mustache Dave, as we break down the action. And yes, STK won, Mustache Dave, but for me, it was Mercy and their 16 kills. That
for you?
Really, I mean, or 18. I'm sorry, it was 18K. So coming into this, I was going to say this.
Tommy's is like, I know everybody's talking about STK, but personally, I thought Mercy did really well.
No, I'm saying they won. I'm saying STK, we're going to say they got the chicken dinner, but Mercy won the game. And also, on the back of this, I was going to give a shout out to the Latin American region because they just had a 20 kill win over there on their side of things. And then we show up with Mercy getting 18. It is a wild, wild day. Let's look back at it. Let's remember the match. It's time for the highlights.
Back at it.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
Highlights.
Mercy. That's what everyone's saying right now. Mercy, I believe, Lucid with 8 kills this game. T-Sock trying to whip out the Panzerfaust. Das Panzerfaust. Yes, please. I love to see those plays. But yeah, going back to Mercy. Yesterday, Toffees, out of their 6 games in total, they got 25 kills. This game, 18 kills. So we're talking about a team that is firing on all cylinders. Mercy, they were a middle of the pack team yesterday. We were kind of chatting, can they qualify? Maybe if they crank it up a dial here or there. I feel like this was their game. This was their game to really catapult them up in the top here. So love to see the plays from Mercy. Shout out to STK. I feel like this lobby, though, everybody's giving them way too much room to work with at this point. Yeah, another win. It looks good, cool, but I don't know, man. We got to start getting some fights with STK. Some of these teams need to start crashing these boys.
I mean, they have been in the early game. They've been leaving them with only 3 up, and then 3 strong STK apparently is just terrifying. I think they're positioning themselves really well, given that they only have a 3 stack for these first 2 games anyway. But again, you gotta say, Mercy, like, good lord, 18 kills.
That was a great game.
Absolutely bananas, and the fact that they did that coming out of the city, like we were talking about during the game, Matt, they probably shouldn't have even made it to late game. They probably should have got picked out when they were coming against the city, but a butterfly flapping its wings on the western side of Miramar made LG have to not focus on them, and all of a sudden they get through and they're 4 strong and they're going on a killing spree.
That hillside is so dangerous to push up into if it's exposed so open, especially with the LG firing lines and everything else like that. Again, it's about picking your moment, and that was all Mercy did that time. They just picked an amazing series of moments just to string together so well.
Well, here's a great moment for them. Let's put them head-to-head with the chicken dinner winners from that match. Bit of a comparison here. In the overall, this is not just that game. This is overall so far. Mercy was very slow to start, but here you go. In this matchup, they're now 3rd place overall in sort of that comparison. They're 3rd place in the race for winning because they got so many points off of kills. That is a wild glow-up, Poro.
Yeah, man. You never know where that big game is going to come from, right? Obviously, you put your money on team like Shoot to Kill, Luminosity, Friendly Fire, Sonics, those guys. But I say those guys, but those teams. But there's always the possibility, just because of how wild that these regional qualifiers can get, that a team that you were never really expecting could just come out of nowhere and just put up just an insane amount of points because the way the game played out in front of them.
Now, let's talk. We say that you wouldn't expect it. However, Mercy last week during the open qualifiers had a terrible day 1. They claimed they're a day 2 team. They came out and put up, I think, 40-something points and got themselves qualified. Before that game, they were in 9th place with 37 points. They walk away from it 3rd with 60 plus. I mean, like you said, it's anybody's game. But if you're looking for top 8, does that mean that Mercy essentially with only 4 games left to play should have a clean path to the grand finals now, Matt?
It's pretty good. If anything, they should also be coming out with this one feeling significantly better. One of the things that we get a chance to talk about is once you have a big game like this, you now have a bit more of a flub position. So you can take some of those riskier position plays. You can go for some of those kills that you might have been more hesitant about whenever you were trying to fight in the top 8. So if anything, this game should give them more comfort and positioning going into the later games, except for the fact of where we're going in the next game might cause a little bit of a stall out.
Yeah, so for you guys who may not know, stall out, that's funny because it can happen on this map. It's so darn cold. We're going to head to Vikendi next. We're going to go back out there and check out those snowstorms from sand to snow, but it should be fun. Mercy has a section that's going to work for them. Another player that really kind of stood out because he keeps finding himself in these pub games is Tiggleton. Yet again, we see him soloing in the mid to late game and racking up kills. We see it on his stream all the time, Mustache Dave, and now we're seeing it in the competitive scene.
The Tiggleton special. When in doubt, just let Tiggleton do his thing. I think he had like 5 kills this game, 600 damage done. So my dudes out here, listen, when you're qualified, kind of like Mercy Gaming, I think they're pretty safe now too with that last game. I think that pressure is just lifted off the shoulder. So now, you know, you're not sweating. You're not on the edge of your seat. You're not second guessing every single decision you do. You're just gaming. You know, you're just having a good time playing some good old PUBG. And I think that's what Mercy's going to do now. I think that's what Tiggleton's going to continue to do, because Tiggleton has been showing up here in the last 2 days.
Say that. I've been on the edge of my seat. He's my fantasy captain, and he either dies early or gets 5 kills by himself. I don't know. I would like some consistency in this, please.
Hey, man, as long as he puts up points, I love it. Go ahead, Poro.
All I'm saying is that they've dropped 2 spots and they're only 10 points above the cut line.
Wow, interesting.
Just saying. So maybe try to get to the late game, Sonics, instead of relying on Tiggleton to secure you 6 kills when he's all by himself.
It's true. I mean, the confidence they have often, I think, leads to a bit of hubris, but the 10 points off the cut line is a very big deal, because let's talk about that. There's only 4 games left to play before we pick the top 8 who go to the grand final, but it is still wicked open in the center, Poro.
Well, and you throw into the fact that we're now going into Vikendi and Tego, which honestly you could kind of look at as wild card maps. You know, you don't really know how these are going to play out. Nobody really has the set strategies, no set plans in order for this. It's all stuff that's still being kind of worked out and workshopped. So, I mean, you look at yesterday, Orion got their win on Tego, and then STK got a win on Vikendi, but it's the leaderboard shakeup on these 2 maps. You really don't know what's going to happen here.
And part of that is because I don't know that all of the teams necessarily knows what's going to happen here. Is recently as a week ago, more than one coach told me, man, we suck at Vikendi. Like, we just don't know what we're doing there. We don't know where to go. We're spending time in custom lobbies trying to learn this map. So I do think there is an aspect of chaos that could come into these next 2 maps. Vikendi, Tego, 4 games left. At the end, we crown the top 8. Let's get into match number 3 for tonight. Poro, Matcham, over to you.
And away we go, Poro. My first ever Vikendi.
You excited, bud?
I'm a little bit nervous.
A little nervous?
Just know you don't have to be gentle with me.
Everybody's always nervous their first time, but you know what, Vikendi, well, it just makes you want to cuddle. So I think we'll be just fine. As did he hit us with the pan?
They hit us with the pan.
Of course they did. Well, you know, this is also kind of new Vikendi as well. So you know, I'm not surprised to hear a lot of coaches say that they're just not at all confident on this, right? Like, you haven't had a whole lot of time to get reps in on it, and even the reps that you have gotten, if they've been scrim reps, they haven't been top tier lobby reps, right? Because there just hasn't been the scheduling and how to work it out and all that stuff, and it's only, you know, however been much time, I don't even know. But yeah, I'm not too terribly surprised to see this, as now Restraint is trying to escape, but Roth is just not letting him do it.
That is just
Roth.
bullying, man. Restraint, though, looks like he does manage to sneak away from this one. The problem with it is TTG's life isn't too good right now. I mean,
it ain't great.
They've got STK that's just to the west of them. The circle has popped, and on the opposing side, they've got LG. So, Restraint, you managed to get away. Now you have to kind of drive in through the thick of teams that you don't want to drive through just to get some loot, and then you have to try to make it in the circle. So, yeah.
It's not ideal, but you know what? I have faith in Restraint. I have faith in Train to Go, and I have faith in the fact that, you know, again, nobody knows what they're doing on this map, really. So he could probably find his way through there fairly safely. Now, all that being said, Matt, I got to pull up, hold on really quickly pull up my map of where bear spawns are. And okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that, because there are quite a few bear spawns in this circle.
Oh, and here we go. We see the train making its rotation. Looks like Alo also making a rotation of his own over here. And that's going to be good old TTG. Remember, we were talking about the troubles that they had in front of them. Well, now it's going to be beside them as well. STK realizing they have an opportunity to kind of pounce in on this one. But he's not really going to get to the high ground position quick enough to do much. But even just taking TTG and forcing them to the south is going to force them into that LG line. There are a couple of navigation points that they can work through, but Rello has already moved into the east and looks like he's trying to get some more loot. He probably heard that and could prep up something.
If he would have had a Dragunov, he hits every single one of those shots. Unfortunately, he was rocking the silenced SLR. So somebody give that man Alo a Dragunov. Oh no. Oh, Despoon. Despoon is about to be the corpse. As
Oh no! That one.
Ice, buddy. Oh
just
no,
got sprayed with
Rello
ice
now
there?
too. And this is what we're having. This is what we're having because of the fact that nobody knows what the hell is going on here in Vikendi.
Oh, okay, hold on, guys. Stretch. This is where I thrive. We live in the chaos. We thrive off of it right now. As Rello is hoping that he can thrive off of it.
All right, well, the rest of the boys are coming. I'm checking the map. LG is on their way from the lumberyard from the south side. Rello just has to hold the staircase for now. There you go. You can see the cavalry is arriving.
And they have the pathing into this one. If they play this one right, they can just approach in. No real firing lines that are going to be lined up against them. Restraint, obviously going to be the one that's next to Rello because of why not. No firm commitment directly into the compound, but looks like they're just going to maneuver themselves a bit more over into the east, use a couple of like these fence rows that are going to be lined up, and navigate through this one. Glory is realizing, oh, hey, wait, we're outnumbered here. We need to step away. There is the capabilities for a very sneaky play to be executed by LG here.
Glory actually putting it on Mime there. Big shots, and now they are aware that the call is coming from inside the house. Rello with a few shots will at least distract them enough to maybe get the res on the Mime. Nice shots there as Glory tried to go for the flush, but Snaker's not having it, defending his fallen teammate. Now Cater is just hiding inside the building. I think the role reversal has fully come in. And BB, I'm not sure where BB is as far as the compound goes. Yep, they're both just kind of holding angles for the time being.
Guess what? STK heard this, and now they're positioning up to see if maybe they can feast off of some of this themselves. So peeking out these outer walls could be dangerous. Yes, we are also seeing an Orion and Retirement Home Esports line that's going to be coming into this one. But BB, being by himself, dropping that nade, might find an opportunity. But look at this line of defense coming out from LG. They do not want to risk losing anything here.
Oh, and as you mentioned, STK trying to get the wrap on. Fortunately, Flood had good angs onto Alo, will force him to move away. I'm gonna keep taking those shots. You can see Kurt off in the background as well. Orion will get finished off now by Funny Business. It's a clean fight from them as Mime is once again back on his feet. Tater has been taken down by Kickstart. Cater will try to go in. Nice defense from Flood.
That was just a clean defensive angle there. The way that they played that, I love the strategy coming into it, and then immediately goes in saying, nope, you don't get a crash into here. I'm going to go ahead and get some harassment damage back into Kurt, so it is going to stall them out. I want to point out, Adam also did move to the south, and Flood, he's just rocking it right now.
Flood is doing everything for the boys, as he has just been holding off STK at range and also managing to pick off Alo once again. That's -3 points. Thanks, Flood. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Meanwhile, Sakura Zenson, they've got a Sonics problem to deal with. He-Man, actually, in specific. And he's going to try to just dip on out. Looks like he's going to get to, too.
I need He-Man to get Castle Grayskull. I need for him to get over there into the east. It's important for the storyline that I have created for myself and how this is going to go down.
So you know what he needs? He needs the power.
He does need the power. Okay, so STK looks like they're pulling off that LG camp. Not going to commit too much more into that one. While it was going on, Friendly Fire just kind of leapfrogged over what's going to be going on with STK. Sonic's running a 2-2 split as they are kind of the only thing to the northeastern area. Everybody kind of clustering around center, and given that last game, not the biggest surprise.
Not at all. This is one thing that we saw on Vikendi, is that I don't know if this is more of a symptom of just having that unfamiliarity. But all these teams just working towards center, grouping up. Like that is the easiest thing to do. Let's do that. Let's get hard cover. Let's stay inside it, and let's just defend our territory while we can. As Sociopath is the serpentine. He's gonna actually get away with it too.
I cannot believe he fancy footworked his way out of that. Yeah, Donkey Destroyers, just go ahead, hop in. The new strategy. I mean, maybe get closer, maybe just let him go. One of the two of them.
Long range ain't working. Let's get closer.
The strategy was good, but sometimes it just didn't work out. And so with this retirement home, Esports is going to find a home. Looks like they found a compound that's going to be right up in front of this one. LG did hear a couple of those shots, but I don't see that it looks like they're more maneuvering for the circle. The northern area is a bit more open, so might not be too big of a commitment. But Donkey Destroyers is stretching a bit more to the north and might spot them out.
While all this is going on, I just want to point out that our raid bosses from Game 2, Mercy, have managed to get a nice present drop right on top of them. So all of them are going to be kitted out of their friggin' minds. So that's bad news bears for the lobby. If Mercy's feeling still confident and froggy, they have a whole bunch of crates that are right on top of them.
And they have themselves castle that they can work with as well. They're kind of playing along the outskirts, and it's just kind of, a piece of candy over here, pick up something, move to the next crate.
Piece of candy.
Tiltown did see some of this, but they're not going to make a commitment into it. They do have rats that's just north of them. They've got their hillside that they're playing. I think that they're kind of comfortable with that. Mercy going to be feasting over here because of it.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good. We'll have to see where the circle decides to shift. And okay, they're looking all right. It's still just a little bit southwest of center, but they're going to hold down inside. Sakura Zensen right dead center. So they're just laughing right now. I imagine that they're in a pretty strong compound of their own. I think they have everyone up. Did they lose somebody? I think they might have. Yeah, they're only playing with 3. But if you're playing with 3 from a compound in the center of the circle is a pretty good trade out.
DG were trying to just kind of path through this one while Rats were trying to regroup. That might have led to this kind of stalemated standoff where you can see that they kind of got a read on each other. Shinboy, though, going to go down by Gats.
It might have disconnected maybe, and he might have been running.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't want to feed loot over, and Friendly Fire, they're going to exploit that one in. They are just flooding down this hillside. Vegas gonna have potential angle to work with. Spots out, goes for the spray over that. Now spots it out yet again. Can he get some more damage? And Friendly Fire coming apart in the seams on this rotation.
Oh my goodness.
My lord. Steps out. He's finally gonna go down, but the numbers should be there, right?
Pixel will try to use the fancy footwork, but in the end, they will go down and of course. Wouldn't you see the shark circle in the boat just happens to be Mime and Flood and company, as they see a lot of crates down there, but they're not seeing any bodies. Mime doing his best to spot out if anybody's in a position to third party them before they inevitably go for this pretty easy feast of loot.
LG just shifted into this one. This is over next to train station in and of itself, so they did have to make a small trek over here. The pathing down into it, as you saw, isn't the most friendly, but if my man just spot out and get enough damage onto Gats, that might open this one back up. And he knows that he got a lot out of it, but I don't think that they want to move down that hillside into that wall. That just, they can see exactly how that went wrong before.
Either way, Poonage is just going to try to escape for now. A few nice shots coming in from Mime. That's tough to hit. Tough to hit with a 4x at range there. And it looks like Gat's actually going to use that as an opportunity to get his own vehicle and get on out of there. So not really a lot of good places to go as they're pushing right into Rats, but LG feeling pretty comfy.
Yeah,
5 kills.
They're going to have to stop probably in a dip here in a bit. That's going to put them pretty close to Sonic's line. STK, they're outside the zone, as you can see, kind of enjoying the weather. You know, it's been hot summer. You got to step out, get yourself some cool refreshment, kind of embrace it a bit. There is a very sneakily hidden Four Nation that is just to the south of where they're going to be playing. The gray does kind of blend in with the map itself. So as we're moving into a new map, keep an eye on that.
Sure does. Well, shoot to kill, they'll be fine. They're used to eating a little bit of blue damage. Even though they are, once again, third game in a row, playing with only 3 through the mid and late game. But you know what? It hasn't really seemed to cause them any problems in the first 2 games, Matt. What with the 2 wins in a row and all.
Sacrificial pawns, my friend. Sacrificial pawns.
Purdy Curdy's shot calling and IGLing on point here today, as everything just seems to be working out pretty nice for them. They are going to run into that trailing end, or the southern end of that 2-2 Nation split. A few shots sent over in that direction. Force them out a little bit further into the blue, but again, should be just fine.
With the way that the terrain is lined up in these hills, I want to point out most of our team, we're kind of playing to the west of this. So you can see that the south and the east is pretty open. A wide wrap coming up for STK could be good here, except for the fact that Four Nation just keeps kind of leapfrog moving alongside them. Mostly it's just harassment, though. They haven't been able to get too much more. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of that, where it is not near as free, you can see that we're going to have some rotations that are going to get a bit more feisty. Donkey Destroyer is going to be wrapping just to the south, but remember, this is Mercy territory, and there is no mercy to be had. They've already got the line in. Lucid, who had a just phenomenal game. I don't know how else to say it. Going to go ahead and line in, spot out what's going on with Pat Caps, and they are at least going to force them away from this, but this is almost forcing a full regroup back into this. They're realizing that this might be an outnumbered situation, so now Lucid in some trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Donkey Destroyers have ever been pushed off of a fight in their lives. But what a grenade from Lucid. He sent that one from downtown and drops it right on top of Cerberus' pumpkin head. And now Donkey Destroyers have to move around. They got to play the hard cover. You got Tumas at range. You can see him just on your mini map in the distance, but remember, this is Mercy that is kitted out of their friggin' minds right now, so this is going to be a tough nut for Donkey Destroyers to crack.
Cerberus going down there just kind of stalled out everything Donkey Destroyers were wanting to do. Now the reinforcements have firmly come in. This is its own isolated fight, no real likelihood for a third party, but Tumas is not here. Tumas is playing over into the east and kind of looking into this firefight. So that's one of the reasons why Donkey's Destroyers has kind of had to slow down. They can't really push this too much more, but Tumas can potentially make something happen.
The sneaky position from Tumas. Oh my God. The shots are landing right now for the lad as he finds 2, Lucid and Raji. And now that flank position that we were a little bit concerned about from Tumas at first, looks like Seifu and Sneak Attack from Mercy are just going to go ahead and escape and get back into their hard cover. But what a play individually there from Tumas, coming up huge for his team.
I mean, it was awkward for them to deal with a couple of times, but sometimes just good counter plays, good reads on the situation, and just good firefighting skills can get you out of that tricky situation. And now Donkey Destroyers looks like they're going to go ahead and continue the path. The reward from that is, yeah, Snowstorm's going to land there. Oldest is going to stay for, well, I don't know. It could be Oldest. Oldest might stop because it's Oldest, but they are going to go ahead and regroup down to the south, and the entirety of the circle down there is going to be theirs, and they got to wait for this next pop. If it goes to the south, I was going to say it would be great for them, but now they've got to make their way to the north. I'm more concerned about what's about to go down next to Castle.
Look at that presence right in the middle of that whole thing too. And yeah, that is a big frozen lake that is taking up the entirety of the western side of this new zone. That is a lot of open area to have to play around. As you can see, Retirement Home already scouting it out. They've got Rats to the north. They've got those guys to the south, and Tilt Town, they're holding that coast, that western side, but it is a lot to have to hold, considering there are 3 teams that are going to be making their way in.
And whenever we're looking in this, the south looks like it's starting to move a bit slower just because of the snowstorm that's managed to develop over there. Mercy could actually have to come into a pathing that could cause problems for either TG, or they just might wide wrap around the entirety of this, depending on how the firefighting goes. And it's going to be roughly the same time Donkey Destroyers are going to converge in. So yeah, here you go. Mercy coming in right next to those guys. They're just going to stop up underneath of the bridge. But Doc Geo was playing a bit more to the east. So now multiple flank positions, as it is going to be Donkey Destroyers now playing opposite side of that road. This is a full-on 3-way fight that's about to break out.
Oh, and Doc Geo had to make moves as well because he was getting shot at from Retirement Home. It's going to force him right into Sneak Attack. He wins that 1v1, takes down one of the Mercy boys. Now it's just down to Seifu. Lemon Squeezy will finish off Doc Geo's plate as those guys starting to reconnect, gather themselves together. Seifu, the last one up for Mercy. Donkey Destroyer's pushing in as well, though. They've spotted him out. They've spotted out Doc Geo as well. Big shots coming through. Oldless will do the damage, will get the knock. Mercy does go down, and Donkey Destroyers might be coming up on this fight at the perfect time.
They're like, nah, I wanted that kill. We want everything over here. They've managed to kind of move into a gatekeeping position. Look how they're repositioning a bit more of the vehicles as well to set up a firm line. But Lemon Squeezy could have a couple of things that he could try to make happen here if they're not too careful. They're coming down this hillside a lot more aggressively, and they've got to be cautious. Tomas already gonna go down. He's already flushed out. Now Olda's gonna have to come back up, regroup. Petcap's already out, and now the momentum has entirely shifted. Olda's just runs over Lemon Squeezy. He's got goals. He's got to get out, and he is just hightailing it out of there.
Oh my goodness. Oldless didn't have to do it to him like that, but he did, and that's 4 points. Now turns back around. He does have the bolty. He's playing the edge of the zone. 4 Nations starting to creep down here as well. While all that was going on, Tilt Town held off the push from the north against it wasn't Retirement Home, it was somebody else. Now, either way, they wiped them. I believe it might have been Train to Go, or Train to Go, and now Retirement Home also kind of still involved here. Savage gonna go down. Islo and Battle X will have to regroup, reconnect here, but while all that is happening, LG now pushing down from the north side, so Retirement Home will have their attention split.
Yeah, Marnes is in some trouble right now. Look at those guns. Look at what's coming around the corner for him. Retirement Home Esports reads this. They're trying to regroup back up. Maybe Fizzle can find a good angle into it. Gets the spray, but whoa! LG coordinated attack shuts that down quick.
Aurello with the snap aim. It's crazy how quickly people die when you shoot them with a P90. He meant to point out earlier that LG found a nice crate drop earlier up on the north side, so they managed to get themselves nice and kitted, although they now have a storm forming right on top of them. We'll see if Dangyo can handle this push from those guys. Will get Chad very low, but immediately gets traded back down. Krakow gonna go down as well, and now here comes a grenade. Will knock Lemon Squeezy. Mafu, the last one up. Oh no, Zeiko's still there as well, but he's a little bit further off. The grenade and Zeiko doing the work. 4 Nation holding strong.
It's not done yet though. Oldless heard that. He moved aggressive. He wanted to try to pounce. If we see Mafu maybe go for something in that, it could be a big problem. Speaking of big problems,
they gotta push.
LG doesn't have a lot of good vision to work with here. They're now having to move right into Tilt Town's sight lines, but luckily those sight lines are pretty low. So LG coming in, this is gonna be one of those places where the ghillie suit could be absolutely massive. You can see visibility near on nil, right up on top of each other. Sure, you've got a way to spray and pray, but you don't even know where to spray yet. And so with this, Savage gonna have not really a good opportunity to even defend or help out his teammates, as LG with this line, they might find themselves kind of scooting past if they're not careful. Yeah, Battle X finally gonna move more into the north and realize, okay, I don't like this. I'm gonna use the lack of visibility to get out of here.
10 kills already for LG, and Mime actually getting called back there and listening. I'd love to see it, but yeah, you can tell he was on the hunt. He was pushing, he was looking, but he's like, none of my teammates are with me. You got the snowstorm. I don't want to risk getting knocked here for no reason, so let's go ahead and pull back down. We'll kill him later. Still 4 strong. LG looking real nice for this late game.
8 teams and 19 alive. A lot of weakened squads kind of trying to roll their way through this one as we're moving more and more open by the second. Yes, we've got some hillsides. Yeah, we got some other stuff that are being played. But the problem with it is there is also a lot of open to be had in this. So it's going to be Zeiko trying to creep his way in. Don't forget, we still also do have Gats that's alive for Elevate right in the middle of this circle. Punich still alive for Elevate. Not anywhere near that position and way closer to LG's line. Looks like, yeah, they're going to spot him out and take him out pretty quick. Like, nah. I mean, he was just trying to navigate through low vision. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, nothing really you can do for that. No, now we're going to take a quick listen in to LG to see how they're going to approach this next zone.
Where he is.
We don't know where he is at all.
We have like an insane spot. I'm sweeping high right. I have a good angle high right. Oh, my right.
Kill Tom. He's gonna shot the back. He's.
Oh, there's 3.
One knock. They're dead.
They're dead.
Carry elevates all. I don't know if you smoke close. Don't smoke close. Elevates all. I'm second knock.
I'm
Check res.
resing Rello.
I'll hold.
I'm actually gonna res flood.
Compound might sweep out.
For all smoke.
I don't know where the elevate solo is. But if he's anywhere close, he
I
just...
think we pull up on green.
We have to, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know
green
the
and blue.
rest. Yeah, we do. Compound could be running at us right now from our north.
Do we have our cars? Are these guys in a bowl?
Check for compound running at us.
I don't see any elevate solo.
Jay, counter me. We kill a guy on orange. Never mind, he's not. Jay, let's look southeast.
I'm
see a guy
checking
on
shit.
green.
It's DDX. Bro, isn't DDX weak as fuck? They're in blue.
Not sure. Don't have good
Bro, I
info.
think we just have to pull up. I think we just have to
Yeah, we
pull
do.
up on the
We
other
do.
hill, bro.
Yeah, we fucking we
Can you guys
do
get in my
this
car?
like no man's land. Let me in.
Yeah, we can run. We can run.
Hey, remember elevate solo. I don't remember seeing elevate solo down
He
his
could be
zone.
anywhere.
In Kilvid. Yeah, he could literally
Yeah,
be
should
anywhere. Check
we
bushes.
Wait to green. We should
Can
run
we just pull
together
up on
my
green?
edge. Trust,
Yeah,
no,
pull up on green.
trust. No, go
Mom,
left,
can you,
go to green.
Mom, can you drop a boost?
I think we do, bro. I think
Yeah,
we
go
do.
green. Go green. I'm dropping a smoke preemptively.
I can't. I actually need to take this shit.
That's fine. That's fine.
We need a peek. High
Hot,
edge.
peek. Dead. Bro, is that compound just clear then?
Guy running below me, bro, in the
No,
fucking
it's not.
bush on yellow
It's
mark,
not.
on the yellow mark in the bush. It's like a carport. Watch out.
Flood. Get a boost on that body though.
He's dead. He's dead. It's 4 and solo.
Get a boost.
Guys, can we should guys. There's Sonics across the road. SC to the left. I swear to God, this compound might be clearing all right.
Heard. Just give me a
I
second.
don't know
Listen.
how.
I will
Where
smoke
old
and I'll
is gonna
scout
kill?
it.
I don't think it is.
Calm it down.
I just
I'm
got fucked apart.
rezzing. We just need to slow down. Scout the
Just SC and
compound.
compound. They like no space.
Jake and I can't really scout it from where we are because we're just getting
I'm
pepper
with
from
you,
the west compound. Just
Yeah,
scout.
It's a whole ridge on our side, yellow line as well.
We're losing our car.
There's a guy on the wall.
Let's most like.
I have fucking no bullets, bro.
We can STK. They lost one, I think.
Yeah, they lost one. Then we can play in orange.
I have no helmet.
Bro, we could. I
Listen,
think we
West,
just have to breach them.
we just need to
chill.
chill. Listen, West compound's like out. We just need to chill. Just slow down. We have an edge. We can.
We have a line to
West
play
compound's
here.
out. West compound is pretty much out.
He's driving.
You guys, yeah, we need to just hold them. One's not. They're in a car. I have your flush shake. Rat check quickly. Elevate rat check. I never saw him die.
He's one on yellow.
There's a guy on a rock on like orange.
Okay, guys, we have a god rock on yellow mark. Really good fucking rock.
We need to kill this
keep looking for
compound
rock.
first. Kill this
We're getting mortared.
compound
We're getting mortared. Care mortars.
Oh, it's not.
Does anyone have spare fucking fives? I have 18 for 2 right now.
They're mortaring the rock guy.
I have 60 for 1. Damn, I'm trolling. I have no meds, guys. I have 7 bandages. Jake, do you have any?
Drop the first aid on me.
I can't get to you.
Here.
I can't get to you. Thank you.
Drop bandages too.
I feel like this is like
There's
one
4
guy.
recent.
Bro, I swear, yeah, I think so too. I don't think SDK is strong. Wait, well, let's count
No,
numbers.
they are one up. They're one up. They're one up. They're one up. I saw
We
Pretty
don't just
Dyers.
breach
Yeah,
it.
we killed Alo and I saw Pretty Dyer earlier as well.
If we kill this guy soon, we just win. We
have
can
to
run at
We
him.
don't
We can
have a
run
car.
at him.
Yeah, we don't
Let's
have
just
a
run
car.
at him. Let's just
run.
do it. Balls in
Jake,
hand.
we're doing this. Jake, we're doing this. If you wanna come up.
Stick
Okay, I'm
left,
gonna
stick left, guys.
Take my 3-tire car.
Let's literally run it down all this shit.
Where did
Hey,
you see him
guys,
last? Where did you see him last?
in this big building, let's panda spread, guys. Panda spread.
No,
I'm
he
nading.
comes. He panzered inside. He panzered himself. He panzered himself. He's inside on orange. I'm stunning him. I'm stunning him.
I'm stunning. He ran out. Well done.
Good job.
There could be
We
a
have
guy
an extra
close on
friendly.
our hill, guys.
Guys,
Close.
take space. I'm gonna loot for a helmet. Someone else take space. That doesn't have to do anything.
These guys
Go.
could be on green right now.
I'm boosting and then I'm coming.
Come right with me, guys.
I'm going. I'm going.
Yeah, I'm just boosting and I'm on the way. Sonics are across the road. They have to cross.
One
They're already
already
pulling up
Let's
on
say high
us.
left.
They're already pulling up on
They're
us.
high left. They're high left.
How high? How high?
Close.
Okay, they're not
That's
like
all right.
high. Okay, yeah.
They're close in front. They're close in front of us.
We can reset
They're
left.
nading. They're nading.
I'm 1 HP from a nade.
They're stunning my left.
I'm just dodging nades right now. I'm 1 HP.
You're right,
Resetting.
Jake. They have this rock on blue. Fuck me. It's actually not good.
We're gonna get pinched eventually. There's 2 teams.
I think they're just spamming you telling us. I don't think they're gonna push.
2 in the rock on blue.
I'm pretty sure it's a
Calling
4v4v2.
No, I think it's 2 solos, bro.
You
we
guys
have any
boost? I have
util?
no boost.
Oh, one just picked up the side of the hill. Holy fuck. I trolled.
I have no boost for you guys.
I just whipped the pants.
They just got the right. I didn't realize I could do that just for free.
I don't know. I'm doing that, sorry.
NT. Wow, 4th. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
the
dude,
solos.
2 solos. Yeah.
NT.
First move worked out. Second move going into Sonic's line, not necessarily the best. Just to give you guys an update, Sonic's kind of picked up all of that loot that was up to the north of that and used it for cover to move into a very strong position to catch them once they crested.
Hells bells, though. What a play from Sonics. What a call to make that push when they did, knowing that that was their best opportunity. As LG was clearing out, they were so taken by clearing out Adam that was the only open door that they had, and boy, they came in there and they kicked it through, and they made short work of LG. That is very well played by Sonics.
Well, here we sit.
But they're right. There is an Elevate solo. Rat just hiding around. They weren't wrong.
We got all of Circle 8 and 2 solos kind of eyeing what's going on with Sonics. I mean, I would say that, sometimes I like to go, there is a chance kind of situation. This is a really kidded Sonics, and this is a really wide open path that they have to walk to get in here. I mean, Gats isn't even in the circle right now.
No, yeah. I mean, this feels like it's inevitable, isn't it? I mean, right now we're just trying to see who's going to get the 6 points for second more than anything, and I mean, both squads really could use it, Gats and Elevate and Sakura Zensen, but I think Hooligan may be in the better position here, obviously being inside of the circle to wait this one out. So it doesn't look like Gats is too terribly interested in moving, although his little Dorito now on the move.
He's old school PUBG right now. Look at this
speed of smell.
He's down inside the grass trying to
there you go.
That's why you take the backpack off, right? Try to make it happen. Oh, hooligan.
It's like, well, there's one rock left. Where do we think the solo might be? Unfortunately, those blue zone nades fallen just a little bit short. But who's gonna get it? Come on.
Is it time for
pans? Gonna get it?
Or do they use the big boy guns?
After seeing what happened to LG against Penta, I don't think Sonics is interested in doing the pan play this time. Yep, there you go. Tiggleton will be the one to get it. 8 kills for the Sonics and another win on the board.
And just like that, Sonics feeling really, really good. Managing to play off of a very strong performance. But let's not forget,
Look
LG,
at that, man.
This is now 2 times in a row where we've had a massive kill count coming up from one of these teams that didn't manage to get the win.
Everything was looking so good for LG until they ran into Sonics. And I don't know what it was about. We were obviously listening to Rello, we were listening to the comms, but it was just a strong, basically the entirety of Sonics peaked just one side of the smoke, and you could see LG was kind of expecting them to maybe peek from the left side, and then the full peak came in from the right, and they just completely decimated them. So that's just how it goes sometimes. You're not expecting them to do something, and they end up doing the thing that you weren't expecting, and you pay the price.
If anything, just the amount of time that I believe it was Kurt that was surviving solo when they decided to push that compound, given the fact that he managed to kind of slow that one down, bring the tempo into something that was going to be try beneficiary for him, because we know that sometimes he likes to slow that one down, that allowed Sonics just to kind of take control of everything opposite side of that hill and just pick up all that loot and just be waiting for what happens next.
Yeah, the Adam taking his time being alive, or having them kind of dig him out, but it was still a lot of fun to listen to the LG comms. A lot of again, just can't speak enough to Rello and how good of a leader he is, and how he's taking all that information and processing it and formulating a plan out of it. It's just awesome to listen to. So we are going to take a quick break, but before we do, wanted to remind you that, are you a fan of Miramar? Well, get on New State Mobile and try out the Miramar style map, Lagna. Coming, I think it's available now. Yeah, so Lanya, real G's move in silence like Lanya. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get ready for Tego.
What I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power. So you better bow
What up, everybody? Mustache Dave chatting chicken with Pixel from Friendly Fire. Big chilling out here, man. So after day number 1, I got to ask you, I did notice Paige a little upset on the timeline. I'm wondering if you can kind of go into a little more detail on that one.
Well, he wasn't upset as upset with the result. Obviously, we had a day 2, day 3 team, and having 40 points on a day 1 is something unusual, let's be honest. So he was just a little bit upset that he didn't do what he's used to do, you know? Be a little bit more proactive, do page stuff, get more kills where, well, we could get them, you know, as a bonus. So it was just a small thing.
All right. I love the insights. So what can we expect day 2 then from the team with that in mind?
I hope better results. That's how it usually is, but who knows, who knows? I don't want to jinx.
All right, I love a man that doesn't want to jinx it up. So kind of chatting, let's shift tides a little bit here. Talking about the Dragunov. I know it's kind of like a new addition here. Wanted to get your take on that. How are you feeling about that in competitive right now?
Hey, AVM as a normal spawn, I take those. No, it's too OP. It's literally just a sniper rifle on a DMR. You can have comp, you can spam it. Jesus Christ, it's like P90 and FAMAS, you know, shouldn't be in the game, Imo.
All right, so I got to make sure the whole team is rocking one then throughout the entire matches without a fact here. So chatting chicken wouldn't be chatting chicken without a chicken question here. So I got to know, Pixel, barbecue sauce or ketchup?
Hey, mayo, sriracha mayo.
Sriracha mayo on the chicken? Okay, I love it, man. I love it. Anything you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Hey, thank you for cheating. I hope we're going to present us a little bit better than yesterday. I'm not saying it was bad, but could be better. And thank you for cheating one more time. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's go Friendly Fire. Hey, man, best of luck today. That's going to be Chatting Chicken with Mustache Dave.
Love the sriracha mayo, but confused that he would say ban FAMAS and P90, but not Groza, which is also, I think, just as overpowered. Welcome back, guys. 3 games down, 3 games left to play. My name is Sofis from a Porosaurus match with Mustache Dave. Thanks for chatting chicken in that last segment. It was another good game, a big win for the Sonics after they had a few tough goes there and were sliding a bit, but they're back in the hunt, Poro.
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is the kick in the pants they needed. And like we said, going in, you really never know what's going to happen in these 2 wild card maps. So good to see that tradition holding strong, that the strong team still going to find a way to come out on top.
I also love that we got to listen to the end of LG. I don't think I didn't think we thought it was going to be the end of LG, but it definitely ended up that way. Let's go look back at exactly how it happened. It's time for highlights.
I love them, highlights. They're my favorites.
Circle 1. This one started off, I mean, again, this is McKendy. I think the teams at the early game, a little bit struggles in those rotations, but the late game's been fun to watch.
Oh, man.
For sure. Definitely a struggle bus, too, for a couple of these players. One team in particular here, Toffees, I feel like they're at their breaking point right now. It has to be the Donkey Destroyers. Now, we'll see a couple plays here this game. I know Olis kind of getting frustrated from what I can tell, riding in the Zima, trying to get those runovers. I feel like now is the moment where the team needs to do or die, because we only got 3 more games to go, and they're desperately trying to get these points here to qualify. So I'm looking at the Donkey Destroyers, that breaking point. I think that's where we're going to see them. Oh, here's a player here. And Olis, they're making plays though all night long, honestly, as an individual player for the squad.
I think you're right, though. They definitely need something different to happen here, as they keep ending up in these weird fights that it feels like they're taking them just because they're available, and whether or not they're in the perfect position to take them or not. But either way, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Sonic's holding strong. Is Hooligan going to go down to that P90? Actually, no, it was Tig that got him. P90 did the most of the damage, though. Look at the Tig kill stealing from Shrimsy.
P90 do be like that. And yet again, we see another game where the chicken dinner winner is not necessarily the high point gainer, as Luminosity did manage to walk away with 15 whopping kills on that game. We love listening to their comms, but Sonics does come away with the win. In other news, Elevate, Sakura, 4Nation, these are all teams that are on that hunt, and we're going to pull up that overall leaderboard for you guys to see, because with 3 games left to play, That's what it's coming down to. I love the fight for the top. We will keep tracking that because bragging points are important. But this really comes down to those teams in the mid-pack who are looking to make a go of it. Are there any teams matched with that you're like, these guys, I think that they are just on the cusp of that Mercy game, the one that puts them over the cutoff?
I would love to say yes, but every single time I think I'm about to see something coming out of them, there's just the chaos of what has been these rounds. These first couple of games have been very hard to navigate, specifically off of the way that the circles have shifted, and then also just adding the Kindy into the mix of it all. But it's like I keep waiting for that friendly fire moment. I keep waiting for that Rats moment because, you know, these are teams that we have a lot of expectations for. And I was talking about it, start of the day. Look at how compacted everything was, and we're slowly seeing the shift down. Mercy Gaming having a big game, and now look, Tilt Town, Friendly Fire, those guys all in dangerous positions.
So let's talk about that cutoff position here. 8th place, y'all, is what goes through to the finals. They made it disappear right before I counted off those points. So we'll try to bring it back after the next segment because we want to talk sort of, it is compact, it is rough. Between that 40 down to about 60 points. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So 4th place, Mercy has moved up with 62.
Whenever we're looking at the overall cutoff position, right, it's going to be the top 8 overall. So we've got Tilt Town that's going to be holding down there right at 47, and Soccer is going to be back behind that at 45, tied up with Rats. Rats haven't really managed to find much so far today.
Ooh. Yeah. No, they really haven't. Tilt Town, honestly, with a big game here on Tego, they could lock this thing up as far as the top 8 goes. I mean, they are holding on right now to that 8th place spot. Friendly Fire has a 10-point lead on them, which is pretty salty. As long as they continue to be pretty decent, then they should be all right. But I don't know, man. Look at that. 57, 58, 59. Elevate those guys. Friendly Fire. I can't say that they're completely safe yet, but they can't afford to have any 0-point just stinkers with 3 games left.
I think it's tough too. It's tough. Toffee's like they're getting kills here and there, but is it enough? You know, like they're getting little points, they're jumping up just a slight little midge, but we got teams like Luminosity, Sonic, Shoot to Kill really popping off and just soaking it up here at the top.
I think the biggest takeaway is the fact that yes, those teams that are sort of in that 6 up, maybe some can feel safe, some can't, but all the way down to 14, all those teams could still make the push to 8. And I think that's what the big deal is. You don't want to be the team that is the one that has the bad game and ends up sliding down. So these teams in that mid-pack are going to start playing a little defensively. Will they be able to play defensive or keep going forward? Because it's all about momentum, right, Mustache Dave? And that's why we got you back for our new favorite feature. It's Dave's Momentum Meter.
Hey, bring it, baby. Momentum meter, trademark pending with Mustache Dave. So what is momentum? Momentum is the buildup, the compound interest, water right before its boiling point. So you're asking me, Dave, who's got the momentum? Gonna take away last game, but the game before that, Mercy Gaming, they came into today 9th place on the overall leaderboard. They had an insane game, 24 points. Lucid in particular, this player is just feeling the game here tonight. So when we're looking at momentum meter, I'm looking at Mercy Gaming because they are primed, fellas, primed for that winner chicken dinner, baby. That's Dave's momentum meter. Back to you, boys.
Love it. Thank you, Dave. Mercy looks good, but another team that's been riding some big momentum is Luminosity Gaming. I'm hoping the recent charges that they're suffering for elder abuse after completely deleting Retirement Home Esports won't slow them down, because it did seem troublesome when they came up against the Sonics. And that 4v4, Matt, really, I think the Sonics had to play that perfectly to just catch LG so wide open. That compound would have been a huge pickup for them. Sonics looked amazing when it came to that stop.
Well, I think that this is also kind of the let's learn the map a bit more in a high-end competitive fashion, right? We saw a lot of communication coming out from LG about how they wanted to move into that compound. They thought it was free, and then they realized there was one person in there. But then that kind of recess in the hill just to the north of it is what allowed really Sonics to kind of move in there and made for a much closer range fight than I think that LG was expecting.
I do want to just throw this out there as we take a look at those top 5 from the match. There was a bottoms group, and that one of them was Friendly Fire. They fell out before placement points started to hit Poro, and their slide has continued. For a team that thinks themselves as day 2, it feels like they're in a bit of a rough patch. Do you think that they can grip hard enough to sort of stay in that top 8, or are we starting to stress about this slide?
I mean, personally, I'm kind of stressing about it a little bit. I think Friendly Fire really needs to make something happen here soon. They have not had the best of days so far. Now they've still been managing to get points, which is huge, but they haven't dropped any 0 or 1 point kind of games. But they need more than that, right?
Yeah.
They need more than that to just ensure that they're going to get this top 8 spot, because there's still a lot of teams that are within striking distance of them.
It is a fascinating team. You heard the interview. Pixel 1K, I think, was being a little nice when you asked him about sort of Page's mental yesterday, Dave, because we know Roth is a relentless optimist, but Page didn't say he played bad. His tweet said all of us played bad yesterday. So I think maybe a little war of personalities.
Top 8's the goal, baby. Friendly Fire, they're up there. Let's see if they can pull it through here this game. Toffees, that's it.
That's it. All right, well, that's it. You heard the man. Me and Dave are out of here. It's time for you to go to the next match with Poor Source. Patrick.
Love Dave, man. That's it. We're done. It is now game time. Going back into the Friendly Fire conversation, though. Keep in mind, they played over in PGS2, over in Riyadh. They have more reps in a competitive fashion than a lot of these other teams. This is something that they should try to exploit inside this round to give them that comfort position that they so desperately want.
Well, and to, there might be a personality. There's obviously a big personality difference there between Paige and Roth, but that's not a bad thing always necessarily. Yeah. Like sometimes you need to have that person that you play with that's going to just be that takes your competitiveness up to that next level, right? And that's something that obviously Roth and Sharpshot have been playing together forever. But oh my God, this circle.
I was going to say.
Okay.
Speaking of PGS2, if you guys watched that, I feel like I've seen the circle before, and it is.
We're going north, boys.
Not fun. Remember how I was saying that, hey, Friendly Fire, this is the game where you can try to exploit, try to get something. This is where those reps at PGS2 are going to help out, because if you remember, they used the emergency pickup to jump over into the western side of Shipyard, and then the circle shifted to the east. I'm curious to see how they navigate the circle.
I'm imagining that we're going to see quite a few emergency pickups this game, so as that'll make the rotation path up there a little bit better. But that being said, landing without any vehicles and not having vehicles to try to negotiate whatever C2 or C3 delivers could be a little bit troublesome. So I don't know. We'll see.
So for everybody that's not hyper familiar with this, note the fact that you can see the bridge just kind of south of Shipyard itself along the coastline. It doesn't connect. So that one doesn't count. So you have to move down to the bridges south of that. So depending on how these shifts come into play, we're going to end up with some bottlenecks, some maybe mermaid situations. As you were talking about, holding on to an emergency pickup for whichever way this is going to shift could be absolutely vital to your existence in this game.
I think Mercy needs to be on the lookout for they are all the way down south in Studio, and that is going to be a tough rotate if they decide to take it in vehicles. But already Friendly Fire, you said they didn't learn their lesson from last time. Apparently they are getting that thing set and ready to go. Although, is that just a bait?
Maybe
they might just be. I think that's just them getting rid of it to take it off the field.
I mean, they could move in pretty early. They do have pathing that they can run across the coastline. LG is going to be on the opposing side of it. Elevate as well. The closest team that's going to be to them is Donkey Destroyers, and they could path on a similar way. Sonics could be in front of them as well. That could just be a burn, but we could also see a solo drop to try to scout, since they're going to be moving into an absolute no idea what's going on. Maybe just, if they found 2 of them, send one over to scout you out something and then save them for the next time.
Right now, it looks like they're just not going to use it. They're just going to burn it. Those guys, meanwhile, they're already on the move. They're making their way in on the western edge of the northern part of the island, just kind of backfilling Tilt Town, who's already on the move as well. Orion are winners from Tego yesterday, pretty much the highlight of their tournament so far, really. We saw Snowbird landing the most ridiculous end game shots And we'll see if they can maybe put something magical here together on Tego once again. He-Man, though.
Look at that ammo.
Shots into BB. Gets him real low, but doesn't get the knock just yet. Salty maybe will find it. Yeah, he will. Glory going to go down. Restraint trading shots back with the M249. Oh, he's so low, Matt.
Oh, is the nade going to make it depending on how the toss comes in? Restraint trying to get away from a bounce isn't going to connect. Glory in some trouble. Here comes the rest of TTG. Sakura Zinsen going to be trying to move in, but notice the fact that BB is playing just kind of in that dip on the opposing side. Could maybe catch He-Man whenever he tries to step over. He-Man already reading that one, gonna step away from it. And this has turned into more of a, we just both want to regroup and there's no easy way to do it.
BB.
Ice already down.
Yeah, BB making things happen here. Cater, it looked like was maybe trying to escape, but now that BB got that knock, Cater going to come and join over with this fight as well. Coming in from that south side, BB will flush out, or actually gets a knock on He-Man. So BB now, 2 big knocks for Train to Go, and Salty and Hooligan all on their lonesome now. Big wrap coming in from Salty. We'll see if Cater is looking for it. He doesn't look to be.
I love this. I love the read and just stepping away, moving back over to this hillside, knowing exactly how to exploit the terrain for his favor. Salty just having a hell of a firefight. He is just reading everything that TTG is trying to pull off.
10 bullets.
Counter-moving time and time again.
10 bullets, though. That's the problem here for Salty. They kind of caught them in the middle of their looting phase, and Ice will bleed out. So Salty maybe will be able to pick up some rounds off of his body, but Restraint was looking. Has a few shots in, not going to get the knock though. Restraint pulled back off once again as He-Man will get the flush onto BB, and now it's all down to Restraint. Can he get Cater up? Not even looking for it. He-Man will get the knock and the flush, and that's going to be it for Train to Go.
So that was outside the circle, did slow down a couple things. We did have some emergency pickups that came into play. As you can see, Foreign Nation trying to make a landing about as far north as you can get in this thing. They're going to be just to the east of Army Base. You mentioned Mercy probably needing one. They're being pretty slow with it. Friendly Fire did end up taking one, and they are going to actually be opting odd side out. Oh my lord. They're going to be landing right over here on this western side of this one. They're saying, okay, we're gonna make a similar play to what we made last time over at PGS2, and surely math has to be in our favor this time, right?
Well, I mean, if nothing else, they get this eastern part of Shipyard for free, and if the circle does do something crazy and cut off to the east, they're in a good position for it. There's at least nobody else on the east to speak of right now, with the exception of maybe STK, maybe Sakura Zensen once they finish their looting up. But everybody else seems to be opting for this western peninsula. Everything north of Yongshang, where Sonics is kind of holding down the line.
This is okay. The contained firefights that we're probably going to need to keep an eye on are most notably around where LG and Rats are, because that hillside is going to be where we're going to see probably a lot of shifts depending on how the circle goes into play and how teams are going to have to navigate through. We still have Donkey Destroyers needing to come into this one, and Sakura Zinsen that are needing to make their way. Penta is playing extremely far away from the rest of his team, playing down the
scouting.
South. I think he's just kind of scouting to see if anybody rotates. This is a good safety play if you guys have the map up to see what STK is doing. They're kind of right in the middle of where all 3 of the sections of land can conjoin on their own little independent peninsula, and might be able to wrap very quickly depending on how this goes. It's all going to be about reaction, though.
It also works because they've already been through all that area as well, right? So they know that everything between Penta and Alo is clear. So now leaving Penta down there on the south side, they can kind of get an idea of anything that's coming in below them. And so far, they don't see anything. Donkey Destroyers taking their very slow path into the zone this time around. Kind of surprising for them. Is Mercy? Where Mercy at?
All the way to the south. Remember, they are as south as
they're
you
still
can
in
south.
studio. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Way down there. I love this. Wait for the timing on it. Get picked up now while the zone is closing in. I feel like this might have been a bit early, but this might have just been trying to maybe eat a little bit less blue zone damage, because they're going to be jumping into this one and could still be airborne whenever the new circle pops.
Yeah, we'll see how they play it out. The timing, I think, it's pretty decent. There's it also depends on how many meds they have, right? Obviously, Sneak Attack sitting on 5 first aids, so he's looking pretty good. We don't know what their rest of their situation is looking like, though. So Meanwhile, Donkey Destroyers, they're still just kind of hanging out just south of Terminal on the hills. And I'm not sure if they're just positioning themselves to shoot at anybody that might be coming in late just like this.
If anybody's curious what it's like whenever we go to comms and we're just kind of like listening in on comms as casters, it's just visualize what's happening right here. We're just kind of like hanging there waiting to see what happens next. Does the team die? Do they not? When do we jump in? As Mercy is about to break through the blue zone finally, and 10 seconds. Yeah, actually, I take it back, Mercy. This is extremely well done.
Yeah, that works. Very well done there, Raji. And it looks like Donkey Destroyer, are they, at least one of them is looking at it, and it is going to cut up over towards that Western Peninsula. So all the teams that shoved their chips in there early, looking pretty good for them, as the only teams that are going to have to rotate in now are Donkey Destroyers, Mercy, STK, Sakura Zensen. Where did Mercy go? Where do you land? There is not a lot of places over there to play.
I mean, Army base is kind of open, but you can't make that assumption whenever you're coming into this one. I think that we're also seeing a couple of random sprays come out from Tilt Town, maybe just trying to stop somebody away. They are going to go all the way up to the north of this one. That's no surprise. Presently over Savage.
Yeah, they got to, don't they?
Guess cut west. I mean, they could also choose to go for a drop in a shipyard, but that won't feel good.
I mean, I guess the best play really is if you're sending it south to north, just send it over the water, drop down, and hope that this is unoccupied. Unfortunately for them, it is not unoccupied. Four Nation is just sitting there with their mouths open like baby birds, waiting for them to be fed. As Tater will go down to Tiggleton. Shrimsy was just kind of distracting, as now Kickstart will get rezzed.
We often talk about presence from heaven being, you know, like whenever, like, I don't know, some crates fall or something like that. In this case, it's points from heaven that are going to be landing down. Foreign Nation just beating in on Mercy. You can see the landing not coming out too well from them. We do also have Donkey Destroyers trying to land in. That's just going to be just to the south of this. They're going over Tilt Town as well, trying to maneuver into where those guys are at. Foreign Nation was playing into this one for a while, just trying to see what's going to be going on, with position Blue Zone Nade's going to land. But with this, you can see Mercy now starting to find some ways to make this one come together, but it is so late.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough, wasn't it? I mean, Seifu now the last one up, down to about 20 HP, and there you go, cleaned up. Good stuff from Four Nation. They'll even get the res onto their fallen player, remain 4 strong. Meanwhile, Donkey Destroyers try to send it towards the woods. Add a little bit of confusion to the process. Pack Caps will force Flax to pull back down, and Tilt Town actually going to lose Savage in the process, although Tumas and Pack Caps the only survivors of this airdrop from Donkey Destroyers for now.
I mean, it wasn't the worst idea to drop into the hillside. You try to use the trees maybe to block out some of the sight lines on the landing, but it also kind of blocks out any foot rotations that you might not be able to see coming into it. And this hillside is just going to be where so much of our focus is about to shift into. We've got so many teams that are stacked over here. Yeah, we've got Donkey Destroyers with just Pat Caps up over here, but let's not forget Tilt Town's over here, TG's over here. Oof. Just to the south of that's going to be where LG is going to be at. We still also have STK and Sakura Zinzen that are going to need to make their way in as, is it a Pat Trap?
Pat Traps? He's looking. Doc Geo's hunting. Oh, we spotted him. He's going to see him. There it is. Clean spray from Doc Geo. As Sakura Zensen, they tried to send 2 in the emergency parachute, and they're going to fall right on top of friendly fire. But unfortunately for them, that is a lot of Shipyard to cover. He-Man has been left on the far side of Shipyard, and STK opting instead of just to just cross. And fortunately for them, it looked like nobody was really holding their bridge camp. I think Funny Business may have been there earlier, but SDK waited long enough to where Funny Business repositioned from their split, and it just kind of left an open area for them. And now the new circle is going to pop, and it's going to go off to the west.
No big surprise on that one. We're going to be shifting in. We still have a big chunk of Army base that is in play on this, but we're going to have to make some choices about moving into the hillside relatively soon. With He-Man kind of hanging back for Sakura Zinsen, that's just an anchor play, right? That's all we're really looking at. Page was also trying to play the hillside just to the southwest of this. He's now moved back in. He's regrouping into it. But STK that was the south going to have to continue their rotation. And remember LG, the hillsides, getting control in here very quickly is going to be massive for them with the way that the circle lines in. And they are now going to be pouncing on to this split up Tilt Town.
Yeah, Tilt Town managed to get 2 out of there, but Eislow is stuck. And you can see him just holding the corner, holding the angs with shotties. We'll see if Anybody from LG will get flushed off of this. Mime not even taking the chance. Spots him through the window and says, eyes low, you are not going to get that shotgun on us. And they will quickly learn that the rest of Chilltown has already vacated the premises. So Luminosity now have a compound to themselves. Look at He-Man. He found a boat.
He did. He's just going to navigate his own way. And we also do have Funny Business. It's going to be running right next to Orion. At least a couple of shots going to be coming out from RJX. He's trying to deter. There is going to be an opposing hillside that we can see Funny Business maybe stop at. It's going to be now Wallius. He-Man is going to be wrapping around through this one. The rest of Sakura Zinsen just kind of left. They said, okay, you can have Shipyard, man. We don't really want to be too caught into this one. Just one member and Hooligan kind of staying over there and kind of caught out. Can't really do much else but stay there.
Well, yeah, this is honestly... I don't want to say it's not a misplay. It's not really Friendly Fire's fault because they had this team just hot drop right on top of them. They haven't been able to find this guy. They have no idea where Hooligan is. But as a result, that lets Salty kind of leave and take control over that hard cover position. And now Friendly Fire is kind of waiting to the very last minute to make their rotation as a full 4-man squad. I imagine Salty is going to get crashed here shortly, but Friendly Fire, they now have a little bit more to deal with now because of that mind games that Sakura Zensen is forcing them to play.
Foot push down to the south as it is going to be STK moving on that Rats line. Rats do have 2 of their members holding this angle up against where STK is going to be approaching from. A couple of those shots are going to just try to slow them down. Really, the outlying team in this one is going to be Friendly Fire, as you were just talking about. They're going to have to step out of what's going on in Shipyard and now reposition, probably wrap back around, but there is the potential of catching a kind of separated out Orion if they just press straight in, just cut straight west and hope that maybe this is where so much of that firefighting was going on. And that looks like what's going to happen. Paige is just going to push right into this one and be up on top of Snowbird.
And you can see Halo, the rest of the shoot to kill boys, they're trying to find these rats that are playing. Orion, meanwhile, this is what we're looking at, the push coming through. Unfortunately, a lot of damage put down on a Page is going to make him an easy pick in there for Snowbird. Picks up a point for Orion. Babbler already down. The rest of Friendly Fire, they're still off in the blue, eating a bunch of damage right now. And just like that, man, so that Sakura Zensen emergency pickup just threw a huge wrench into the plan for Friendly Fire.
I swear, Friendly Fire in this circle has just been a catastrophe for them. And now they are going to try to maneuver down to the south, get around where Orion's going to be, find some pathing to work with. The circle did pop. It did shift into the west, so that is going to make it even more complicated for our eastern teams in the way that the line comes in. But maybe Friendly Fire can navigate some of that chaos, try to cut in. Sonics, though, are going to be pushing right back behind STK. And remember, we talked about they were kind of bumping into Rats just a moment ago.
All right, well, we're going to listen into Sonics to see how they take on this fight in the forest with STK.
I might get naded here.
I'm smoking us up direct here, Shrimsy.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. I'm moving with you.
So I think there's a guy prone, close left side of our smokes, and then one guy on this blue mark tree. I'm nading blue.
All right, I'm nading blue. Yeah,
I see one really deep, by the way, on green.
Okay.
I'm checking our back while we do this. Let's take our time.
We could be shot in the side here. We could be shot in the side. LG can see us.
Yeah, just play south side smokes.
Yeah, let's take our time here.
I think there's one close proning, bro.
Yeah, there is. There's 2 really far.
I think we're gonna have to drive in between these guys, by the way.
I actually think so too. One's getting shot in the back. One's getting shot in the back on green.
Oh, I'm canceling my bet on you, constantly. One's
It's
not.
Rats.
Yeah, one's 1 HP. It's only one close. One's far left in the smokes, guys. One's on the antenna on green mark.
I want to smoke and peek.
Okay. H1, I think we have to drive in between everything right now.
Matt, you and I drive. Yeah, our flank looks good. I just checked.
He's on the tree on blue. Knock me. It's SDK close team.
Are they 4?
Yeah, they're 4. They're not
take our time.
Okay, if you res me, we can pull up on blue in zone. I think that this rock is actually good.
He's playing up to nade. We need to nade him first. Yellow mark.
Okay, brother.
There's 2 close already.
Let's get in the car immediately. Just don't even heal. Just get in the car right now. We need to go.
On you. Another nade on you. Matt, come fight with me. Once you know I can. I knocked him. One more by me.
I'm healing.
I knocked 2. There's a 3rd on my left.
Guys, 1 HP on the tree. He's low. I'm nading tree. I'm nading tree.
3rd guy's 1 shot. 1 HP on tree guy. Edge.
He's knocked on tree.
Okay, 1 standing.
I'm driving. No, you're dead.
Get those flushes.
We have to drive in between.
Yeah, just
go to blue.
I was in a good spot.
Yeah, or like follow kick spot, yeah.
FF
is fighting. FF knocked one of Rats in feed. FF was the team was behind you. So I think they played up. You can be on your
I'm
own
gonna
bridge.
peek from above.
This is my last first aid, by the way.
Boy, that guy on the tree was one shot like 5 times, wasn't he, Boro?
They always are, Matt. They always are.
Always
But
are.
H-Win is once again just showing how insane he is. The AUG meta has done wonders for that man, and Kickstart got a little bit separated from the boys, and so you can see that there's still some comm issues that Sonics are working out, and you know, it's not a big deal, it's not a huge deal by any means, and that was always going to be a tough fight with STK kind of getting shot at by rats in the background. LG had an angle onto Sonics as well, and now the new circle pops, and it is going to actually favor Elevate here. It's going to be interesting to see how the Elevate boys decide to play this one. Rello is going to find Kickstart immediately, though, as they were a little bit closer maybe than the Sonics boys had anticipated.
Yeah, now that line from LG is going to be moving. With those shots, though, those guys heard this. They might be trying to counter move in, so Luminosity has to be very cautious, sitting at 7 kills right now, wanting to stack up a couple more as they do have the inside track. Also, notice that Friendly Fire used the opportunity of what happened with LG and Sonics just a moment ago, and they just moved into the circle, now moving back out to see if maybe they can pick up some kills or some safety.
That seems to be what a lot of these teams are doing on the southern edge here. They're just kind of working into different positions to see if they can find angles on all these fights that they hear going on. Right now, it's Rats, actually. Cowboy prevented those guys from pushing into LG from the north side, so that allowed LG to focus their attention down onto Shrimzy and clean up Sonics. And now LG still 4 strong, now wrapping further down on this southern side. Friendly Fire is going to have to be careful. Rats still have a good position, though.
Yeah, I really like how defended they are in this one. The hillside on this is going to get a lot more complicated whenever we look down into the south and how here you go. Perfect example of what we're looking at.
There you go.
Rats still has some of the hills that they can move down into, but it is going to be a lot more open right at the foothill point. There you go. And that's what Friendly Fire is trying to line up into. Now that they're taking shots, though, high ground back behind them could get a bit more complex, as it is going to be LG looking to continue absolutely just picking up more and more kills, pushing their way up that leaderboard.
Yep, LG in death ball formation right now, wrapping over to the west on the southern side, and Pixel and Roth have to be looking and be seeing it coming. They're going to find one knock onto Flood. Good work from Pixel. Mime will immediately trade that out. Snakers pulls back. They'll turn this into a utility battle. Roth will go down to the grenade from Rello, and that should be an easy res for LG to get back on the move.
We did see Rats were thinking about playing more aggressive into that LG line, but with how fast that fight ended, they instead shift back into a more defensive row. You were talking about a second ago, Elevate just has this circle under control as far as territory, but I'm more worried about the sight lines and how this is all going to come together. Is when we look at this retirement, we have retirement home esports so far up to the north, and yeah, Rats are just going to go ahead and say, all right, it's time to go.
Rats definitely wants it, but Mime and Rello were waiting and ready while the res was coming through on Flood. They'll slow things down a little bit with the flashbangs and smokes. Rats, they're going to have to pull back just a little bit. Cowboy and Hello Senpai serving the front line. Despoon looking from the rear. Boonage and Shinboy actually creeping down to the south, see if they can find anything, and they're not catching any good angles here. So Luminosity, this big smoke wall coming through, they are using a lot of their utility right now to try to either get out of this fight. I think they're just trying to get out of it. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
There's just these irrigation trenches that run down that hillside, and that's what Rats were trying to exploit. Now it's going to be Elevate and that high ground advantage, taking some shots into what's going to be going on with a couple of these lines. Is really everybody in the world has to move into the circle except for Elevate, and they decided to put Chimboy and Poonage on the outside of it and kind of eye what's going to be going on. Now LG and Rats getting so close together have kind of stalled each other, not capable of moving too comfortably. Add in those guys having to deal with He-Man right up on top of them. They can't make the move into what's going to be happening under the south calms down, and in the north we've got Retirement Home Esports. They can't really make a clean move. I mean, they've got an option, but really Elevate is firm defending that line and stalled them out.
Yeah, like you said, Elevate. Oh, good stuff from Lemon Squeezy, spotting out He-Man, the snake in their midst. And He-Man won't be able to take out any of those guys. LG turning their attention back over that direction, but they have to have Snakers and Flood, keeping an eye on the south. Cowboy is going to find a little bit of an angle on a Snakers. Good trades coming through. Cowboy taking the brunt of the damage that time, and actually going to go down to a grenade from Flood. Good stuff here coming in from LG. All 4 members are serving a purpose here. Nobody's filling any space. And I gotta tell you, man, whatever they figured out, whatever they've given to Mime, he is flourishing right now. I think he's sitting on 5 or 6 kills.
I mean, it's just new environment, new lifestyle coming up from him. That was a big firefight for Rats. They're presently at 51 points, 1 point behind Tilt Town as well as Sakura Zinsen. So they needed that firefight to go far better. Now it's just Despoon, Hello Senpai. They're having to navigate the southern area. They do have a couple of crates that they can kind of work their way through, but Punaj had to shift back into the north, couldn't really keep a firm eye on what was going on in the south. So that was the only reprieve that Rats got over there. Elevate, though, they're doing a lot of bounce around, trying to defend up, but Luminosity, they don't want to overextend into this either. They're going, okay, we're realizing we're starting to walk into this hillside where we're going to start losing information. Instead, let's just kind of shift our attention. We know what's going on with those guys. See if maybe we can kind of just firm defend in here and see if maybe we can get some more pieces of them.
I gotta say, Matt, all respect due to Mercy for their game 3, game 2 performance, and all respect to Dave for the momentum meter. Right now, man, I don't see anybody who is putting the foot to the pedal to the metal harder than LG. They have so much momentum here today. They have been performing in every single game, and now they are collecting even more kills as they continue to progress through this lobby.
Eyes on the prize, set on first place. STK had themselves a phenomenal run, but look at this, 11 kills already. Eyes on more. They spot out the Rats, trying to get away from them. Nowhere to go. It's going to be Elevate still playing on the opposite end of this one. The Spoon just trying to see if he can hunker in, get something out of it. They're going to go down. Rats just can't quite crest into that top 8 yet again, but that's more points, more of a feast going over into LG. Now, TG to the north, Retirement Home Esports and Elevate all lined up against each other, while it's going to be LG with full control to the south.
And they should be able to get the res on a Snaker, get back up to full strength. The problem right now for Elevate is that the biggest danger to them is to the north, but they've got to clean up everything to the south. Unfortunately, the south is just not easy to clean up. Everything, and there's the smoke walls slowing things down. You can see Chad just barely surviving here. Elevate would love to be able to turn the fight over towards LG right now, but there you go. Sociopath will pick up Chad. Sociopath, the last one remaining and cleaned up. Okay, now Elevate can turn all of their attention up towards LG. They find 2 knocks immediately. Elevate instantly turning their focus. This is huge.
And we've seen Punaj constantly jumping out over here, trying to make sure that he can get some more control, some more information. This is what we were looking at. This rock facing over here is very complex to work around. Shinboy, though, just gonna boldly cross straight directly into this one. You can kind of see how the verticality is becoming such a factor for them to contend with. Elevate, getting those early knocks right around those crates was instrumental for allowing this more aggressive styling. They've just had to sit there and watch so much of this firefighting going on around them. We're capable of picking up a lot of kills, but finally now starting to find some. Mime just taking a face full of an explosion. Just him and Snaker's up. Snaker's still playing down next to those crates, but Mime still playing this very strong angle. Shinboy, though, just waiting. Punaj on the opposite side, and now we're slowly creeping our way into phase number 8.
Oh, big knock again, and you gotta give all the credit in the world to Punaj for looking up at this uphill, this southern side, and keeping track of LG while the rest of his squad was clearing off what was going on to the north. If LG had had any more time to prepare and to get into good position here uphill from Elevate, they would have been basically screwed. But Punaj, just huge plays from him.
This is very important. You can see how the fact that Snickers is kind of eyeing out the repositions out, saying maybe he can catch out Shinboy. He's now revealed, doesn't get the knock that he so needed. Now they know 100% with the way that he was watching Elevate scout around. He was hoping that he could pick this one up. Now he's just got to choose his firefights. He's opting to go out into this eastern area. Juke's back into the west. He's trying to bait them out into revealing themselves, but it is just a good shift. Rock to rock to rock. Elevate knows that they have the circle. They've got the control, moving into gatekeeping. Snaker's just taking more and more damage. 13 kills. You know LG wants this, but back against the wall, what can you do? You've got a big gun, and they're going to walk right into you. You do pick up one of them, but it's not going to be enough to secure the victory. Elevate, get those much-needed points.
Oh my goodness. Once again, always the bridesmaid and never the bride. LG here today as they once again have a huge performance, but just can't secure the win. But you know what, Matt? I think I think they'll be all right with that. That is another big game from LG.
I have no idea. Like last I saw, I think that there was like an 8-point differential. They managed to take out a couple of teams after that. This leaderboard up at the top is now going to start getting closer, which at the start of today, especially with SDK picking up 2 chicken dinners back to back, like I thought that was just kind of done. No, we're not done with that yet.
And man, you got to give credit to Elevate here. This is a big victory for them. They were kind of in that grouping, right? That was all in danger of, if anybody starts really popping off, they might be able to pass them. But Elevate coming in huge on Tego, securing that victory and possibly securing their spot here towards these America's finals and getting their shot at going to PGC.
And a lot of this is due to the damage control rounds. How many times have we seen a solo just trying to buy some more points, pick up a kill here, see if they can
Vegas.
I mean, yeah, it's been so strong for them to pull out. And I love to see the fact that being rewarded now, starting to see if maybe they can get some success out of it.
And again, I can't say enough about what Punage controlled LG and gave Elevate that time to clear out everything to the north and turn before they could turn their attention back up to him. So huge play from them. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to remind you that if your favorite new state mobile map is back with an update, so check out the updated Akinta map live right now. So make sure you go and check that out, guys. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get ready for our final 2 games of the day.
looks back into the west. He's trying to bait them out into revealing themselves, but it is just a good shift. Rock to rock to rock. Elevate knows that they have the circle. They've got the control, moving into gatekeeping. Snaker's just taking more and more damage. 13 kills. You know LG wants this, but back against the wall, what can you do? You've got a big gun, and they're going to walk right into you. You do pick up one of them, but it's not going to be enough to secure the victory. Elevate, get those much-needed points.
Welcome back. Tego is done, and the level of play continues to rise as Elevate takes the win with 8 kills. I got to go to you, Mustache Dave, because this is the team at the start of the day that you said you think keep an eye on them. They could make that late push, and here they are picking up those points.
Yeah, man, a believer from the start of the day. Elevate playing those hilltops out in the west, really good, holding down most of that zone towards that late game. Really beautiful, staying alive. You'll love to see it. Elevate was a team that I think Poro touched on it a little bit in that danger zone, right? Coming into day number 2. I know they were having a lot of difficulties with their rotations on day number 1. Things weren't looking too hot. And I know the team just recently kind of started getting back into the groove after that last event. So it is looking like the team is once again just firing on all cylinders. And after that win, they should be qualifying, looking ahead for the finals. So they should be a little more relaxed now, you know, breathing a little lighter with only 2 more games to go.
We'll take a look at it after the highlights. We're going to look at the leaderboard and break down what that mid-pack looks like. But you got to remember how Tego went. Now, this was a circle, Poro, but it seems like a staple when we talk about this map.
Bro, it's rough. It's rough. It's what do they get? But the thing is that every team had to deal with it too, right? Like it wasn't like there was a bunch of teams that were already in the north, but you saw so many rotations, so many early on. We knew we were going to see a lot of emergency parachutes. Unfortunately, they just came so late that already everybody was already kind of in position. So Mercy suffers the wrath, Sakura suffered the wrath as well. But here we go, Luminosity again, just cleaning up everything.
And I want to say about this hillside, it's something to I think that a lot of the pros are really going to have to start focusing in on. It feels like when we get northern circles, this hillside is where a lot of the circles like to just pull for the later game stages of it. And there is a lot of just variation in the way that we see the train lineup. Look at what we're looking down into versus what we saw Elevate trying to look up into in the opposite in perspective. It's almost like you're looking at an entirely different map given how close these are next to each other. And the foot push maneuverability in this area is just so absolutely insane to deal with. And respect to Elevate, they just knew exactly where they needed to be at and how to execute around these terrain pieces.
I like that. I like this idea of a flip push, but I need you to go a little more depth for me. A flip push being like turning the tables on a push? Give me more on that.
The way that you can look at it, there's a lot of these trenches that are like really what we saw LG navigating, right?
Yeah.
They managed to abandon vehicles, get into position, and shift in. From that point forward, they were kind of following whatever firefights were happening. This section of the map really allows for that. And just due to the fact that there's so many different cover pieces, the way that a lot of these hills kind of break sight lines, just being able to foot push firefight into firefight in a lot of very unexpected angles is where we saw a lot of LG's recipe for just racking up kills.
Makes sense. So we see the match leaderboard. That's where the points come in. I want to actually do a head-to-head here because I want to focus this entire segment on the race in the middle. Tilt Town, 8th place. Sakura, where the cutoff is at 9th. Tilt Town does have that chicken in their pocket. The kills are dead. Even the average kills is like literally 0.3. This seems like how it has been all day, Dave, is like this middle pack just will not separate.
Yeah, and Tilt Town really making a massive come up yesterday in games 5 and 6, you know, because before those games, they were dead at last. So if it wasn't for those last games, we wouldn't even be talking about them right now because today we haven't really seen much. They've been kind of sticking with their bread and butter, just trying to survive to that late game. But I got to see some more kills. And same thing with Sakura. We keep seeing them show up towards that mid to late game, but they're just not getting enough kills in my opinion to really boost them up. Now I got to give a shout out to what was Salty this last game, really pulling out the clutch card from that squad. But it is getting really close for comfort here at Toffees.
It is. It's so close. It's 52-52 at 8 and 9. They're as close as Poro and I are on the fantasy boards, but that everyone else is on the chase. 46, 32, right down from there. And if you kind of go up to where 4th place is, it's still wide open. And it is middle of the pack, do or die time. But this is the hard part for me. And I don't care who responds to this one because it is fascinating. I don't know what the strategy is. If you're a team that is 8 through, let's say, 5, you're only ahead by about 10 to 15 points. 2 games left. Do you pull in? Do you pull your strikers and just gather around the goal and play defensive, or do you keep your game plan going and just try to manage?
No, I'm going to jump in on this one because it's my biggest pet peeve in watching how these qualifiers go. We often see people go, okay, it's time to start playing safe. It's time to start playing super safe. Let's defend up. And then somebody has a massive game, jumps over them every single time. You still need to keep playing the game. You still need to be active inside of it. You need to be picking up these couple of kills. You need to make sure that your points per game stays stable and not just in passive play. If you're playing just for position points and going, well, off of this, we can just try to play into here and try to get like 4th or something like that, and then our placement points will be fine. I guarantee you the other 2 teams that are hungrier back behind you will walk away with 15 points, both of them in the next 2 games, and then your 10 points that you managed to pick up just ain't enough.
Does anyone disagree? Are we across the board a stay the course kind of crew here?
For those teams, yeah, for those teams, without a doubt. When we're looking at like retirement home, no, they got to do something different. Train to go. They've kind of been doing what Matchroom's saying, like playing or what Matchroom doesn't want to see, and they've been playing really safe, you know, just trying to stay alive and stay in the compound. They haven't been doing nothing else besides that, and that's why we see them at the bottom with barely any kills. So if I'm retirement home, if I'm trained to go, even Orion at this point, 2 more games to go. I am dropping. I am looting. I'm getting in that vehicle and I'm running over people. I'm getting the kills.
So let me pose.
I
get that.
Toffees.
Let me pose the counter question though. If we say keep the line, don't pull the strikers. What about the other side? Those guys below 8. Poro, do they pull the goalie? Do you go full aggression and just start hunting kills in the early game, or do you stay the course again?
You know what? Personally, I think you stay the course.
Okay.
No matter where you are, right? Because it doesn't matter what we say to do. There's going to be teams that play it safe, and there's going to be teams that just kind of continue doing what they do, and they're the ones that are going to benefit the most. They're the ones that are going to find fights with these teams that are trying to play it safe, that are trying to disengage, that are trying to pull away just to survive, and they're going to end up feasting on them, and they're going to end up getting kill points off of them. And again, we're on Erangel for these final 2 maps, so this is home for everybody. Everybody has home field advantage at this point.
All right, now let's talk about something that we saw in the last game. You guys brought it up sort of a little bit in the broadcast. At the end of it was this emergency pickup. We saw it used a lot in the last game, and it was almost like a master's class matchup between Friendly Fire and Mercy as to the value of. They used it 6.5 minutes apart, and the results were vastly different.
It's all about making sure you figure out the timing for it, right? Mercy, I want to give respect to. I thought that they had maybe gone a bit early, but that was just extremely well timed. They knew exactly how far and how long it's going to take you to get into that position to drop at that time. And we often see that jumping earlier is always going to be better than jumping later, just because you don't have to contend with as many people in defended positions.
Well, jumping is going on all over the map right now. It's time for our penultimate match in the series that decides who goes to the grand final. This is the moment where rubber hits the road. Let's kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddies. It's Poro and Matchroom.
All right, Poro. We're getting into this one. I got to go back to the Toffee's comment whenever he was, or question that he was asking about the passive play versus more aggressive styling play.
I hate it.
I want players to hear this while I'm saying it. I guarantee you it's going to feel better if you try to be proactive. And I'm not saying go out there and just go Wild West, shoot everything that moves around you. I'm saying just don't go turtle, right? We often see teams that are in this area go turtle. You don't want to let your opportunity slip by because you just didn't do anything, right? I would much rather lose because of a decision I made than just having the decision taken away from me.
Like, for example, to hot drop on Severny. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
Trained to go in retirement home? Why not at this point? What do you really have to lose? You're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard.
You have to lose a car. And, that's what you're gonna lose.
Well, there you go. Friendly Fire, give that one up, I guess. But no, you're exactly right. The Circle Dust Poppet is going to go pretty much dead center. I don't think. Well, I say that. I don't think we have to worry about Millie being involved in this, but you never do know, do you? But I couldn't agree with you more. We have this isn't even an opinion at this point. We have so much damn data that shows if you try to play safe, if you try to hold on to if you try to not lose, you're gonna end up losing. You're gonna end up getting passed, and we've seen it so many times. But yet, I guarantee you we'll see at least one team do it again this time, because it's so hard to force yourself to not play safe.
And I gotta say, the mental game right now really needs to be there for a team like Friendly Fire. They're trying. They're just trying to hold on. They're trying to move into that position, and it just feels like nothing works out for them. Right? They make the emergency pickup. They make the modifications off of PGS2. They land over in Shipyard. They have another team that jumps on top of them, but then manages to move into a gatekeeping position, slow them down. This time around, they manage to jump over there next to Stallberg. They get themselves in and immediately have a car stolen from. Whenever we say that PUBG is a mental game, this is what we're talking about. You have to shrug it off. You have to maintain some form of presence in the area around you to continue making the correct decision makings. And it's so complicated because there is always that thought process that's in your back of the head. Do I play more aggressive? Do I play more passive? What do I need to do in the situation? And you can super overthink it if you're not careful. And I think that's kind of what ends up happening, leading to some of this more passive play that we see at this stage.
Well, I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that it's not just you out there, right? You're playing a team sport. Nobody wants to be the guy that lets their team down by over peaking or overstepping or going over aggressive, right? So you don't want to let your team down by doing that, but you want to be the one that helps your team win, right? You got to go out there and put yourself out there. Just have faith in yourself and your teammates. Like, all of you guys that are playing this game are good, right? You're good enough to pull this stuff off mechanically. So we'll see what happens as Innate lining this one up on BB. At least he got to start things off with a nice Dragunov, didn't he?
Yeah, and we've got, the fight of champions right here, right? We've got essentially, it's going to be Retirement Home Esports lined up against TTG and Train to Go, kind of vying that position. Keep in mind, there is a points advantage right now for Retirement Home Esports. Downside to this is really we're just looking at the top 8 overall, but sometimes pride and fun can come into a factor for it to look at as well. That said, this isn't like let's just send it. Like, nobody is just going in here like, we're just going to jump in and we're just going to try to kill each other to just get some points here or there. This does look like the fact that they're both playing defensive. They're both trying to loot. They're both keeping an eye on each other. Nobody's just kind of blind sending it into each other.
You're not W-keying.
Yeah.
You're playing it smart, obviously. But there's nothing wrong with a little early game fighting. Now, the only thing that sucks for them is that they're outside a circle, so they're pretty much committed to this, regardless of how long it takes. That being said, we see Rats making their way from Military Island. Funny Business also has left the island as well, so nobody on Millie at this point. Sonics have done what they normally do in situations like this. They've left one in Pachinki, sent 2 over to the Pachinki field warehouses, and they've got ticked down to the south. So just everybody kind of doing exactly what's expected of them so far, Matt.
Yeah, but in the most nerve-wracking of ways. Rats knows they just need like a point or two, right? I do like the fact that you can see they're moving in. They understand where the win conditions inside this game are. I know a lot of times we can throw that term around. Mainly it's saying, okay, what can I do to get my team into a winning position to play from? What are the things that we need to do? We need to get into a high value position where we can try to pick up some kills and play the game the way that benefits us best, because there are a lot of different play styles for PUBG. And so if you're a team like Rats right now, getting like 2 out of your 3 win conditions or 3 out of 4, just getting a couple of those things checked off can give you the position just to get that point or two, because that's really all you need right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it all changes based off of where the plane path, the drop spot, where the first circle goes. So, I know we've been doing this for 5 years now. I feel like we can get overly technical sometimes. I know we speak to the hardcore fans, but thankfully we've got some new fans that are always joining us, and they're always interested to learn more about the competitive side of this game. So this is just kind of the stuff where we're trying to be teachers, Matt. We're trying to educate as well as entertain.
You should be good at that one. Oh, and I guess Purdy should be good at that one too. Wow.
Oh no. Well, here's one thing that you can sometimes expect from Shoot to Kill is that they know if somebody is in North George, they're going to camp them. And they have been doing this for years. They've done this ever since any trolls in the chat looted up in North George. They have found ways to camp them on circles that are going away. And unfortunately for 4Nation, they just were not looking for it this time around.
So welcome to South Georgia Pool, man. That's all you can really say. Right as soon as you come across that bridge, it's going to be a problem. The TTG RHE fight you can see is getting, I guess, kind of stalemated out.
It's like a grenade.
Managed to get something out of it. No, Retirement Home Esports nowhere near the circle right now, and realize the fact that they need to try to clean this one up a bit faster. Sociopath, the last one up for his squad, though. So the prayers and dreams waiting for him. See what he can try to get, and maybe he might be able to counter read this one.
That's a really good job from BB. Head on a swivel, managed to spot out Innate while he was trying to make the crossover. And now Sociopath, got to be careful though. He's got that 8K in hand, and we all know how much damage that thing can do very, very quickly. Is a nice flashbang from Restraint, and there you go, cleaned up by Glory and Trained to Go, cleaning up Retirement Home without taking a single loss.
That one's going to feel good. That's got to be something on the momentum that we're going to be looking at. Momentum meter still applies to everybody that's trying to climb up in this leaderboard. Well, it is a very, I guess, Everestian uphill climb going to be for TTG. We'll have to see how this game goes, and maybe they could put themselves in striking distance for something. But I mean, I'll be hopeful, but let's be pragmatic as well.
The journey of 1,000 miles, Matt, starts with one step.
It does.
And they've already taken 4 steps in their kill count. So they're already halfway there, to say the least. So Snakers, LG spread out pretty wide here, looking uphill towards Tilt Town. I don't think they're real serious about this fight. They're just kind of seeing if they can maybe, even if they get a knock, I don't know if LG pushes that, to be honest. They're just so spread out. They're just kind of poking, seeing what they can find.
Yeah, well, we've kind of got LG and STK playing their own win conditions at the time, right? Which is whatever I want to do, I do. And the rest of you just have to deal with the consequences of that. Friendly Fire, you can see now kind of on the hunt for some vehicles and whatnot. Are they? Oh, they heard this. Oh,
I think they, you know what it is? I think they saw Retirement Home. They know that Retirement Home loots Severny.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they know that there's a team in Severny that's ready and waiting to come down. And if there is a team that could benefit a lot from picking up 4 free kills on a camped rotation, it is definitely going to be Friendly Fire. The question is, they didn't have a great loot spot, Matt. How much are they going to be sitting on here? How much blue can they afford to eat?
Well, we saw for a second that they had at least, I think it was 190 rounds. Circle's kind of shifted, go way down to the south there. Still keeps a good section of, I guess, that water in play. Pachinki in play as well, as Sonics did leave that. And now I think it's all about how do TTG leave this? If they just cut that road and go south, man, Friendly Fire has an opportunity. But look at how much positioning they're sacrificing for these 4 points.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, isn't it? I mean, if it's 4 points, sure, but now you're also having to take the risk of maybe losing somebody, and you're also taking the guaranteed risk of coming into this zone super, super late with no idea about what you're pushing into. And okay, here we go, Trained to Go. Oh no, and they're all in one dot. They're clown carring it too.
God.
This is setting up to be real nice for Friendly Fire. Restraint, get in there. Get in there.
What are they doing?
They're dropping a scope for him.
Let's go.
I don't think that scope's going to help. And look at this. LG does decide to make the push into Tilt Town, and they are finding numbers for it.
Here we go.
But here we go. This is what we wanted to see. They didn't look. They weren't ready.
Whoa!
That might be the fastest team wipe I think I've ever seen in my life.
Pixel, Roth, Page, Sharpshot, all of them got a piece of that one. And hey, you were asking about their loot. Problem solved.
There you go. There you go. And Tilt Town gets away with just Joshy as LG picks up another 3 points. STK got their 4 from their camp. Friendly Fire gets 4 from their camp. And all is right with the world. Friendly Fire jumping up that leaderboard here a little bit.
Just breathing room, man. That's all they want.
That's all it is.
They know that every single point they can get gives them more. And this is what we talk about, being proactive. There's a risk involved in this. But that risk is rewarded for right now. The question is, with the way that we keep seeing the Southern ships, with much Wards coming to play, how much territory did they sacrifice? As it is going to be Tilt Town getting eliminated, and Rat's going to pick that one up, and that's going to feel real good for them. Now moved into a 3-way tie and eliminating one of the teams that they're tied with.
That's huge for them. Tilt Town gotta be upset. But you know what? They're holding on to 8th place. They're holding on for right now. I mean, they've got Sakura, Zenson, and Rats right behind them, but that is not what you needed with one game to play, is going out with 0 points. But again, you gotta give just so much credit to Shoot to Kill and Friendly Fire for knowing the exact situations that they're playing into, knowing Shoot to Kill, knowing that there's a team that drops North George and that will probably rotate down that way. Friendly Fire for seeing the kill feed, understanding the situation and knowing what happened, and going over in there and getting 4 of the literal freest kills that I've ever seen.
Problem with it is they put themselves in a position to have exactly what they just did to somebody done to them. So they have got to navigate this cleanly. Look, LG is just going to be right on that wall, right where Donkey Destroyers are going to be at. Sonics, let's be honest, holding down one of the best splits or best compounds that you can have inside of the circle, depending on how this next circle lines into it. But Friendly Fire are going to find a pretty open area to the north. Yeah. Everybody's playing pretty centered. So with the circle,
I mean, it's only 47 alive.
Not a big cost, really.
You see the kill feed, 4 teams have been wiped. There's probably going to be a lot of space available here in circle number 2. And obviously, I think they're also assuming that the north side of this, rightly so, assuming that the north side of this is completely empty. Unfortunately, that's not going to help them out.
What's worse, the field or the water? Because they both kind of suck in their own same way, right? I guess you can stand in the grass.
Oh my God.
That's pretty empty.
What a shift. That is disgusting. Okay. Well, STK, fortunately for them, already in vehicles, can immediately just Tokyo drift their ass right back to where they came from. and they're actually going to find I mean, if they scouted that, they could get that compound down in the fields for free. Famed. Oh, Mime just looking and waiting, camping that out, and he's going to get himself another point. And that's 4 now for LG.
Okay, wheels off time for a lot of these squads. You can see LG with their move now. They're going to be the very tail end of this. It's really just them and Friendly Fire. Early rotators being heavily rewarded. Now Sonics, you can see, making sure to defend in position. They had to shift a bit more to the south, so they're going to get themselves a very nice dip that's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Well, here's our circle, guys. Look at it. It is open. It is trees. It's a couple of shacks. It's the ice chest that's going to be down the east of everything. That's going to be about it. Vegas is going to go down, and it's going to be those guys getting the shack. And that's really what we're fighting over at phase number 3 right now.
God, Elevate's Erangel problems just continue as they try to make the rotation. They lose 2 to Donkey Destroyers, and then they lose Vegas to those guys. Now Shinboy having to be the solo hero for Elevate. We've seen what Vegas can do, though. Maybe Shinboy can pull out a little bit of magic of his own. Sonic's looking back over towards LG, taking their time, getting shot at the trading shots, really, as LG really not in any hurry to leave that high ground for the time being, it seems.
Yeah, and with those shots now, it's going to be flood down, stall out everything even more. Donkey Destroyers looks like they might try to use that opportunity with the down player and hoping the fact that maybe Sonics might be a bit more focused in. Tiggleton is not inside the zone right now. I want to point out he's playing just to the north of the rest of the squad, still playing in those fields just to the outside. And so if we see LG try to go for like a more northern wrap, he might have some type of angle he can play into this. The only thing that they're kind of worried about is just a directed push in. And so, yep, here goes the LG rotation. Is it going to be revealed enough? I don't think that Tig's in position to really do too much to it, though.
Yeah, and I mean, even if he did, I don't think you take those shots. Just they're gonna read that you're a solo so fast. You kind of worry a little bit about maybe them crashing on you. But there you go. I guess they're far enough away. It doesn't really matter. Also want to point out
Donkey Destroyers. They just jumped in their vehicles and they're sending it straight at Sonics right now. They're running right through their line. Tig's got to come in and provide some support. Sonics just kind of had to very quickly shift their defense, and now throwables coming out on both sides real quick. H-Win does get a knock on Cerberus, though.
Oh, they didn't know about H-Win. It was a good position until it wasn't. H-Win in perfect spot. And that's going to be it for Donkey Destroyers. I was going to point out that they were playing with Famed as Pat Caps had to go to work. So, real life keeping up, unfortunately. But yeah, it does. But Donkey Destroyers will go down. And remember, they were sitting on a P90. So that means somebody from the Sonics is now sitting on a P90.
Well, now if you thought there were too many compounds in the last circle, we removed those for you, okay?
Yeah.
Now you've got a shack, some hills, dips. That's going to be predominantly what we're going to be looking at. Rats is going to be sending it through. You can see a couple of teams already kind of committed into dips, most notably Orion, and you can see how that's going.
Oh, yeah. STK just doing their death ball thing. And they are going to find, I think Babbler is the only one that's kind of off center, and yeah, the rest of STK has spotted them out as well. So Kurt will try to lay down the smoke wall, get the res. Meanwhile, Mercy making their way out of the yellows. They're sneaking up behind Rats, and Rats is not expecting this. Unfortunately, they're not going to leave in time, and just like that, Raji with the grenade and Seifu, they will make short work.
That was ridiculously timed. Rats, that's just one of those moments. Like, we talk about like a second or two here or there entirely changes a game. 1000%. Now Sonics, they've got a push of their own. LG did wrap around them into this position. Now Sonics coming down that hillside. It's gonna be Shrimsy that's got himself a P90 to work with, and they're trying to open it up right now. Sonics 5 kills looking down in. Mime on the opposing side of it. This is a firefight waiting to pop off at any given moment. Now a couple of downs coming out. Spray's gonna come out and Shrimsy picks up Mime.
Oh, this is the fight that everybody wants to see, right? LG is down 1-0 right now. And now Sonics, the rest of the boys arriving. H-Wing gonna get knocked down to about half HP, but not before he takes out Rello. And now all of a sudden, Flood, the last one, up for LG. Sonics poised to take a 2-0 lead over LG in the full 4v4 fight.
Flood just down in the low ground. Not too many options. Throwables are going back down to a smoke. He can make something happen here if he can get there in time for the reses. He's just trying to fish with dynamite right now, seeing if maybe he can get anything as bodies roll down the hillside. He hasn't quite gotten there yet, but I think that he's missed his timing. He at least kind of knows where the res is. He's going to throw into the stronger part of the squad, though, and that might be a problem, as now he's been spotted out by Sakura. Yep, he's going to go down.
Well, there you go. Sonics fans, rejoice. You are holding the line in the straight up head-to-head against Luminosity. And now Raji, the rest of the Mercy boys, we saw what they can do once they have the taste of blood in their mouths earlier. Let's see if they can turn things. Yeah, he's got to pull away just to come back and get this res onto Seifu. You can see how quickly he's bleeding out. That might be his second or third knock. Lucid, though, still on the move. See if he can maybe have the perfect grenade. Oh, no, it's going to go a little bit too far. So Keegan will get Bunt back on his feet. Let's see if they go for T-Sock as well.
Man, that is a butt clinch moment. You just see the nade soaring over your head and decide to stick with it. Now, reminder, everybody, we're looking at our top 8 for moving on to the next round. That's where that red line lies at the present time. Sakura Zinsen trying to cling on to that position in 8th. Mercy, though, walks right down into it. Lucid, we saw him have that big game. Can he make some more happen? Gets a good angle, a defended line down. Now he has got to be careful on the next switch out. Spots it out, gets some more shots. He does manage to clutch it up. Well played.
There we go, Mercy. They're back in the saddle once again, as they have already collected 6 points for themselves. They should get that res. Firm hold on 6th place. Meanwhile, Sakura Zensen in our 8th place spot. They've managed to come up over the top of Rats and Tilt Town, who are both out of it. Now, it's only a question of how many more points can they get? How much can they lock this position down? Their hold on 8th place down with 1 game remaining to play.
Sonic's thinking about going for this hillside. Friendly Fire did get a read into it, got the knock on to H-Win. They did hear the firefight a second ago, so this isn't like, this isn't a surprise by any fashion. But Sonics are just going to go ahead and move down the hill, saying, okay, you're going to have to leave here, and they're just going to start setting up. I like this. Throw out some smokes away from you, and then kind of use the vehicles to kind of set up a more defensive line for what's going to be coming down that hill. Or I guess maybe just keep on going. Might have been a gas issue, might have been damage car. I didn't see exactly.
Yeah, Sonics opting for the open field play here, make a little bit of a vehicle fort for themselves in the center of the circle. Unfortunately for them, Friendly Fire still have that high ground. They haven't had to move down just yet. Page sticking around as long as he can. Sharpshot doing the same. Rothland Pixel starting to creep down a little bit. Mercy, meanwhile, they're going to try to send it right into Shinboy. As Shinboy up to the task of holding Dawn. Raji going to flip around. Shinboy will hold for at least 1. Where's the next one? There he is! Shinboy! Clutch plays for Elevate.
Still holding it together now, eyes in the same line of where Sonics are going to be. Sonics not content in their positioning, realizing that some of that high ground could still be too problematic. They're just kind of circling the wagons out in the middle of this. There's nowhere to go. There's no cover. All the dibs are taken. Tig's just kind of driving around. I mean, what? Do you just kind of send it out? It looks like he does find a destroyable shack and a little bit of a dip next to it that he can stop at and use his vehicle for cover. Shoots a kill, 11 kills. They ain't going to let that stay.
No, it all sucks for Sonics right now. You know what? They won the fight against LG. That's all that matters. And they've got 8 kills already, 84 points secure in their top 8 finish. Tiggleton, the solo hero. We'll see if he can do something. Shinboy does go down for Elevate. So we are down to our top 5 teams and a wide open field, Matt.
What is covered, dude? Like, Tig's just like, I don't even know anymore. I have no idea. Circle doesn't even favor him. It pops off. It goes more field-centric. That doesn't mean that Friendly Fire has a good position that they can kind of shift down into, provided by Sonics. Remember, they dropped off their vehicle. Tig's got back in his vehicle, maybe go for a dream play. But
oh my God.
There you go. It's finally done. Rest in peace, my friend. Rest in peace.
I thought that was Tig that knocked him low on the roof, but that was Alo actually from way downtown, doing a little defense work for Tig there. But does go down. 13 kills in the bag for shoot to kill so far. And remember, it all started with that bridge camp, but they are securing their hold on first place here.
2 active teams at the start. Oddly enough, still being the 2 teams that are, whenever we get to our top 4, now going to be fighting out and from fairly strong positions. I mean, we're looking at a 4v4, v4v1 right now as poor old Flax kind of the odd man out, just down to the south. But with the way that this hillside kind of works, this is going to favor Friendly Fire and a reposition here. I like the fact that they're aware and trying to exploit as much as they can, but STK, man, just they don't care. Like, we'll just shoot you. We'll just kill you. We don't care about cover anymore.
Well, you know what? Honestly, shout out to Flax as a solo for those guys, stayed alive and got 4th place placement points, which for those guys right now, that's one more step into securing that top 8 spot. And now it is all down to a 4v4v4. Who Sakura Zenson kind of in the worst spot right now as they have to leave their compound, their hard cover. They do have 4 vehicles though. We'll see what they can do with that smoke wall.
I believe the last time we saw the leaderboard, they were sitting in 8th, so they were wanting to get some more comfort points specifically around where Friendly Fire is going to be at, given the fact that Friendly Fire now making the late game. But like you said, man, this is just soccer blossoms falling all over the place.
It surely is. Salty does manage to make it a little bit further into the circle than the rest of them, and will do a little bit of damage, actually. Nicely placed, I don't know if that was a grenade or what that was, but does some damage to STK. And eventually does go down to Roth, and that's going to be Ice going down as well. He-Man, the last player up for Sakura Zenson, but regardless, that's a 3rd place finish for Sakura Zenson, trying to hold on to 8th. Those points will be much, they'll be very happy with that.
Can't say the fact that STK is friendly at all. They're like, oh, Friendly Fire, you're in the hunt, trying to make sure that you secure position.
I have no idea who wins this one.
Those kills are mine. Well, Friendly Fire has more of a hill that they can kind of play and navigate, but STK has got some more to work with. We are only in circle 6, Poro, in a 4v4 right now. So I think that the circles are going to be a big factor for it. Is Friendly Fire finally getting in visual range, shoots a kill.
Oh, don't peek Halo with the drag. Oh, Purdy. Oh, Purdy. Tries to take a few shots and he is going to get taken down by Roth, but Halo will trade him. And now the circle popped. It's pulling away from everybody. Pixel is inside of it. Paige is going to go down to Adam. STK, It looks like they're waiting for Kurt to just kind of crawl over to them to see if they can maybe get the res. 9 kills. Oh, Halo again. Halo is on fire.
All right, now Pixel, you're all by your lonesome. You don't have too much that you can really do. Look at what he's kind of visualizing over here. Alo's just going to now pick up even more kills by the end of this.
Yes.
Going to be at 19, maybe even 20 kills. Pixel still holding over here, thinking maybe someone's going to push in. He has to start looking more to the zone. He knows it.
Yes, Alo picked them all up. Finish them all. More points in my pocket, sir.
That's okay. Pixel's on my team.
That's true. I think Pixel's on Toffee's team too. I was tied with Toffee's coming into, amazingly. I think we were both at like, I think I was ahead by 0.3 of a point. But look, SGK has seen this happen with Penta before. Is Pixel?
Oh! Tries 20 kills for STK in their 3rd victory out of 5 so far.
You think they're on a little bit this weekend? Good night. 20 kills.
800 damage? What?
Oh God! And remember how late they came in.
Yeah.
Like they were looting up in North George. They stayed in the blue to camp the team that was looting in North George, and still rotated in super late. And just the way the circles shifted, they found themselves in a beautiful position to get this win.
And I love what we saw come out from some of those teams. Sakura, they were having to play a bit more passive in that just due to, circle stuff. But they did do a great job of surviving into the later stages. Remember, they were trying to make sure that they get more of a safety position, trying to get distance away from those who were back behind them, maybe even start assaulting into that 6th and 7th place position, which was going to be Friendly Fire. But for Friendly Fire, being just a very proactive team right off the start, good reading what was going on. Because remember, they had a vehicle taken from them at the start. And they were just like, nah, we're going to use this. We're going to get a trap. We're going to get our loot. We're going to fix it all right here.
I mean, it's the tale of two teams, right? We were talking about the being aggressive and playing your normal game versus trying to play safe and try to play not to lose. You see Friendly Fire being super aggressive, reading the kill feed, knowing to go and expect that camp. And then you see Sakura Zensen. They make it to late game, sure. I don't know if they ended up with any kills or anything on top of that. I think they might have gotten a couple. So they should be pretty good for them regardless. But those guys finding themselves up there as well. So we'll have to see what the leaderboards look like with one game to go. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. But before we do, I want to let you know about that KFC is collaborating with PUBG to feature new KFC locations on Erangel, as well as KFC in-game rewards. Make sure you buy a meal online or in the KFC app to earn your in-game rewards. We'll be right back after this quick break. I think Pixel's on Toffee's team too. I was tied with Toffee's coming into amazingly. I think we were both at like, I think I was ahead by 0.3 of a point. But look, SGK has seen this happen with Penta before. Is Pixel? Oh!
Welcome back. Another win. You know, Latin America said we get 20 kill games over here, and STK said hold my drink because we're going 3 chickens and a 20K bomber as they continue to make a statement that they deserve to be considered North American royalty. And that's what it comes down to me, Poro, is I think STK had fallen off of that list over the last couple of months here. When you talked about the big dogs, STK was there, but it was a quiet shadow. And now they are back in full force.
You know, I think it was definitely an argument to be had, right?
Yeah.
Like we always talked about the big 3, and then all of a sudden it became the big 2, and the argument for including STK in that big 3 just became more and more difficult over the last couple of months with just performance, and it's great to see them step up in a huge way here. But again, look, I'm going to keep it real. This is as regional qualifiers.
That's true.
We need to see this performance from them when the stakes are really a lot higher. And I think that we can. The way they're playing, the confidence with which they're pushing and the fights that they're taking, I think we'll see them perform extremely well.
Matt, I see you've got something. Let's start the highlights and you go.
I think that what we're looking at is, let's be honest, we know how these teams play. We know how they act and a lot of the mental that they have. I guarantee you there is nothing fuel for the SDK Fire like not going to PGS2. That was something that just, irked them like nothing else. The amount of work that they probably put in, the amount of everything, it just focused up. This is a statement for them. This is them saying, no, we deserve to be back in the top 3, but we also should have been at PGS2. We should have been in a lot of things, and now it's time to fix the problem, which we have.
Yes, they got complacent. I mean, they got so used to just everything just kind of being automatic, and you know, when they lost Gunnar, and Gunnar was one of those guys that was going to force them to take everything extremely seriously. Obviously, Gunnar moving over to Sonics was a little bit of a switch. They now have Wooly, but Wooly not as much of a bully, I think, as Gunnar can be.
I think that's a really good point. And I'm not saying bully. We're using that in a positive, I love you sort of way, right? Because like that, at the end of the day, Gunner's a military man who knows how to keep folks in line. He forces you to be there for practice. He brings discipline to the team. I'm not saying STK was undisciplined, but they feel. I can smell through the monitor that they want this right now.
Yeah.
And it's good to see. The fans are on board. Everyone loves to see them up on top, and that's what we're seeing here. Now, we saw, Sakura, I think, came to 3rd. It was interesting to watch. We're going to break down sort of the 2 sides of strategy because that's what it came to. Friendly Fire and Sakura both took very different approaches to this game. Both of them ended up in the top 4. Friendly Fire, though, I think pretty comfortable with advancing after this one matchup.
Oh yeah, this is the game that they needed, right? This is their breathing room. Sakura managing to pick up some points now, also going to get a bit more stabilized whenever we start to see this next leaderboard. This is something that I think that was very vital for them, as I would imagine that there's some level of PTSD that probably kicked off whenever we were watching the Tego game and the circles and how they went into play, and they were like, okay, no, we've got to right the ship, and they did it here. And I love the fact that we saw them be so proactive at that stage. That's how you win. That's how you qualify. You do it based off of your actions. And I love to see it.
All right, let's get the overall leaderboard up because that's what matters most right now. We're going into our final match of the day. We got to see who's ready to make the play. Yes, STK is up on top. I don't see him catchable. Luminosity, Sonics, Elevate, putting up good numbers. The race, though, is for 8th. Sakura Zenson manages to move up in that 8th spot or confirm it a little bit more over Tilt Town, but it's not the gap they wanted coming off the back of this. It's still pretty wide open for them to get caught up to, Mustache Dave.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about smelling something. I'm smelling something after that train to go camp from Friendly Fire right there. The Uber Loots. I saw the chat calling it right there. Definitely a 200 IQ play from the Friendly Fire team to really get them in here in prime to be in that top 8 right now. So I'm looking at Mercy Gaming, Sakura. I think Sakura having a massive come up that game because Rats, they got blown to bits by a nice little grenade, and then Tilt Town getting taken out real early right there. So they definitely have a nice little foothold. The thing is they need to maintain it, right? Because they got 60 points, but Tilt Town right behind them with 52, Rats behind them with 52 again, tied right there. If there was a team that I think has been really feeling it here tonight that could overtake Sakura, I got to go with Tilt Town. I mean, they're right behind them, of course, but Tilt Town have been showing some consistency here in this these last 2 days. So Sakura, they need to have their head on a swivel.
I mean, here's the situation. In that game, by the time we got to phase 5, everyone who was below top 8 was dead. Right? They can't allow that to happen. Yes, there were traps. There was stuff. Friendly fire. I actually talked to Roth just now. He said we were rotating. We heard them fighting at Sev. We were like, whoever wins that is 100% going to drive through this compound, and they set up the trap. And that's what you guys were talking about. You got to still play your game, but look for those points when you can get them. And they secured it. Sakura, on the other hand, played quiet, passive PUBG. It worked to keep them in 8th, but they're now the team that everyone is targeting, Poro.
Yeah, and I mean, meanwhile, you look at Mercy. I mean, Mercy was being hyper aggressive, pushing into fights. They end up only getting 1 placement point, but they got 6-7 kills to go along with it. So I think Mercy is taking the right mindset going into these final games. They're definitely taking their spot. They're securing that spot into their own hands. Now, Tilt Town, they got a little bit. They got taken advantage of by LG. Yeah. Right, that was just a bad fight. It sucks. It happens, but they still have a shot in this last game. They're still within range. They've got to get it together. They've got to fight.
Now, and I think one thing too, real quick, Toffee, is that some of these teams on the cusp kind of learned the hard way last game was not to play so predictable, you know, with those bridge camps. We saw Fournation get mopped up on the Georgia pool, STK pull up, and then we're talking about the friendly fire. So I think if you're on the cusp and you're really grinding for anything, any point you can get here, you can't play so predictable and just make the most predictable rotations here on this final map.
All right, so I'm going to pivot away from the series for just a second. I got a fun one. We pulled this up because Poro's been riding the ALO damage train to victory, and here's a little bit of a throwable comparison between our top performers. ALO with 1,200 damage in grenades alone. Like, this guy is playing out of his mind right now. H-Win is the comparative, and he's an IGL. I mean, this guy's putting in great work as well. So actually they both are, if I remember correctly. They're both calling right now for their teams, if I remember correctly, Matt. And it seems like the IGLs just know how to lead these charges.
This is a very dramatic difference whenever we look at these numbers and how they've lined up. Yeah, okay, kills, grenades used, the grenade picks up, everything like that. But whenever we look at grenades used to the damage output, that's what really blows me away. It's not like he was throwing out 200 grenades and managed to get that damage difference. It was not that big of a difference in throw.
All right, quick touch. I heard you say during the broadcast some information I was unaware of, Poro. Did you say that Pat Caps had to go to work? And that's why Doc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he sent me a DM. I'm like, I'm not your boss, right? Like, you don't have to tell me. It's an excused absence. I guess it's an excused absence is what we'll call it.
Not for his team, because they could have possibly made that push. They've got one more game to do it. We'll see if they do. Remember, guys, everyone watching at home, this is the moment. We are down to the final game. Top 8 is all that really matters. There's bragging rights for getting in on the top, but what it comes down to is, can Sakura lock up that position, or are the 4 chase teams going after them going to be able to put the points together to stop them? I want to do a survey. Everyone in chat. 1, if you think Sakura holds it. 2, if you think they get past. Casters, Poro, what do you think? Pass or stay?
Oh, man, I hate to say it, but I think they're going to get past.
You're going to get past? Matchroom, what do you think?
I'm going to go with past. If it was yesterday, I'd say 100% pass based off of Rats play. I haven't even seen them today, though. And they're one of the teams that are in the hunt. So
Mustache Dave?
Stay. They are staying top 8, baby.
All right, this is the moment. It is the last match of the qualifiers to see who goes to the grand final. It is the moment that teams will call out. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We will go on to live on. We will survive. This is the moment. Poro, Matchroom, let's get it on.
At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. But all of these teams now are trying to make sure how they're going to survive. As we can see, the plane pathing again going over here right across that water in between the 2 islands itself. We saw a hard shift, kept in a lot of that one last time, Poro. There's a world where we might see that again.
All I'm saying, production's not hitting y'all with pans nearly enough for these. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a little late. But you know what? We'll take it for now. Orion RJX will drop and get the motorcycle, get on out of their restraint, immediately picking up a little AK. Not gonna find him though. Looks like RGX managed to dip on out. And why not? I didn't want to say it, Matt, because I didn't want to jinx it, but we have not seen a military circle all weekend. Why not save it for the last game of the day?
I'll jinx it as hard as we can. So, okay, we got FB down there. They're doing all right, but this now kind of bridge camp weird situation between Orion and TTG just got a lot bigger. This is one of the pathing points, and with this firefight and specifically the loot situation that's probably going to follow from it, that means that we've now lost one of our access points to a military-based game on the last game to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how long this, I guess I call it quote unquote camp between restraint, because I mean, they've got to loot, right? They've got to start thinking about their late game or mid game as well, because this is honestly, for Train to Go, this is just kind of a waste of time for them more than anything. They need to worry about getting over to military and start playing for mid game. These aren't free kills. Right, this is a fight that's going to just drain your resources and drain your time more than anything. So I would hope that Train to Go will just kind of dip on this rather than sit around and wait for it to play out.
And I love this. We're seeing Mercy go ahead and being very proactive here. They're like, okay, this is going military. We're already pretty close to it. Let's just get kind of looted. Let's just go. Let's get into position for this one. We don't have to deal with what's going to be happening. Let's not leave our last game up to a bridge camp, please. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, going back into what you were talking about with TTG as well as Orion, we are seeing some loot cycling that is going on. A couple of team members did step away into more lootable situations while those firing lines were kind of going against each other. So it's not full camp yet, but well, I say that TTG apparently says, okay, we got enough loot. It's time to go.
Okay. I mean, they do need they would like some points, and they are pushing in. Red Rider with the Saiga. RJX, fortunately for Orion, in position to defend his teammate, and that's going to be 2 down for Train to Go. Got Cater with the micro Uzi on the top of the hill. Restraint's going to get taken down, so Cater, the last one up. You can hear that micro Uzi going. He's going to find Snowbird, and that's going to be him going down, but Train to Go will be finished off by Hallow Senpai, so that's a point for Rats. That's something that they need.
Yeah,
and can they clean this up?
That's going to be pretty much all she wrote for TTG, as they are now trained to be gone, and unfortunately, they have been now tapped out of this one. Rats getting involved in this is, I guess, a bit more proactive on their part. They have to be very careful. This is a very peculiar situation, as there could be a couple of rotations of your Sonics. Could be Ein maybe rotating in this area as well. RJX trying to fend up, and bam, right around that corner, stopping it. Red Rider, what you got? You got yourself shotgun. Can you connect it? One's not going to be enough.
I like what Rats is doing here. The fact that they're being so quick about it. They are not wasting time. They realized that they came up on the backside of a fight that was playing out, so they obviously figured that they could maybe take advantage of a weakened team. And yeah, Finna, he sees Babbler up there. He knows he hits those shots. This is 3 points right here for him, and the rest of the boys are going to come and provide. But no,
not too free.
Now?
Not too free. Sonic's now going to be joining in.
All right, Rats, go.
This is their tournament livelihood. They just saw what's going to be happening. They've got to get out of here. They see the vehicles coming in. They've got to extricate as quickly as possible. All inside of vehicles now starting to cut out. Sonic's cresting the hillside. Hello Senpai, though, in some trouble in this position. And where was this Rats all through today? Now on the last game, having to make these gamble plays for it, and it could blow back in their face. Luckily, they managed to sneak away with it.
And I don't think they haven't spotted out Hello Senpai either. I think Hello Senpai is just hiding inside the vehicle as the rest of the Rats making their way. But that was perfectly played by Rats. They didn't even wait to heal up. They just immediately got the hell on out of there. Unfortunately, Hello Senpai got left behind. But you know what? 4 kills right now. Hopefully they keep Hello. You can see how important he is to that team. Hopefully they can get him over there and rejoin the rest of the boys, as we see STK trying to do a little bit of a emergency drop.
I mean,
it looks like it might work out.
Yeah, melee base, it makes it a lot better.
Very early. Very early.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily mind that. They're jumping into a bit more of the more open area, right? Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. We were kind of alluding this earlier. Earlier airdrops tend to feel better than later airdrops, right?
Well, especially when it's on melee, right? Like, you know that you're going to have to eventually end up going over there. So if you take that early jump and you get there super early before all the rest of the teams have already made that rotation down south, it's going to leave you with a lot of open room to play with, and obviously works out great for them. They don't have to worry about getting cars or anything once they're there. They just drop right for the edge of military base, keep 4 up, and they're looking great.
Friendly fire now making landfall. They were playing on that eastern bridge. Here comes another emergency pickup, as it is going to be Formation coming in just a bit more behind this one. Sakura Zinsen actually up next to Saverni right now, still doing looting. I'm curious if they picked up one as well, and that's one of the reasons they haven't made too big of a play. Same thing going on with Tilt Town, as it does feel like maybe going for a bit more of a safety play. I still want to remind everybody, Sakura Zinsen, really when we're looking at this, Rats, Tilt Town, this is where we have our eyes focused. Top 8 qualify, move on to the next round, get a join in with Latin America, and that's going to be all she wrote. It is so close. It's a thread right now, and that thread is being decided by military base.
You know what, though? I got to give them a little bit of slack here. I don't think this is them playing safe necessarily. This is a standard rotation for a military island circle when you end up looting Yasnai and Saverni, right? You end up taking a little bit longer. You make sure you have as many meds as you can, all the stuff that you need off of your initial loot phase, especially when there's so much of the main island still inside circle. You can take your time with this. So I don't necessarily have a problem with how Sakura Zensen and Tilt Town are playing this as of right now.
Also, big respect. I liked what Formation did there. They played that a bit riskier. They dropped pretty close to that Vegas positional, but they wanted to secure the vehicles. Now, oh yeah, they don't know.
They don't know.
This one quiet, carefully. Rest elevate. Oh, look at them on the mini map.
How does this always happen to them?
Well, this is the downside. Just jumping into position, and there we go. That's going to be one already down, and Vegas feeling that's an old school PUBG tactic. Bathroom tub firefighting.
Just call him McCoy, as the rest of Elevate kind of in good position around him as well. So this is more on Tilt or on Formation rather than on Elevate. So hopefully they'll be okay as they kind of have everybody spotted here. Zyko getting knocked pretty low. Meanwhile, Luminosity, they're getting a little bit close to STK on the side of these bunkers, already losing Flood and now taking some shots in the back.
There was a potential fight for first a while ago, but I don't think that's too high likelihood now, especially losing one member to STK. STK has got this pretty much on lock right now in position. Leaderboard on lock, they've got this location on lock, and LG realizing, okay, let's not overcommit into this. I do like kind of leaving Rello behind to fend up teammates, not taking it too risk, steps into it, goes for a spray, see maybe he can get a knock out of it, does get one. He might be able to squeeze something out of this, and if his team can get to a position to kind of defend him up, he might even be able to escape. But look at this Alo, not even stepping away from it. This is complete and utter faith in your firefighting capabilities.
God, Rello's so damn good, man. Oh, and he's going to get the knock onto Alo as well. Dude, you and I have been around this game for a really, really long damn time. IGLs these days are just built different. Like the difference is so huge. Oh, okay, circle.
What?
Jesus. Like, can you imagine Maluk trying to do what Rello just did? It wasn't happening.
No, that's the other people's job back in those days. And
he was telling Sharky to do it. He's like, yeah, go wipe the whole team.
Everybody else go away. I'll protect you. And I'll just sit up here on top of this rock after I have claimed it and you have retreated based off of my orders. This is, I mean, I love this style. Again, the confidence in play. And I don't know, Rello is so...
He really is, dude. Between him and H-Win, man, we are just spoiled by some just play-making IGLs. And look at that, just like that. They lose Flood, but they immediately turn it around. They find Kurt, they find Alo, and now Penta and Adam, the last two up for STK, and they're taking shots in the back from Funny Business as well. As we check in with Tilt Town. Looks like Elevate might have some new neighbors once again.
or TG. Looks
Or is
like
it
that might
those
be the
guys,
focus.
maybe?
Yep, those guys. About to have some more guys going to be landing over there. Tiltown Sparta going to be following in the secondary. Josh, you're going to be the one to make initial landfall, but Lemon Squeezy doesn't even let it happen. That's just an open field massacre.
And you remember we were talking about STK and their emergency drop usage, and how smart it was considering where the circle was. Tilt Town tried to save it to the very, very end, tried to come in super late, and this is the result. Everybody's already there. There's no place that you can really drop for free, and they're paying the price for it now.
And you have to track it too. You have to be so careful. Luminosity's woes continue as it is going to be Mercy trying to start up another one of their runs, but going back into the emergency pickup. Earlier rotation means less people inside there, but also dropping into open sightline. That was one of the things. Look at how much damage had already been dealt by everyone just looking up into the sky. Lemon Squeezy picked one off in the air, and that's not hyper common, and that's just due to the lack of cover and just open angles into the sky.
Yeah, that's a rough go. Well, we'll see if Savage can do something for Tilt Town here. I mean, it's going to be rough. Rat's still 4 strong, has 4 kills already, and they are on the hunt. They are in great position right now on the north side of military base in those hills. They've got Retirement Home and Sonics just kind of off to the west, and meanwhile, Funny Business still focusing down on LG. SDK now, Adam Knock, Penta going to be the last player up for them.
Don't forget about the fact that we've got Mercy on the other side of this one, making it a bit more dangerous for everybody. Mercy is outside the safe zone right now, so they are going to have to make a move. LG gonna have to figure out how to get out of this, because this is getting hairier by the second. Everybody by Funny Business Incorporated getting closer to this firing line. They want to make sure that they shut this one down. FB, not the highest on the leaderboard, but every bit of a climb you can get, especially taking down a team like LG in your final round, is at least going to be a moral victory for them to be able to walk away with something to feel good about. New circle about to pop any given moment, and it has to go south. I mean, right.
Yeah, no, it's got to. There's no choice. Let's go. Come on, let's see it. Come on. Sakura Zenson taking their time getting across, but now Friendly Fire might be in a perfect position to end that for him. And, well, fortunately for Sakura Zenson, it's not going to pull away, so they can actually play both layers of the bridge here should they decide to. But oh no, it looks like Friendly Fire is. Look at this. Oh boy,
late rotators.
They are just
this position. This is so good. Line up on both sides. Look at the trap. Let the first one go.
We don't shoot at the first.
Let him go.
Let him go.
I get 1 kill when you can get 3. Let that one just. Right on through, He-Man. Everything's fine, guys. Everything's safe. It's free to go. Salty's kind of reading this one. He's got an idea. Maybe something's happening. Oh, no. He-Man, you got to look back at the bridge, my man. Look, you can see Pixel's just watching him to see if the trap's going to go off. Now information's starting to get fed. He's about to spin back around. This is about to come out. Terrible for Sakura Zenson. Coming in late. 2 down, Boro. Salty underneath the bridge. Oh, I need a He-Man.
Oh my god, and He-Man's down to 1 HP. Sharp Shot, perfect spot for it. Ooh, Seifu actually gonna get it, but Sharp Shot will clean it up. Make sure he gets that point. Now Salty, 1 HP as well. And you know,
still an 8th, and this firefight is really big. Now that we're coming back over here with Sonics and Rats lined up into each other, Rats has got to win this. They've got to climb up the leaderboard. They need to make sure that they like finish out all of this. They do manage to take down the Sonics.
Huge.
And now it is a big sweat moment coming up. It is a 60-60 for 8th place.
Oh my god, Sakura Zenson. What did we say, Matt? What did we say? Playing it safe and playing not to lose will end up costing you in the end, because right now Rats is going out there taking every fight they can possibly find. They've got 8 kills. They've got just as many points. Salty is just waiting to die at this point. I mean, you might as well just jump in the river and try to swim away, right? I mean, this is tough.
I think we're about to have an oldest moment as well, and just to let everybody know, as Salty is kind of trapped over here, we're going to keep our eyes focused in on this one, but if you got the map
just
open,
oldest things.
Oldest kind of creeping up behind Savage. Salty is just kind of, I mean, this is the best thing he can do, right? He's just got to play for survival and hope that maybe the Rats go down. Already sitting at 8 kills. Tilt Town's only down to 1, 2. Rats have their opportunity. The problem with it is, look at where they're at. They're in a valley right now, and they've got 2 squads coming in to pinch them.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Rats. I mean, the fact that they were able to take a full straight up 4v4 against Sonics without having Funny Business or Retirement Home kind of third party, it worked out pretty well for them. Obviously, they end up cleaning up the fight, but now they're still not out of harm's way just yet. They keep looking over in that direction for Retirement Home, but Retirement Home slow pushing out of the blue and have not been spotted. Oh, looks like Senpai might have an inkling, might have an idea, might have seen something. And okay, Rat's just slowing it down now, but they've got to get on the move.
Yeah, Circle's now moved, shifted away from him. If you're wanting to know why Salty is still alive and why Friendly Fire didn't go after him, we did see Mercy get control of Radio Tower as well as the satellite compounds just to the west of this. So they have a control of about, I would say, 40-50% of the circle, almost everything on the opposite side of the road up leading into where Friendly Fire is at. Now, Rats, Destiny in your hands. What can you do with it? They know that they have to counter move around. FB is shifting into a more southern position. FB wants these kills as well. I mean, everything can still line up good for them, but now it's going to be Retirement Home, hopping inside of vehicles, playing more aggressive. Rats have got to play this. Look how close they are to Tater right now. This could come apart any given second if they don't see this.
Got to be quick. They got to figure out how they want to play this immediately. God, looks like Cowboy is going to be left behind, and fortunately for them, Funny Business really being slow about this. So the rest of Rats just continue to wrap, and I think they just got the call from Cowboy. Hey, there's another team here. There's another team here. Come back support.
Oh my God, here comes the full-on shift into it. Rats already starting to take some damage into it. It's going to be T-Sock that finds Angle. Cowboy, though, finds a beautiful setup for this one. Already gets the knock on to 2. But that firefight reveals their position. LG is already inside the circle and waiting for them. They know that they need to tie this one up very quickly. Blue Zone already on top of them. This is getting messy.
Flush those kills. There you go, Cowboys securing it for Rats. Of course, they don't know this. They just know they need as many points as they can get. They did see Sakura Zensen go down in the kill feed, so they have to know that they're in a pretty good position here. Keegan and T-Sock, meanwhile, getting shot in the back from Luminosity. And T-Sock's actually going to spot out Finna, though, so Rats now down to just 2. Rello will find the first knock, though, and that's going to open up a door for Rats.
Rats are sitting it. They're just going after the kills, but they walk right into Keegan. They go down. They're at 63 points. They still have Sakura Zensen still alive. 3 points is the destiny that they can cling to if that bridge can be enough. But guess what? Friendly Fire still knows he's alive. They're still watching. I don't know if it's doable.
Oh my God. Salty. What? He needs to make it to what, 6th? Oh my God. Oh, Savage. By the way, Savage oldless. So he I don't think oldless was expecting him to be there, and he managed to take him out. So there you go. Elevate gonna go down as well. That's huge for Salty. He's eating this blue zone, but every team that goes down in front of him, Savage might go down now.
But he's a distraction. He's drawing Friendly Fire's attention for just a second, and that's allowed Salty to creep right up next to the Friendly Fire line. They're just a couple of meters apart. Salty still needs to get out from the blue zone, but no, it has now been spotted from those on the other side.
Oh, Funny Business.
And it's gonna be,
oh no.
They spotted out. They take him down. We are cemented. Rats in this 11-kill run in this early to mid game secures their 8th place positioning.
Oh my God. And if Savage had died, or if Savage had died, if Penta had died, 2 solo players, Matt. Oh my, that is heartbreaking for Sakura Zensen. But what a performance from Rats. They did exactly what they needed to do. They earned it. They earned that 8th place position by taking this game into their own hands. 11 kills to make sure that they make it to these grand finals.
Rats fans be nail biting through all of today, waiting for them to show up. Rats do finally manage to make it happen at the end. But let's not count out everything yet. I mean, there's still 16 alive. Trying to do some math here. Tilt Town could pick up. I mean, there's only a solo, but
stop. Just stop.
Hope's never done.
Another point picked up for Tilt Town as Penta does go down. And looking at Mercy, man, they are, I'm telling you, out of all of our teams, our open qualify, obviously open qualifier teams, they made it right to the top 8.
Oh God,
they're looking good, man. The games that they've played where they have just been aggressive, they have looked really good.
I'm actually starting to bite my nails a bit. Mercy is lining up over here. Friendly Fire has gone into a 2-1-1 split just to say all of the circle's mine. I don't care if we have all of TG in between us. Savage, though, this is only 7-point difference right now, and there's still 5 teams alive.
I mean, there's a hope. It's a very slim hope. But there's a hope.
He need to get Saifu there. Can he step back into this one? Can he find it? He has to know. He's now got to he's got to walk around that corner, and that's just death. He knows it. Now he's got to step back away. Friendly Fire also now revealed to his position. There was a hope. There was a dream, but now it's a nightmare.
Bloop. Oh man, imagine it. I kind of wanted him to do it, especially once I saw that his teammates had left. It's like, imagine just him calling, hey, by the way, I made it to second. Got us in. Got us top 8.
Well, we managed to get into the top 4 now. Let's not forget LG still sitting at 3 members. They're hunkered over there in that far western area. That's going to be due to the firefighting coming out from Mercy. They do have a vehicle. Looks like they're going to hop into and kind of send it along this lines. It looks like they're going to try to use the hillside to maybe get closer to that road, maybe a bit closer to Mercy. Mercy already counter moving around this, reading how this approach is going to come in. You can see it at range. They're going to be coming up right up next to Mercy's positional, and I like this. This is a very strong game-winning position if LG can take it.
They're taking their time, and it doesn't look like Mercy is too terribly interested in pushing it. They're trying to get position over everything and just see if LG will make a mistake here. I like Raji's spot here. Really aggressive. He's gonna spot out mine. Big sprays come through. We'll get the trade as Relo's gonna go down. Relo's gonna find sneak attack as well. Loosen the last one up, but he's gonna go down clean as you like from LG. 6 kills now for the quote-unquote IGL Relo.
And with this, Friendly Fire quickly moves in. They're trying to cut this one off, but the 2 members that were kind of playing separated, Paige and Sharpshot, have got to be careful. It's going to be Chad from those guys that are going to be right back behind them. So Friendly Fire wanting to take control over this. Chad might be able to spring up and make a play. Goes for the shot. Doesn't quite get the knock. Instead goes down. Paige just denies it. Circle control coming up big for Friendly Fire, but they are now technically surrounded.
Ooh, Flax. Big shots from range there from Flax. Is going to force him downhill here. Could be a good... the tree not doing any favors, unfortunately. Sharp shot. Try to reposition Paige here a little bit. Pixel going to give him some support as Roth is just trying to keep eyes on LG, see where they decide to go. Pixel actually finding the knock on a lemon squeezy as well. So LG is just kind of cruising around now, trying to find the best position to take everybody out. That blue zone grenade fall a little short.
Thanks for the distractions. We're going to go ahead and get out of a situation where we were near on about to be murdered by Friendly Fire and instead get a high ground advantage into Pixel's position. Blue zone nade's about to go ahead and go away from itself. But this is, let's be honest, if Friendly Fire can win one of these firefights clean enough, they've pretty much got control over the circle into phase 6s. We've been having some really early finishes on these fights, bro.
Oh, it's... I would say it's surprising, but it's kind of towards the end of the tournament, right? Usually you see teams getting in a little bit more action a little bit earlier towards the end here. Is Roth take a few shots. I love LG just going for the mountain goat position, seeing what they can find. As right now, Relo top and damage 646 with 6 kills.
I mean, they're just playing with like everybody's money right now. LG can kind of just do whatever they want. Friendly Fire feeling a little bit more cemented in. Relo just trying to creep down, see if he can spot out an angle. These guys, this is getting phase 6. There's no big rush. Is that what Relo's doing? Did he DC and sliding down the hill?
It kind of looks like that might be what's happening. But Snakers is going to use it as a distraction. Find 2 knocks there as Sharp Shot will go down, and nobody's gotten Relo yet.
I will kill everyone to keep you alive, my friend. Oh no, see,
he's back. There you go. Okay, we're good.
Well, no, maybe not.
What is?
I think Snakers like what? Okay, wait, what? Okay, I think we have established what's happening over there.
There you go. Chad will take advantage of the situation there now. Paige still sitting on that arm. Going to go for the res on to Sharp Shot as Snakers, I think, maybe just, yeah, he's not even going for the revive here. Pixel going to take advantage of the situation. Creep up behind them. He's got 2 grenades as well.
I mean, if he secures this, they just get the circle. They have everything.
All right, he's back. Oh yeah, he's present. He's all present and accounted for. But now will Pixel. Look at this. I love this camera angle.
I know.
It's like sharks in the water right now, man.
Stalking in, gets the good spray off the start, gets the knock on to Rello yet again. Just can't seem to find a way to stay alive right now. Pixel's gonna go and throw out the throwables. It's gonna see, do they connect? And yes, they do. Luminosity Gaming is eliminated, and now Friendly Fire own every bit of circle number 7. Good luck.
Oh boy. Yeah, they have the imperialism map under full control right now, as all you see inside the circle belongs to Friendly Fire. Those guys, Chad, will get taken down by Page's Alm, and they know exactly where Lemon Squeezy and Flax are. There will be no revives here today. Roth, we'll see the little dome of Lemon Squeezy peeking out. Flax gonna try to make it out. Sharp Shot not having it, as we are down to just Lemon Squeezy in the sniper tower.
Poor old Pixel still hanging out back over there. Nothing to be done, and that's going to be Friendly Fire. 11 kills, lighting the whole place on fire to finish it out and pick up our last game of this qualifier series. I think we've got ourselves a feisty top 8 that we're going to be looking at, Poro.
Yeah, look, again, shout out to those guys as well in that final game. I think they ended up with 9 kills. So those guys doing really, really well here. Friendly Fire, again, finally getting that victory. It feels like it's been coming, right? It feels like it's just the way they've been playing. They've been playing very aggressively. They've been playing their style of play, right? And the multiple bridge camps have been fantastic.
I just gotta say, looking at this, Page just looks like that's how his day has been going. He's like, my God, can we please make, like, we've got to make it, guys. We've got to qualify. If they do manage to get in there, maybe we'll get him a smile on the next one, right?
Yeah, we'll get a smile out of him eventually. But you know what'll get a smile out of me? Let's bring back the boys from the desk and talk about what we just saw. Hey, Toppies.
I'm so mad.
Channel my inner Page.
I'm so mad at Sakura. Also, I want to say this. Okay, I talked to Roth, and he said the reason they were up there in the last game for that trap was they were worried that they were going to get hunted by people who didn't like them or were mad at them or get griefed. After this, that may happen in every event going forward, because these guys set up camps for every team that was on the hunt, and they needed the points. I can't be mad at them for that. But I genuinely, gosh, that game was awesome. Rats comes out at the end.
It had to be military, didn't it?
Do you think, right? Do you think Sakura, they were playing passive, right? And we saw from the fact that he survived so long afterwards, they didn't have to cross that bridge when they did. I think because Rats got in that big fight and picked up those 8 kills, Sakura changed their battle plan halfway through and tried to move in more aggressively. And that that put them in a really crappy situation. Because if they had held 4 and crept in, you know, like their buddy did, they might have actually pulled out the extra 2 points. That's crazy.
You know, it's possible. It's definitely possible. I think that they were playing normal, you know, taking their time getting to the circle, but then sticking around on the bridge, just sitting around there. I mean, they were there for so long, and they never were able to spot out any of the guys from Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire showed just an extreme amount of patience to pull off what they did.
I mean, Friendly Fire just had, they knew what their recipe for success was. They were playing off of it. You can tell every single step was just part of the formula on the way that they established that they were going to move from the point that they got to that bridge. And this is what I was talking about. Remember those open sight lines whenever you're coming into land? Exactly that. Like, look at what they're looking into. There's just nothing. There's no cover, no trees, no nothing. You make landfall, but great. Your feet touch the ground, but that's about as much as you're going to get.
Yeah, shout out to Tilton though, at least attempting to go for a play. Just, you know, unlucky for them running into those guys, just shooting them out the sky like a couple ducks over here. I mean, those guys have had such a great tournament though. This was a team from the opens. They were super consistent both days and had pretty good rotations throughout the 2 days too. So I'm really excited to see them move forward. But going back to like the Sakura topic here, I think they just played too predictable. I mean, they were playing slow, playing steady. But that bridge camp from Free Fire,
come on, though. Nobody expects Friendly Fire to let the lead man go through for that long. That trap was insane.
Bridges are never gonna be open. All right, that's just a fact here.
They let the lead man go through for so long. That's why they sat there, because he was like, well, no one shot
look at the
at
bridge
me.
though. The lead man didn't even turn around
because
to
nobody
scout it
shot
out for the
at
team
him.
though.
I am on board with the. I just think friendly fire is diabolical, and that's what it comes down to.
Those were some sneaky angles. Even if he had turned around, there is no guarantee that he might have seen them. So, especially because they were playing with that 3/4 of the way up on 2 different sides of the bridge on the railings itself. That is just that's sometimes even hard to see if you glance back at it. He might have just done a quick glance and just not spotted it. I'm not going to.
My takeaway here is Sakura, you didn't qualify, but I think you should at least be very happy with your performance. I think they stepped up. They did some really good stuff there. Our open qualifiers teams, honestly, we had 7 invited, 9 from opens, and I think generally when we see it, we're like, oh well. Those 7 are going to advance. There might be 1 or 2 others who are sort of in the contest. There was a point today, Poro, where I feel like our open teams were really not only in the hunt, but putting up pretty good fights comparatively to what we've seen from opens, I think, in past iterations.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it felt like even more like that yesterday. It felt like they came out strong. It didn't feel like they're scared of anybody. I mean, obviously respecting the teams that are really, really good, but it didn't feel like they were trying to they would take a straight up 4v4 fight with you, and that's not something that we've always seen. So congrats obviously to those guys. Yep. I had eyes on them coming into this. I hoped that we would see something, but they I was kind of doing that based off of the performance of Geo. But what they did that I wasn't expecting is they have a real nose for the late game. Like they have figured out how to get to late game and be pretty successful there. So I think that's going to serve them really well in the grand final.
That's going to serve them well. The aggression served Rats really well. So actually they agreed to talk to us. We're going to send Dave over to get the scoop from Despoon about what happened there in the end game.
Yo, what up, Despoon from Rats? Hey. Rats squeaking into the grand finals right there. First off, man, congrats on making it. Despoon, I got to know, all right? I got to know. It's before game 6. What was the strat? What was the game plan? Because you guys came into that match just swinging away, man. Well, talk me through it.
Hey, so I mean, the Rats, we were looking for a W, the whole over the 2 days. I mean, we didn't really get what we wanted, but going into that last game there, we saw that Millie zone pop, and we knew that Orion, kind of one of the weaker teams in the lobby. Not to throw any shade at them, I love my Orion boys. I love RJX Live. But, we figured let's hit towards the bridge fast. Let's see if we can catch Orion off guard and maybe even get in front of them and get some points off them. And luckily they were fighting TTG anyways. So we stopped in, picked up a couple kills, and then just continued on our way.
Man, I love it, man. You guys had a plan and you executed it and it worked well. I mean, 11 kills, you guys were popping off. So congrats again. But I feel like the hard work starts now, though, right? Because you guys just barely made the cut to grand finals. So just kind of off the top of your head, what areas of improvement should we expect from the Rats from now until grand finals?
So I think our team fighting is really good as long as our head's in the game and we're 4 active. So we're just going to focus on staying 4 alive, and we know how to get into end games. So as long as we're 4 alive going into our end games, we should be able to do well.
Heck yeah. Hey, solid answers, man. Despoon out here. I'm excited for you and for the team. Let me give you one last chance to kind of shout out all the fans, because I know you guys got a ton of them in the chat every single day. So Despoon, floor is yours.
All right. Shout out to my boy Grant. He didn't play the tournament with us this time, but we got Cowboy on the roster. He's a pretty good pickup. Shout out to those guys. I love those guys. Those are my homies. Lemon Squeezy. We got Geo, Flax, and Chowder, bro. Chowder went crazy. He's been going insane. That's Chad, by the way. And, shout out to all the fans. Shout out to all the fans. We got Boom the Bandman. We got Steve MK. All the people from that Discord group. So thank you guys for all supporting. Everyone who's in Kicks chat, always supporting. Thank you guys.
I love the love, man. What a team player out here, showing love to everybody. And I love that Chad changed their name, because Chad it rolls off the tongue better here.
Yeah,
so
definitely does.
Shout out to Despoon from Rats. Looking forward to this squad in the grand finals. Let's head back to the boys and see what they got to say about the Rats.
See you, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the spoon. One last look at that man before we send him out. You know, he deserved the close up as they came out and got that victory. You know, I love that last that question, Dave, when you were like, "What are you guys going to do to improve?" And you could see in his eyes, he knew the answer, but he was also like, "Oh, we just won." I hadn't really, I wasn't ready to face the truth.
I can't say it until I talk to my team yet.
We got to be real here, you know? They just barely qualified, so the real work starts now here, Toffees.
I like that. I like that attitude. That's the kind of attitude you get from like a gunner as a coach, right? Like, it stop the celebrating. Let's figure out how to fix this and get ready for the next round. Because a team that leaves it to the late, right? You saw that with Sakura. You cannot wait to the last game. You don't let it go to the judges in a boxing match, and you certainly don't let it go to a milli-circle in PUBG, because that is what happens. And that milli-circle had to be a kick in the gut for these teams, right, Matcho? I mean, these teams on the hunt, that's the worst thing you can see.
Yeah, because it just stacks so many problems. Specifically, emergency pickups can usually be your savior inside of that, but there's no guarantee that you're going to pick one up. Looting situation, you got to start making some hard choices. Poro and I were kind of talking about that one. Sakura went with more of the, let's wait this one out a bit. Let's come in late. Let's see how it feels out. And I'm not going to necessarily fault him for that one. There is some strategies trying to cross into military base that can work out. It's just in this specific situation, Friendly Fire just had their number. They were just waiting for them.
Which was actually, this is Friendly Fire, though. They seem to have a good job of like knowing where other teams are, because they knew they're going to rotate late. They come from the north. This should good stuff. But that said, I heard the results already, so let's jump right into it. Let's look at how it falls out at the end of the day. Wait a minute. The map. That's what we're going to talk about. The map, not the results. The results of who won which game. I'm not ready to show you the overall. A lot of STK up there, man. It is a lot of STK. Triple. I mean, that's pretty good. That reminds me of the old days, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, look, the old days, like a year and a half ago. I mean, we talked. I mean, we've kind of beaten it to death, right? Like, again, I will say, like, super excited to see Shoot to Kill perform like this. Loved the way they were playing. Loved the not just the aggression, but just how they were going about playing all these fights. They were pushing into things. They were understanding the situations where they had an advantage and reading it really, really quickly and making those pushes and capitalizing off of it. And that you know, we haven't seen that from SDK all the time. So again, my only thing is, I want to see it next. I want to see it in 2 weeks. I want to see it when the stakes are high.
I think the STKs are going to stay high going into the next round. These guys looked good. They looked confident. You know, last night after the show ended, I was hanging out because we hosted Taryn, and a lot of the players were in there sort of watching her stream. And the positivity from both them and the fans, the sort of, we knew this was us. We knew that we could be at this position. We know that we deserve this, was, you know, very clear in that chat. And I think that that's going to go a long way with their confidence builds. It's a team that does well with confidence. On a side note, our producer Ray tweeted a second ago that he thought Purdy was the MVP from this event, clearly. I think it's Alo or Penta. I want you guys to give me your thoughts. Who do you think comes out as the MVP? I'll start with you, Dave.
Alo definitely had more damage, I believe. I don't know about coming into this final game. And also Alo with the Panzerfaust jiggle peek from day one. That was pretty damn impressive. But Penta definitely Toffee showing up today. So honestly, between the two, I can't give you a solid answer, man. I'm on the fence with that one.
All right. Well, we don't need any fence sitters here, Matt. Give it to me.
I'm going to pick my unloved child that everybody tends to forget about, and Penta.
Nice.
Penta, I think, had some big moments today. Sure, they were already cemented on the leaderboard. Okay, let's give them that. But I think the fact that we saw some solid performance and some of some very stressful situations today that's no disrespect to Alo in the fashion at all. I just think that today was Penta's day.
Poro.
Do I get a chance to?
Of course.
Look, man, I think if you want to look at the highlight of the tournament, I think Penta had it with the 1v4 versus LG at the beginning of the day. I think if you look at the statistical MVP of the tournament, it's got to be Alo with the damage and kill numbers he was putting in. But again, knowing STK the way I do, I'm giving it to Purdy Curdy because of what I said before. I said the shot calling in this tournament in particular has looked so damn good and so clean and so confident, and it has just been it's been awesome. It's been great to see. And I know it's not all him. It's a team effort all the way around. And let's not forget Adam.
Thank you.
Adam
I was going to say, can we at least say his name? I don't want to feel bad.
We can't forget about Adam. But no, I got to say, STK shooting on all cylinders right now. And shout out to Wooly as well for getting the boys prepped for the 2 new maps. So hopefully we'll see this again in 2 weeks.
Awesome. I think I got to go with Alo too because of the way that he played that. Penta was killing it, and you love to see that. But I want to see who is going to the grand finals. We have the participating teams for the grand final in 2 weekends' time. Take a look at this. Coming out of North America, that is your top 8. You're pretty familiar with them, especially the chase by Rats there at the end. On the other side, this is coming out of the Latin American region. Matcher, what do you think of this lineup?
I mean, let's have some fun. That's all I gotta say. Falcons doing star performances. I've loved the fact of what we've been seeing going on with Fire. Sure, we've also got a lot of legacy that's going on, no pun intended, with legacy on the opposite side. But Rats making their comeback in today. Friendly Fire showing some big steps and making sure the fact that they're going to cement themselves into position. Everybody knows PGC is on the table for this. This is where you decide it. And I love the fact that we have everybody being proactive and realizing where their destiny lies. Eyes are now, but always set to the future.
All right, I love the idea of the future, but we got to look back at the past last games where all the points ended up because it is fun to see where the layout was in terms of who got what points. So overall standings, Shoot to Kill takes home the victory with 148 points, crowning them as the champion of this round of the playoffs. Luminosity gets 128, both looking very good. Friendly Fire, those guys at Elevate all managed to pull ahead of Sonics there in the late run. Sonics gets 85 and passes Mercy Gaming at 74. Rats just barely squeaks by. I caught that joke during the interview, Dave, and I loved every moment of it.
Shout out to Ray.
Shout out to anybody who makes a good pun. Is this the leaderboard you expected when you showed up here for work yesterday, Poro?
I mean, I'm not at all surprised to see the names up there. I think I was obviously expecting maybe something different in terms of the arrangement.
Yeah.
But again, it's a regional playoff, so you just never really know, man. You never know who's going to be hot, who's going to be kind of like taking it easy coming through here, who's not going to be playing super sweaty. Again, Sonic's finishing in 6th. I don't care. Honestly, I think I still think that you should probably be scared of Sonics when it comes time for the final. I think they're taking this time to learn and to just get more playing time together, find out areas of improvement going forward for Gunner, for the rest of the boys. So I'm not at all concerned to see that. Love seeing Shoot to Kill pop off. Love seeing Luminosity just be as consistent as they have been. And then Friendly Fire again. I was expecting to see them up there. I was expecting to see. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed that Funny Business didn't make it because they had PGC points on the line, but Rats making that last minute push as well. So it's going to be fun, man. I think it's going to be, I'm excited to see those guys and Mercy and see what they can bring to the lobby as well.
I want to get into a little bit of mischief and look at a couple of Rats here as that last game sort of played out. This was their average stats. Cowboy versus Hollow Senpai, Mustache Dave.
Yeah, Hollow Senpai had a lot of just damage done day one. I believe after the first 6 games, if I recall, he was like number 2 when it comes to player damage done in total. Slid down a little bit here today, but all in all, I think Rats, a good team to move forward. Only 2 points, sure. Count their blessings here, but they got a lot to work on. But I think they have the clay. Right? Yeah. They got the necessary clay that could use a little molding, but it could look really good in the end result here.
All right. I got a fun comparison next. I want to see the best of the West. So we're going to put up our top performing teams from each region. Legacy out of Latin America, Shoot to Kill out of North America. Matchroom looking pretty tight.
Yeah, specifically the average damage numbers. That's one of the things I try to use as a comparison whenever we're kind of breaking apart. Sure, there are going to be like sub-regional differences as we look through. So yes, STK walking away with a lot of kills. They're walking away with a lot of wins today. Specifically, that number can be a slightly factual. But whenever you're looking at how you're influencing every single round, I often love to use this comparison with damage. And I think that we're in for a treat looking at this one. I mean, Legacy still walking away with 2 chicken dinners across 12 is a statement in of itself too.
Absolutely. And we get to see those teams play just a couple days down the line. In fact, let's show you the calendar so you know exactly what is going on this month in the wonderful world of PUBG. The regional playoffs right there, just wrapping up on the 8th. And then we've got some nice downtime for Americas. Not anything happening this week. So go out, enjoy your fall break, enjoy next weekend, and then be back on the 20th for the 3-day grand final, where we determine who earns the PGC points, who gets their bid to go the distance, and who gets to show up at the big show later this year. That's it. That's all the time that we had for today. We're not going to show you the fantasy scores, though. I can tell you Porosaurus beat me by 20 points, and I'm dying inside. He also lapped Mustache Dave, literally like a full lap. So that's a rough one. And because of that,
you're not hitting me with the pan, by the way.
What do I
get? Poro with the pan.
What do I get?
Well, you get to be the last final thought. I'm going to make Dave go first because he failed miserably in fantasy, and I look forward to grand finals when it improves.
Man of the people, all right? I was picking a lot of teams and a lot of players from the Opens. I had a lot of hope in them, and I wanted them to really shine here. So, man of the people, what are you going to say here? Next round, I'm probably going to win, so I'll let you guys have this one. But final thoughts here. I'm really happy that Shoot to Kill popped off here in this event because, for me, it kind of changes the conversation in our region from mine versus Kickstart to, hey, NA, you guys got a new powerhouse team showing up here possibly. So hopefully when it comes finals time, Shoot to Kill are slaying some more.
Looking good. Match'em, final thoughts?
I gotta say, Rats, Friendly Fire, stop making it so nervous. Well, I know that you guys got a lot of fans out there, but we know that these are two squads that can have some big successes whenever we're looking at it. Specifically, I want to give a shout out to Cowboy. It's just such a new player in the scene. If you look at it and being on the squad, finding some growth, I want to see what his upward potential can be. Outside of that, I'm glad the fact that it's not just essentially everybody coming after me on fantasy. So thank you, Dave. I appreciate you being a man of the people.
Yeah, what do you say, man?
So yeah, there you go. I'm good.
All right, Poro, this is the moment. You dominated us in fantasy. You knew more than you knew that Alo was going to be a god somehow.
Oh yeah.
So please tell us.
I completely pegged out, you know. Look, man, I'm excited that STK. It's great to see guys that we have been casting for like 5 years, still performing at a very high level. And you know, we talked about it yesterday. Godspeed and I, how fun it is seeing some of these old names come back into the scene. It just, you know, it just kind of served as a reminder about how long we've been doing this and how long you guys out there watching have been allowing us to bring you these games and how much fun it is. So. I can't wait for 2 weeks from now. I can't wait for PGC. And once again, all of you out there in the Twitch chat, no matter how much we might drive you insane sometime, thanks so much for being there and staying around and watching and letting us bring these fun games to you. So heart hands, I guess.
Love it. Heart hands. I don't even know. I'm not sure I know how to do it. Anyway, I'm gonna get. That's enough of that. I'm gonna go right off the back of what Poro said. He said thank you to you guys. Having us do this for so long means the world to everybody. So thank you on behalf of myself, Porosaurus, Matchup, Mustache Day, Godspeed, and of course Cameron, who wasn't here but will be joining us in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for watching from all of the production team as well as PUBG themselves. We love you. We appreciate you. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
Don't really have to go anywhere just yet. But again, as you said, that high ground is starting. Good night, sweet prince. We're dragging off this SLR. That Roddy's just like, you know what? Just give me a kitted M4. I'm Gucci, and he will find two and just immediately take it down there. Now Tilt Town is in trouble. Let's get hard cover. Let's stay inside it and let's just defend our territory while we can. As Sociopath is the serpentine. He's gonna actually get away with it too.
Have a couple of things that he could try to make happen here if they're not too careful. They're coming down this hillside a lot more aggressively, and they've got to be cautious. Tomas already gonna go down. He's already flushed out. Now Olda's gonna have to come back up, regroup. Petcap's already out, and now the momentum has entirely shifted. Olda's just runs over Lemon Squeezy. Here we go.
But here we go. This is what we wanted to see. They didn't look. They weren't ready.
1, 2, 3. Whoa!
That might be the fastest team wipe I think I've ever seen in my life.
Those guys about to have some more guys going to be landing over there. Tiltown Sparta going to be following in the secondary. Josh is going to be the one to make initial landfall, but Lemon Squeezy doesn't even let it happen.
Hey, Raw. We'll see the little dome of Lemon Squeezy peeking out. Flack's going to try to make it out. Sharp Shot not having it, as we are down to just Lemon Squeezy in the sniper tower.